What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Game Junction podcast. We are here for episode 76. How's it going, Lee?
Woo!
Got a new little fancy pop filter here, so I'm trying to adjust to it. It feels like it's covering my whole face. Like it's covering my whole face, so yeah, good times. Everything good for you this week? You had some kind of
Yeah, man.
exciting stuff, right? You've been
Uh,
gone for a
well,
few weeks. Update us.
yeah, no, I'm happy to be back. Sorry it's taken so long. Between the past 2 weeks, have been both been going away for a tennis tournament. I've also had to miss the week before that because I had to get an engagement shoot for my upcoming wedding. So it's been a wild 2 weeks, and in between all that, two movie premieres as well.
Yeah, got some balloons there. What the
I
heck?
don't know. That's a part of Mac's integration of video emojis. Like if I do the thumbs up, it's just as bad.
Okay. All right. I see what you're saying. So, whatever
Yeah,
that means.
yeah.
But yeah, no,
uh,
you've had a exciting couple of weeks in, right? Tennis was good.
yeah. Tennis was good, which pretty much was just playing tennis and then drinking, and then going back on the court, then drinking again, and trying not to die from the heat in between. That was pretty much the whole goal. And thank God I didn't get burnt, so I don't look like a bright red tomato podcasting.
You kind of do though right now. If I'm being honest with you,
Oh,
you
damn.
kind
Is it the wrong complexion? I need
you
to put the wrong filter on.
you kind of always look like a tomato though. So, just saying.
Thanks.
Just saying.
How's the past 2 weeks been for you, man?
It's been good, man. It's been good. Busy as usual, but it's been good. We last two episodes of the podcast are really good. Last week was awesome. We had a really good episode last week. There's,
It's
you
because I
know,
wasn't there.
yeah. Well, I mean, basically. um, no, it's been good though. Busy week. A lot to keep up with, and then the pop culture realm. Just so much. But good stuff. I
Mm.
mean, that's good. So, I guess we'll go ahead and dive into your brand new segment. You haven't gotten to do it yet. You're going to talk about something pretty cool.
No, well, that's right. About 2 weeks ago, we talked about doing segments with everybody,
Mm-hmm.
and then the week we're meant to start
He's
doing it, I
like,
was like,
I'm
I
out.
can't be there. I'm out. So obviously we want to do a segment like obviously different areas with everybody else. Of course, mine's going to be pop culture, movies, and this past week, oh, probably the past 2 weeks, it just seems like there's been a lot of date changes, name changes, and of course, as we lead up to Deadpool 3, the rumor mill is just going nuts.
Crazy.
Which one of them this week was apparently Henry Cavill's going to appear in it as a Wolverine variant.
Oh my god. What I want to know, because I didn't get to dive deep into this myself, I literally saw it for 2 seconds. How does this work? What variant exactly? Or this is a
Well,
rumor, of
it,
course.
it's a rumor, but it's more of a rumor I'll take as a grain of salt because the week prior it was reported that Henry Cavill has signed on for a role at Marvel Studios. He signed it, but we didn't know what it was. So the second rumor that's coming around is that he's going to be in Deadpool 3. And that could
Hmm.
be a half and half. People could just be saying Deadpool 3 because that is the closest thing around the corner. For all we know, he could be playing a variant of Captain America, which would be really cool.
Oh
I
yeah.
think he would be an awesome variant of Cap. I would put him more as a variant as Captain America than I would put him as a variant of Wolverine
Yeah,
because
yeah, I
he's
would
so
too.
tall.
Yeah, you know it's so weird, man. Can't remember the director's name that did Justice. Oh, Zack Snyder. Man,
Hmm.
isn't it weird that they replace Henry Cavill with an actor that looks exactly like him as far as Superman goes?
Oh, for Superman. I thought you were talking about that. I thought you were leading down to The
Oh,
Witcher. I was like,
no,
what?
no, 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 no.
No, that's an entire mess in its own. It's more, DC, DC trying to recover, then The Rock trying to take it over, Henry Cavill coming back, which he got screwed in that whole thing because they're like, "Do you want me to tell everyone I'm back?" And they're like, "Yeah, go ahead." And next minute they turn around and go, "No, actually you're not back. We're going to recast altogether." And look, it's interesting because we are going to get a new Superman movie next year, which is going to go head to head with the Fantastic Four film. And it's no longer called. Actually, that's one thing that's happened in the past 2 weeks. It's no longer called Superman Legacy. It's just called
Right?
Superman.
Nice, so
Uh,
unique.
yeah, I know, Man of Steel was more unique
I loves that name.
than just.
I still like that movie. I don't care if anybody talks down on it. I think it's a great movie.
So do I. And I just wish we got a two, a three,
Me
and
too.
everything else that we were meant to get. I actually did a podcast episode calling them called the missing DCU sequels, and there is like 10 that were originally meant to get that are just
I mean, Man of Steel
added.
2, Batgirl. What else?
Man of Steel 2 and 3, Justice League 2 and 3, uh, Batgirl, the Batman movie. There was also another Justice League movie. There was meant to be another one with Darkseid called The Old Gods.
Oh, yep.
There was
Yep.
also meant to. There was also meant to be. I think there was meant to be another Harley Quinn sequel. There was also the Flash movie was meant to come out a lot earlier and be
Yep.
completely different. There was also the Cyborg movie. There's so much
Forgot about
that was
that.
meant to come out in that gap. Oh, of course, the Green Lantern movie too.
Just what a mess, man, with Warner Brothers and oh my god. Like the whole DCEU, all of that. It's just a mess. Like I did a whole video dedicated to Warner Brothers and they just are so aggravating in so many ways. I mean,
Hmm.
they can't make the right decisions with movies. They can't make the right decisions with games. Like, what medium are they doing correctly? Like, I can't think off the top of my head what they are doing that's positive right now. I mean, maybe
I
you know
think you're
something
here.
I don't, but I can't think of anything. So,
Nah, it beats me right now. Warner Brothers is riding on doing the Harry Potter reboot.
and the
It's
Harry
been because
Potter
the
live
fan.
service games.
Yes. Yes, the live service, which I don't. I find that so funny that they're like, "Oh, we're gonna make a live service." I'm like, didn't you just publicly say that Suicide Squad was disappointing?
Yeah. Oh, let's double down and make this disappointing too. Like I
Yeah, like if I was Rocksteady, I'd be pretty pissed if I read that. I go, "Oh, we're pretty disappointed in what you've done, but we're gonna go make a Harry Potter live service game, very much like yours, but this might be better."
it's
Which I
just
doubt it will be,
yeah.
because everyone is going to just want a Hogwarts Legacy sequel.
Yep. Yeah, I'm actually reading about funny that because we're talking about DC and Warner Brothers. It says an unlikely franchise has been proving that a Superman game has been viable for years, which we haven't gotten, legitimately haven't gotten a good
But
Superman game. And he's such an iconic character, a character that's near and dear to me. He's not my favorite DC character anymore, but I grew up. My dad was a Superman collector, right? So he had a whole shrine of Superman. We went and got the new Superman issues every single week, and so I love Superman. And he's just we've never. I mean, you know Superman 64, right? Like What? Oh my
Yes.
god, and I got
Mm,
that when it was new. I got that when it was new.
uh,
Imagine my disappointment as a kid. But this just
oh,
says
I think a lot of people.
the destruction physics and battlefield games provide a perfect blueprint for a major Superman video game element. I mean, yeah, like destructible environments and um
Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy. And this literally says that the last good thing we got from Superman was Man of Steel.
It
Uh
was, and I don't know why. I don't know why a Superman game hasn't been redone. Not even like a small game hasn't really been done for Superman. There was the rumor. Initially, the rumor was that Rocksteady, after Arkham Knight, was going to make a Superman game. They were
yeah.
apparently going to make
Yeah.
one, but then that morphed into Suicide Squad, which to me, I don't mind that because I did like the Suicide Squad game.
Yeah.
Um, I opposed to being a Superman game. I think that if done right, Superman game can be so much fun. Like remember the
Yeah.
old Hulk games where you could destroy everything?
Yeah, I mean, like some of those, like, yeah, they weren't like great games, but like Ultimate Destruction, like it was fun. You know what I mean? It wasn't a bad
Hmm.
game. So like, yeah, I
No.
feel like, and that had destructible environments and stuff like that. I feel like the best representation of
Mm.
Superman we've got in a game is Injustice. Or am I saying it right? Yeah,
Yes.
Injustice. Sorry, I blinked for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the
Injustice.
that's the best that you can play Superman. And I did like the Superman Suicide Squad too. His boss battle is really annoying.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't even know he was in Suicide Squad. So
He's in Suicide Squad, and his boss battle is that uh, a you've got cold waves trying to hit you on the ground. Two, you got wind tornadoes, and three, he's also trying to kill you with his lasers. And four, on top of that, if you do miss all that, next minute he's there with a tank ready to hit you.
oh boy, that sounds like a fun boss fight.
Yeah.
Did you beat the
Oh yeah.
game, like the story or whatever?
I did. I
Yeah.
did beat the game in the end. I haven't gone back to play it, but I did like it. I didn't. I understood the hate everyone got for it, but at the same time, like this is not the worst thing that we've ever gotten. Even though all the complaints for this game, this is still better than Call of Duty.
I don't know, man. I'm not defending Call of Duty, but it, it I don't know. Same game every year, pretty much,
You
but you're at
sounds
least
like
getting
you
a.
are defending Call of Duty.
No, I'm not. I'm not, but I do think Injustice is the best thing that we've gotten. Even remotely
Yeah,
Superman
and
related, which
Justice
is,
too.
yeah, and Injustice too. I mean, those are great games, like legitimately very good games.
Mm.
So I don't know. Yeah, it seems
They,
like
and the story for both games was so good.
yeah, it really was. And I read the comics and everything. I read everything attached to it. Like I was a fan, man. I
And
love
the
Injustice.
movie.
Yep, in the movie.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
What's
Actually,
the?
it's
Oh,
funny.
sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, just speaking on games, what about the absolute shitfire with Star Wars Battlefront?
Yeah. So let me just tell you a quick thing, real quick. I was on my way home from work and I contemplated stopping to grab it. And I'm kind of glad I didn't because my buddy sent me a video of him not even be able to connect online. So I said, nope, never mind. I'm good. Not even, you were telling me it was good, right? Is what you were telling me? But maybe you just played the
Well, that's
single
why I thought.
player.
Well, that's the thing is like I bought it, and I've played online once, and I had no issues.
Once.
But again, I only once. I played it once, and I played the single player. That was fine. Like I did see someone posting how Hoth doesn't fully load. I had no issues with Hoth. I don't know if it's just because the online thing, but taking away the multiplayer, the game like they haven't done anything graphically. It just
Right.
looks crisper, and the lighting of it looks a lot better. Um, is it worth the $40? No. Would I have just paid for Star Wars Battlefront 2? Yes.
Yeah. I
But it's they've got a lot to fix it. And just yesterday, when which is one of the things I hate about modern gaming, got home, went to go play it, 20 gig update.
I saw that it had a massive update. It's like, man, why can't like a game like that should not launch with that many issues. A game like that like I watched the cutscenes, right, from Battlefront 2. The cutscenes are completely unchanged. They did nothing with them whatsoever.
Yeah.
Not a single thing. And it's
No.
crazy because like limited run games with like some of these, we talked about these like games like Night Trap and Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, like these, notoriously bad games that are like, very cutscene based and almost like movies. They completely redo those in 4K and remaster those completely. And it's like a game like this deserves even better treatment than that, in my opinion. And I'm like, I don't you
It
you
does. This
you
is just
you
a port.
could remaster that at least in 1080. Like I get that it's on the Switch, but like that should be looking a lot more than crisper, in my opinion. So that's
Mm.
frustrating.
And
So
for the
I'm
price.
glad I'm glad I didn't. That's a $15-$20 grab for me. Honestly, I'm just like
Yeah.
so frustrated. He sent me a video of it, and I'm
'Cause
like,
that,
can't even connect online. That's the whole reason I want it. That's the main reason. Like
yeah.
I've got the
I
game. I can
know.
play through the single player right now. So
Mm. I think it's on the Xbox backwards
it
compatibility
is.
store for like $12.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got them physically too.
uh
So I just if I want to play the story, I'm good to go. But like I want to play the online.
yeah, I'm the same. But I'm a little bit when I was playing on the PlayStation, I was like, yeah, this takes me back. And I remember thinking, God, yeah, this was so good. Yeah, the graphics were so good. So much is going on, and it's funny. It's probably gonna be, you know, even though this is not lived up to expectations, even though it's got its issues, this is still better than EA's versions.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, those are terrible games. Oh my god, what a mess.
Even a half-baked port that has so many issues is still better. Because I remember when I got the first Star Wars Battlefront game from EA, and that was the most disappointing thing.
I was so
I'm
mad.
like, this is nothing. I'm like, this is nothing like the old games. Like, what you've just taken the title,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's it.
that's it. I mean, it's not even like can't even call it a remake. Didn't feel anything like the. I don't
No.
know.
And
I
this was one of my arguments too. I was like, you have in the game, there's a thing called Galactic Conquest. You on any review or any forum, everyone say this is a really cool feature,
yeah,
but we're going to take it out of the game.
makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. Yeah, I just don't.
No.
I don't get it. Especially when they drop too. Like I got peed off even more. I'm like, oh my, this could have been DLC for one. Like
Yeah, I played an hour of it and I never looked back. I traded it in. I think the same. I think yeah, next day I was like, this is shit.
the only good thing that came out of that was there was a VR mode that was added into that. And I didn't even have a PSVR. I played at my friend's house. It was like a 4 hour
Oh,
mode and it was really, really good. But other than that, like garbage. It's absolute garbage. So uh do you guys hate I get do we hate Star Wars?
no, I love Star Wars. I just yesterday I was wearing not even really mean to, but I was wearing full Star Wars gear. I love it. I just think EA Star Wars Battlefront games are shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I
uh, and this half baked version is still better.
Yeah, it's sad that, games from I mean, it really isn't because I'm, like I'm a retro gaming guy and I love those games were good then. They hold
Really?
up very well. Really? they hold up very well, even if you play like play it on the PS2 or Xbox. They still hold up. And these
Yeah.
games are essentially that. I mean, they're like upscaled. Like they're not even from what I've seen, they don't even look like they're fully remastered. And obviously, those cutscenes have not even been touched. So
No. And like the was it 2 years ago? The Ghostbusters video game remaster that came out.
yeah, yeah,
Um, all the cutscenes in that look like they got touched up, like they were softened. So at least they did something to the cutscenes of that game, which is a great game,
yeah,
by the way.
yeah. It is for sure. It is a good game. So what's going on with this Venom stuff here? What do we got going on with that?
Just before we go into that, because I was going to say, because of price tag, have you seen the price tag for Sea of Thieves on PlayStation?
Oh my god. For a 7-year-old game. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? And then there's $100 edition, right? Ah,
Yep.
oh my
I
gosh.
was I messaged my mate as soon as it came live in the PlayStation Store. I was like, "Oh no, I can't wait," because me and my mate, we're bigger PlayStation guys than we
Yeah.
are Xbox guys. So I was like, "Yes, this is gonna be sick." And I was like, $60.
Mm,
What?
yeah. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
That
No,
is no way.
no way. Yeah, you're not gonna catch me doing that. I'll keep playing on Xbox. That's stupid. I mean, like, is it that big of a shift? You're already playing with people on Xbox, right? Like, is it really worth? Because I know that you like were
The
really pumped for it, but to me, it seems like is that even worth it enough just to shift systems
the
like that?
price ta- the price tag is not worth the shift. It was more. It was the
No way.
more so the shift. More so if the shift was because so me and my mate could play because we got another mate who's a live streamer,
Yeah.
and we're saying if it doesn't come on PlayStation, get the game so all three of us could play. Actually, all four of us because my other mate's also PlayStation, so it was more to do a group thing altogether.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
But the price tag really is annoying.
Yeah, that's just so frustrating. I can't I feel like it's a Microsoft knows that enough people on PlayStation have wanted to play this game and have not wanted to bite down to buy an Xbox or don't have a PC. And they're like, let's take full advantage of it. And
Yeah,
that's it. It's all about a stupid ecosystem. To me, like I could care less. Platform wise, you put me on whatever I could play a game on, right? Like that's where I'm at. I get the
mm,
friends thing, and most of my friends are just kind of cross-platform at this point. Actually, a lot of them are like PC now, but still kind of cross-platform, whatever. So to me, it doesn't matter as much. If I want to catch a friend, I can pretty much. I got one friend I can think of right now that's PlayStation only, and Switch, and it doesn't have an Xbox. So I I don't know. To me, like even if it was
mm,
like to be able to play with friends, it's $70. We're gonna play something else, or I'm not playing it at all. That's
I
how I feel
know.
about it.
And the terrible thing is, I looked at it and go, "No, I'm not paying that." And then I looked at the premium edition, and I was looking, going, "No, I'm not gonna pay for that." Oh,
Yeah,
nah. Oh, I could nah. Well, I got till we got till the end of April that it's launching um, on PlayStation. I fully agree. I think the game is going to be very big for anyone that's hasn't played it on Xbox at all, and this is their first experience. I think it's going to do massive.
yeah, I think it's gonna do well. Un- Unfortunately, I think people are still gonna pay that price. We got Heckin' Steve's in the house. What's up? That's what he's catching Daisy said. I see. What's up, peeps? Uh, Disney Star Wars sucks big ones. We also got Cats for Nelson, who's a channel member, saying hello. Got Johnny Garboil or Garbe, sorry. It's not worth it. I agree, not worth the price tag. Heck
Mm,
and Steve says, at this point with Sea of Thieves, I get hyped to play it again and play it for one day. Definitely not buying it again on PS5. Zapdos Slugia Mewtwo says not for that price tag. So I agree. I'm kind of with Heck and Steve because
yeah.
I do the same sort of thing where I'll just like play it again for a day or something, like hop on, see what's different. Like it's a fun game to play with friends, and it really is.
Mm.
But on Xbox, it's free. So
I
essentially, I
know.
mean, like
I
it's on Game Pass,
if
so you know.
yeah. If they just made it like the mid tier, leave the prices for the mid tier and the high end, but make the base version like on special for like $30. Would you have picked it for $30?
Um, for 30, it's a heck of a lot better than 70, maybe. I mean, I feel like at 30, like my problem is that it's an online only game, so like it's gonna go away. I feel like 30 maybe I might have, yeah. My thing is like they've got a
Well,
$100 edition too, like to
they
me what
do.
comes with the $100 edition is stupid. I get you get a bunch of gold and I get that, but like,
Mm.
is that worth another $30?
Oh, yeah. Maybe not.
I don't know, man. I heard you saying you might be buying it on your podcast or something.
I know,
You said
I
you're
know, I
contemplating
know,
that $100. I heard you. I was there.
I know. I will. And yeah, I don't. I might will. If there's nothing else out, I might go down that road. I
Hmm.
look. The
You're a
thing is, they
sucker.
did introduce. The problem is they. Yeah, I know. The problem is they did introduce a single player mode. Uh, but at the basis of the game, you still need friends, so you can't really do it by yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's pretty much the case. Yep. So,
But you can
uh,
play offline or online single player.
yeah. It's not fun though.
No,
So,
no, they're not. But look, it's one of the things. I think going to Venom. Uh, so Venom has changed. Venom 3 has changed its name and has released that has been pulled forward.
yeah.
Uh, so
Yeah.
Venom 3 is called The Last Dance for some stupid ass reason. Now you thought of why it's called, but yeah, originally Venom was movie coming out in November this year, but it has been brought forward. It's coming out on the 25th of October this year.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
I don't like the
I
title. But I feel like maybe it does have something to do
neither
with what I think it does, but I mean, come on,
you
it's the
said
first thing that popped in my head immediately. So, like, what else
what
could Last Dance
what
mean? Venom's done,
the
dead.
the final film. Yeah. When I when I first heard the title, I thought, oh good, so this just makes me think of Just Dance or
Just
Mayo's Last Dance or some crap like that. I'm just waiting to see all the memes from it. And
oh my god.
the worst thing is that you've got the last movie was called, even though the last movie was bad, called Venom Let There Be Carnage. That was such a more cooler title than Venom's Last Dance.
Yeah, I don't like it. Do you think it could have any relation to Mary Jane though? And no, guys,
No,
we're not talking about Lee smoking one. We're just talking about Mary Jane from the
no,
comics.
no, I don't think.
You really don't think it
It
has
can't
anything to
be.
do with that? Why? Okay, so why can't it be? Why
because
can't they
Mary
figure
Jane
out a
wasn't
way?
in. Okay, they might be able to figure it out, but what? But like, there was this whole rumor that the Andrew Garfield was going to be the Spider-Man in the Venom universe,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
can't work with the tale you're talking about because Mary Jane is dead. We all saw her. She cracked her neck
Mm, mm.
like a twig.
Yeah, but what if? Hear me out. What if somebody reanimates her or something? There's a there's a thousand superheroes in the Marvel universe. There's somebody that they can pull that Sony owns it. I don't know. I'm just pulling stuff out of my butt at this point, but um
Look, I think if anything, the person's going to replace Mary Jane in that kind of storyline is going to be, I forgot her name. She's a blonde bird that he's in love with. That's getting married.
oh yeah. Can't remember her name either. Crap. Yeah, I can't think of
Yeah,
it.
it would have to be. It has to be her. But I'm just more so. I'm curious to know who the hell the villain's going to be in this film
That's a good question too.
because 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 you used oh, I can't remember the guys from the first one, the Grey Venom,
Yeah.
and then you've just used Carnage. So what are you going to use for? Yeah, what are you going to use for the last one?
A new vulture. I don't
What?
know. I legitimately don't know. I don't know who Sony owns. It's so hard for me to say. I don't remember what all characters Sony owns has rights to. It's not that many,
They have the
but
character. No, they have pretty much every character they have rights to is every character that has a major tie with Spider-Man. So like
oh,
essentially.
so it could be. Well, hear me out. They go the Spider-Man 3 route and just pull a bunch of villains and ruin the film.
Could be.
Overload it with too many.
Well,
Get
there's that.
Sandman in there and
Yeah. Or Heck and Steve said it could be Gwen Stacy.
yeah,
They could introduce Gwen Stacy
they could.
for one movie.
That's what I was gonna say. One movie, like, who do you
Yeah.
introduce? I feel like it could only be a villain, right? Somebody that's going to be over and done with the. If this is it, like this is the last movie. Like we.
Yeah, because it's Tom Hardy's last one. I did see a post saying the fact that apparently Kevin Feige is open for Tom Hardy to return in Secret Wars.
Okay. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. Interesting.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, sorry, my bad. No, sorry. Heck and Steve just made a good point. My bad. Gwen Stacy died in Amazing Spider-Man 2. It was Gwen Stacy's neck that we heard crack and die. All right.
Oh,
Mary
you made
Jane
me feel
was
like
in.
you made me feel like an idiot because I kept thinking in my head, I'm like,
No,
I don't remember this happening, but maybe I forgot.
no. Mary Jane actually was in Amazing Spider-Man 2, but her scenes got cut.
Okay.
They cast her and everything in the film, and she got cut.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
But yeah, so it was Gwen Stacy that died.
Yeah, I remember that. That's what I was wondering. I was like, maybe I'm misremembering. There's just too many movies. I don't know. If I'm being straight up with you, I love Venom too. Big Venom fan. Pretty much every iteration from the comics of him, like most of them, even Secret Agent Venom. Like I like so many of the different iterations of Venom. It's just unfortunate that I just don't eat. The first movie is like to me okay, right? Like they're both like okay. They're not like what I would want from a Venom movie. Neither one of them. They just don't feel like they don't
Should have
live
been
up in
MA.
my head. What is it?
Should have been MA.
I don't know, man.
There was a whole. I remember there was a whole rumor going around that this was going to be R, and then we got dropped saying it's going to be PG. And I was
It
like,
should have been. I mean,
oh, good.
it's Venom for God's sake, and then Carnage, and then you got Carnage in there. Carnage is brutal in the comics. He is a straight up killer. Like he is, yeah, dude. He is brutal in the comics. So yeah, they did Carnage dirty, in my opinion, because like he's just you can't. you can't do a PG-13 Carnage. Like Venom is
Yeah, but
one
they
thing,
did.
but
They did though.
it sucked. I didn't care for the movie. I didn't think it was very good. It was okay. They were very mediocre films. They're like popcorn flicks that I don't take seriously and like get really into. If I'm being real with you, like the Sony movies in general just don't excite me. Like Madam Web, like
Ah,
just
don't even get started on the Sony movies, man. We'll be here for another 5 hours talking about how Sony doesn't know what to do with the Spider-Man properties. Madam Web was a giant pile of shit. Morbius was a giant pile of shit, and I have no doubt Craven the Hunter will also be another pile
I
of
feel
shit.
like he would be the hardest character of all of those to do, like to do right. Cuz he's like he has an interesting backstory, but like obviously he's had like a few different backstories, and but the way they fleshed him out in the comics, like even if they did Craven the Hunter the way they did in like the '90s animated Spider-Man, like I would take that. Like give me that Craven the Hunter even. But I
Mhm.
just don't see it happening. I don't see it being what we want it to be. And like he's a much
No.
lesser character that very few people care about. This is for the diehards to me, and which is not a
Yeah.
seller to begin with. Like if you're targeting kind of like one demographic, like like Morbius, for instance, like who exactly are you targeting except Spider-Man fans and expected to
That's
do
it. But
good?
it's see, you're targeting Spider-Man fans. You're putting Spider-Man in it, and
Yeah,
we have Craven the Hunter, and the whole point he interacts with Spider-Man is because it's Craven's last hunt, and he tries to hunt Spider-Man down. Cool. We're just gonna get a guy who's really in touch with Lion King.
I love it. I love it. That needs to be a clip. It's funny. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. So what else we got in your segment? We got I think there was another thing or two, right?
There was also about Peacemaker, which is kind of weird. Um, so I mentioned this last week on my episode, my podcast, that I really quickly snapped out after I got back from my trip. Is that Spider-Man? Sorry, Peacemaker season 2, which James Gunn has confirmed that season 2 of Peacemaker is going to be a soft reboot because season 2 is going to be part of his new DCE where season 1 is part of the old
Uh,
DC.
what?
So yeah, so technically Peacemaker is getting a soft reboot where the first season still counts, but doesn't count at the same time.
That is so stupid. That is stupid.
Yes.
That makes absolutely no
Yeah.
sense. All right. Well, whatever
That's
there,
what's
I
gonna
guess.
and that's what's gonna happen with that. And this week, Invincible season 2 part 2 has kicked off on Amazon Prime. We're gonna get that for the next 4 or 5 weeks, catching up on everything. But I forgot the lead actor's name, but he said that the break between season 2 and season 3 is going to be a lot shorter than it was between season 1 and season 2
I really like Invincible. I think
because
it's great.
it's so good.
Yeah.
So basically, they've kind of done like the movie things where they've actually shot but recorded season 2 and season 3 and animated them back to back.
I gotcha.
So that'll be really good. And also, we also got the first impressions of the brand new X-Men TV show, X-Men 97, which is dropping next week.
I know, dude. We gotta talk about it.
So far, everybody says everything is positive. But like, take away from the real big news about it. The first reactions have all been really good. Everyone's loved it. It's both nostalgic and moving forward. Yes,
That's
we
what I
did
want.
get the fact that
Continue forward. That's
yeah,
what I want.
same,
I want more story, not a remake.
and no, and that's well, yeah, it's technically again, I guess a self reboot sort of, because it is a continuation and it is moving forward, so it's a brand new season. They are looking to be doing season one, season two, and season three of this.
Heck yeah,
So this
I'm
will we
down.
will still get for next 2 years. We're gonna be getting more X-Men 97 content. However, we did hear the fact that one of the uh, head creators or head writers did get fired this past week.
I saw that. Yeah, I didn't see what the issue was, but I did see the headline pop up on my watch. So what's the context?
The kind of he got fired, he got let go, but apparently there's no reason why.
Well, that's
It was
not
just
good.
erupt.
That's not good.
No, not when
If you've
towards the end
got
of this week they've done all the promotional material of taking photos with the crew and the staff and everything, and yeah.
well, that's not good because if the first impressions for the season 1 are good and if this guy is heavily involved in that season 1, that's not good for the other seasons. I mean, I don't know what
No.
his involvement, like how big um his involvement was in the show. So it's like hard to say. I'd love to know a reasoning. I hope a reasoning comes out because
uh,
I'd like to know.
I'm sure I'm sure a reason will come out
I'm a
on
no
why it
I'm a
happened.
nosy sumbitch, so I want to know. I want to know.
uh, eh. Nah, I'm sure
Zapdos
it's going to eventually come out when he's done. But he apparently, yeah, season two was all written. Apparently, he was in first talks about season three. Apparently, he was also partially working on the Blade movie. But
mm,
obviously, something must have come to a head, or he was just like, "Nah, I'm good, I'm out," or he's been let go. So
something
it's going to be
happened.
interesting. Very interesting moving forward. But for consumers like us, X-Men 97 looks to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, it does. It looks really good. I gotta say, it's one of the Marvel things I'm looking forward to the most right now that I know about. What just
Hmm.
real quickly, what else do we know that we have down the pipeline just to kind of refresh my memory? Because I'm trying to think of what else that I know we've got nothing this year. Um, but what do we know
So
for
what?
sure is coming?
So what we're meant to be getting? So for this year, we're meant to getting obviously X-Men 97. We're going to be House of Harkness live action TV show. We're also meant to get Marvel Zombies this year as
Oh
well.
yeah.
There's also there's the Star Wars Acolytes. Going off a side note, Star Wars Acolytes and Star Wars Skeleton Crew. That's maybe coming out this year. Obviously, we've got Deadpool 3. There's a full show that's meant to be coming this year from Marvel called Eyes of Wakanda,
Yep, I do remember that one.
which which the guy who directed Black Panther 1 2 is going to be heavily involved in it. So that'll be really good. And that's apparently meant to be something to do with like the past elders of Black Panther and the generations. And then next year, which is shaping to be a huge year, with the delay of the Batman 2 now going to 2026, which was absolutely no surprise. And then next year we've got Cap 4, Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, and I think we're meant to be getting. Actually, I think we're meant to be getting What If season 3 this year as well. But next year, TV show wise, some point we're meant to get Armor Wars, WandaVision. Oh no, I think not WandaVision, White Vision or or whatever, Vision Quest, which is 2026. At some point, we're meant to get Ironheart.
Hmm. Kind of unexciting for me personally, but I don't know. What about you? Something you're looking forward to?
Out of all of that, I'd say movie wise, I am really looking forward to Fantastic Four.
Well,
I
I
think
just
that's
meant
going to be a very.
Ironheart. I didn't mean like all of it. Yeah, Fantastic Four is the one I'm looking forward to the most too, for sure. I hope they do it right though, because we've had some shoddy movies. So that
Marvel
last
has
that
to.
that last one, oh my god, man, what was even going on? I
Yeah.
couldn't even comprehend
That
the
that's
film.
that's a whole story in itself.
No,
That
I've
you could
gone
do a
down the
whole
rabbit hole of it, and it's
yeah.
ridiculous. Yeah.
You do a whole podcast episode of just the bomb that is the 2015 Fantastic Four film.
So bad. Like, what were they thinking? It got rebooted a few times too, right? They like restarted production a couple of times.
Yeah, it got things got changed, and
Script change.
the director really bashed 20th Century Fox Films about it. He tweeted about it. He's gone on record about how shitty it was. He's like, and I think one of his quotes was, "My original version for that film um, was going to be a lot better than what we got." Not to mention, I think the trailers. There was there's a bunch of scenes that got cut out.
Ooh, that was dramatic. Bless you.
Yeah, I know. Like a whole,
He
there
like
was a whole bunch
it
of
zoomed out for you and everything. For our audio listeners, he just had a big wild sneeze, and his camera auto zooms in and out and gets all dramatic with
yeah.
balloons.
The camera really wanted to catch my sneeze everywhere.
But
Hey,
yeah, the
what is
20,
gaming podcast? Lights Can Rant. I watched your last podcast. Good job, buddy. And you're doing a good job on the game podcast too. Thanks, man.
he's
Appreciate
awesome.
that.
Awesome, yep. Good comment. Very nice. Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Your last episode was really good. I noticed. Now I'm gonna say this because you give me a hard time about stuff. But holy crap, your last episode, I was like, hey, dude, your volume's still on. Like, you were
oh my god.
I didn't want to say this while you were live with that, but like you kept freezing, where it was like 6, 7, 8 seconds, like
Really?
frozen. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, and he gives me a hard time about stuff. I'm like, geez, and he's working in freaking StreamYard, Mister. Oh, there's never any issues in StreamYard.
Back up. Let me add context to that.
Yeah, I'm just.
Is that no, it's all right. No, so obviously I put on the waiting. I put on the about to go live thing on my live before I do it. But I turn my mic off on StreamYard. Usually I just turn my mic off on my mic, and then because I didn't repress it when I did my intro, it was completely quiet. So I was like, and as soon as I clicked do my intro video, I saw your comment. I'm like, ah. Oh.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to let you know though before you because I was I didn't want you to say something or whatever like that was embarrassing or something. Because like I know that I've done what we haven't like said anything embarrassing, but there's been times where like I've left it on or whatever, and we're just like having a conversation about nothing. You know what I mean? Like that you're not really wanting to air. So
I know.
Yeah.
But I haven't done that in so long.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why because thanks to the light of this camera, mic, that's why I always do it from mic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I need to start doing that too. I got to figure out a solution to having to press like I got to mute desktop audio so that like doesn't come through on the intro screen, but then like have to come over to live, switch over scenes and then have to hit it again. Like I would be nice to just have like an auto transition so that you don't have to like this and like let you guys know, hey, we're live for whoever's hosting. You know what I mean? Like give some kind of sign or whatever. Yeah, that would be nice. So if anybody knows out there, again, send me a message because I would love to. I'm sure that there's like some auto thing that does that somehow. But anyway, yeah. What is gaming podcast? Is StreamYard? It's hit or miss. I usually go OBS or Streamlabs OBS. I am not a big fan of StreamYard or Streamlabs OBS personally, especially Streamlabs OBS. It takes a ton of resources on your computer, almost double the resources that just OBS takes. And I mean, it kind of makes sense because it's got like all this extra stuff built in that you can't like remove. Like it's already there. It's like if there's all this crap that you'll never use, it's already there. So, but yeah, I get it. I do know
Mhm.
some people that are with it and like it. So it's it all depends on the podcaster, whatever works for them. Uh,
So I've never used Streamlabs. I start off using we've had this conversation before. I started off using OBS, and I just got no, sorry. I started using Riverside, and I went to OBS, and that confused the shit out of me. So then I went to StreamYard, and I
it
touch wood. I
confused you.
haven't had OBS did.
You're not very
I got
tech
so
savvy, are
confused.
ya? There, Lee.
No, no, that's why I will admit that. That's why I like StreamYard because I just load the video, click live, and done.
You
Don't
got
have to do anything else.
you're gonna hit this wall where you're like, all right, I can't do any more here. I need to learn OBS. Yeah, I will tell you
I
this. If you ever want to like do anything else with media, like I'm by no means an OBS expert, and it sucks when the updates you can ask anybody go straight to Reddit. Every time there's an OBS update, there's something that got changed or something with however you have your normal setup. So like that's a pain, but you don't get the major OBS updates that often like we just had. Like normally it's like 30.1.4 or whatever. Right now it's at 30.1, which is considered
yeah.
significant. If it's at like 30.0.2, it's like a very minor update. So, uh, yeah, I mean, OBS has been around for years and years and years, and it's still at 30. So, that's the only thing, and you just gotta learn. You gotta stick with it. I guess maybe I need to follow OBS on Twitter or something and know ahead of time if they got a Twitter. X, sorry,
I
X.
X. I'm sure they do. And look, I like don't get me wrong. Like anyone who uses OBS, it's the premier thing. It's at the very top to use. I just got stuck into using StreamYard, and I haven't had any issues.
Hmm. No,
Riverside,
no issues,
Riverside
huh?
did. Yeah. Oh, but that was my fault, not the
Well, no, no, no,
program's
no.
fault.
Not the other stuff wasn't. Yeah, the other stuff wasn't. That was a StreamYard thing, unless it was related to your internet connection. I don't know. Who knows?
I would say it's probably related to my internet because
Maybe. I've had those
I
issues with
like
you would like go black too. Like there were points where you went black. It would go black and then yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I don't
No,
know. I don't
I
know.
I when I obviously started using Riverside, and I moved away from Riverside because I record. I think I recorded about a 2 hour episode, and then went to go export it to post it, and the video and the audio was completely out of sync.
Oh yeah, I've had that happen. Yeah, it's
And I just got so annoyed, and I was like, "Fuck this! I'm out. There's got to be another option."
the other option
Still got
is
the
to try
episode.
to fix it manually, which is very hard to do. I will say, getting
I think I did, but it still sounded a bit off a little bit.
yeah,
So I just gave up, and I was like, "Nah,
I just had
let's go
this
find something
happen.
else."
I just had this happen with a video recently, and I got so frustrated with it. I spent so long with it that I just ended up scrapping the video, like just like a month ago. Like I was pretty upset because it was like a good video. Like I thought I did really well with filming it, and
Mm.
I just could not. It is very hard to get it right back in sync, especially when you already have like cuts made, like pre-made cuts.
Yeah.
That means you have to line up each individual one to get that back in sync. I was like, I can't do this. Like it's too much. I am not
Mm.
it's not even like being advanced enough. It's like just very difficult to do that, to get it right, you know, where your mouth is matching, otherwise it's just going to be a Godzilla English dub on Sci-Fi Channel. Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
It's
all
just,
right.
it's
With that
just as bad. But
w- with that
let's get
said,
back to the
yeah, let's go ahead and move
let's get
into
back to the
our
news.
our headlines here. We've got so we had Mario Day. Mario Day was on the 10th. Um, and we got a few announcements. I mean, nothing like major, but I would say like one of these is like super exciting to both of us, and the other two are I'm kind of excited about all of it minus one. Like I'm kind of like, kind whatever. The first one being is that we did get the official announcement of a Super Mario Brothers movie in development. Don't know that it's
Mm-hmm.
two. Doesn't mean it's two for sure. We don't know that. I looked at for some reason, this was only on the Southeast Asia Facebook and
Yeah.
accounts that they put in a sort of context that it's expanding the Mario universe. It doesn't necessarily say, hey, this is Mario 2. So there's been a lot of speculation online. Is it a Donkey Kong movie? Is it a full Mario Kart movie? Because they also made the Mario Kart Lego announcement. Is it, could it be a Luigi's Mansion movie? Could, whatever. Like it could be a lot of
Yeah,
things.
you're right. Through Nintendo and Illumination aren't necessarily describing it as a sequel, but the next Super Mario movie is slated for April 3rd, 2026.
Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't mean it's a Super Mario Bros. 2 movie. And before, I don't know if you are following the development of the first Mario Bros. Movie, but there had already been rumors and speculation that behind the scenes they were working on a Luigi's Mansion and Donkey Kong movie. Now, a Mario Kart movie wasn't mentioned, but I could see it because Mario Kart part of the movie people loved. People, it's the number one selling game on Switch, and it's the number two selling game on 3DS. So,
Of
like,
course, of course, it's the number one selling game. What other Nintendo game would be above Super Mario Kart?
anything? I don't know.
Like what? What is going to be topping that?
It's shocking to me. I mean, it's a Wii U game that's remastered over with a bunch of stuff added to it.
So it's the Skyrim of the Nintendo world.
Yeah, basically. Um, yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, they've added they were still supporting that game with new courses and a character up until like 4 months ago. So we got the final tracks for the game. So they've supported that game since the launch. So for being a Wii U game, they've really like massively supported it. But yeah, I mean, like that. I could see I can envision in my head right now exactly how they would do like a full Mario Kart movie. Like it would be a full
Oh
Grand
yeah.
Prix, one of the full Grand Prix. There's going to be a lot of shenanigans that happen along the way. Um, but yeah, I mean, it could also
Yeah,
just
they
be
could.
Super Mario Bros. 2. So
Yeah. Uh, and of course they could do a Luigi's Mansion because that was briefly touched on in the first movie
yeah.
for about 5-10 minutes.
Hmm.
And but if it's like I said in my last episode when we are talking about this week, I said probably the most thing we know going into Superman 2, Super Mario 2 is Yoshi. That's the
Yeah.
most that we know going into that.
Which was also
Oh, of
kind
course.
of brought up that a Yoshi's like island. I've seen that in discussion too, that they could do like a Yoshi's Island movie and then he's introduced into Super Mario Brothers 2, which I mean,
Oh yeah,
it could
do
happen.
like a Pixar short kind of thing.
They could do anything. They could do Yoshi's Island where it's like Yoshi's story, where it's just all about the Yoshis, or they could do a Yoshi's Island where it's like a prequel with Baby Mario. They could do a lot of things.
I don't know how they would do with Baby Mario though.
I
I
mean,
don't know how they would.
I can see most of those, especially 2D Mario, pretty much like transitioning over to a movie pretty easily. I feel like it doesn't take a
Right.
lot to Mario. Is a super easy premise. I feel like to transfer over to the big screen or even the
Oh
small
no.
screen.
Oh no, I just meant because like in the movie, you see his family and everything.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
I guess you could do it that he, as a baby, he fell down the drain and do like maybe the whole baby Groot thing where Yoshi actually helps him get back to
yeah,
get back to the normal world. But obviously Mario doesn't remember anything because he
yeah,
was a baby when it happened.
yeah. Yeah, it could be interesting what they do with that. I mean, there's a lot of avenues they could take, and I do feel like it did so well that why wouldn't they, expand the universe or the
Oh,
lore? Or,
Illumination is looking like this right now
yeah,
with
yeah.
the
There's
Super Mario.
so much they could do. I mean, so many spin-offs, so many. There's just like so many avenues they could go with it. I do feel like
Mm.
the one thing that I personally feel like they won't do is a unless they build out the character better in the Mario Brothers movies is Donkey Kong, because Donkey Kong notoriously doesn't like move units. He's not like a
Mm.
system seller. He's just not. I hate it because I love Donkey Kong, but it's like he's just not a big character enough that I feel like they could sell a movie even close to the level of the Super Mario Brothers movie. Like I feel like it just wouldn't do the same thing.
It would have to depend on the plot, really, because like you are gonna get people coming because it is Seth Rogen voicing the character, but it have to depend on the entire plot for the movie. Would you wanna Illumination to take a crack at Zelda,
Um, but we know
or
Zelda's coming.
would you rather? Yeah.
We know Zelda's coming.
Or that's right, it is too, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, we know that's in the works. So I
Uh,
think that's supposed to come out next year, I believe. It could be 2026, but it's in the works. It was confirmed by Nintendo. But whether I don't know who's doing it. I can't remember. I don't know if Illumination's doing it or not. Wait, isn't Zelda live action? I forget already.
yes.
It is a live action, right? Or
Yep.
is it?
Live action Legend of Zelda, produced by creator blah blah. Because I can't read that. Is in development.
Okay, yeah. So live
Uh,
action.
Wes Ball, the director of the Maze Runner series and Echoing Kingdom of the Planets, will helm the project. Yeah, so it'll be live action.
That's gonna be a tough one, man. I don't know how they're gonna do that. Link doesn't talk.
Or
Are they gonna make him talk in the movie? He's never talked ever, except in the cartoon from like
yeah, it's gonna be Tom
91.
Holland.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that's gonna spark some outrage if he talks. I'm telling you,
What? No,
he's
the thing is,
never talked.
he's gonna have to talk. He's gonna have to talk. Or if they do a whole like plot device in which his voice has been stolen and the whole thing is him trying to get at the end
Don't
get
do
his voice
that.
back.
Just make him talk if you're gonna try to do something stupid like that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. But
Yeah, but the thing is, who? The thing is, you probably who are you going to get to play Link? You have to. I think they should go in the direction of a semi-young unknown actor because if it's done really well, you could
yeah,
build a franchise on that.
yeah, I definitely think unknown actor for sure. I don't want to see somebody's forget what the term is when they're that type of actor, but like I don't want their personality to portray Link. I want Link to be Link,
So you
and
don't want Tom Holland?
he he could make a decent. He's I don't know. I mean, I feel like even he might be too old. Like if they're going the young
He's
Link route, which
he's too old.
I mean, what
He'd
they
have
went
to.
to. I guess it
I was
depends.
gonna say he'd have to be like Homecoming age, Spider-Man Homecoming age.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say is that he's getting older, and it just I don't know if it fits now. But there's been a lot of speculation online that Tom Holland would be like a fit, or like people have predicted that, and I don't know. I kind of think
Scarlett
nah.
Johansson as Zelda.
Yeah, let's not. In other news, we've got the the remake of Paper
No,
Mario.
no, no, Megan Fox.
Definitely not. That movie is ruined right there. She'll bring Jennifer's body all into it.
Uh, I'm not seeing the loss.
God. The remake of Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. We got a release date for
Mm.
that. That is on May 23rd, 2024, and we did get a few little snippets, but they didn't tell us exactly what it is. but it does include new gameplay features. This is not a remaster. This is a full-on remake. They redid the animations and graphics from the ground up. Um, so I think it looks great. It's, people think it's best in the series. It's my favorite in the series. It is, in my opinion, a 10 out of 10 game. Like the story, the gameplay, the whole loop of the game just works really, really well. It's a ton of fun. It's not your average Mario game. A lot of people would say that the first Paper Mario and this one are kind of like the spiritual successor to Super Mario RPG. Which Paper Mario basically is that because it was already like in
Mm.
development as Super Mario RPG 2. Uh, so this it's a phenomenal GameCube game. I'm happy to see that they are really taking it seriously and like redoing everything. It's like a full on remake.
Mm.
But I'll bring this back in a loop. We also got Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, which is a remaster and will be released on June 22nd, 2024. So the discourse going around these two games is, first of all, Luigi's Mansion 2, which was actually called Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. They changed the title to 2. Um, was a 3DS game that was a $40 game, later dropped down as a Nintendo Select for $20, but this is a $60 release. It's a remaster, but Paper Mario is also a $60 release. So people are like,
Of course it is.
uh, remake maybe $60, remaster $60 for a $40 game that dropped down to $20 and now it's 60. Like I can't even defend the Luigi's Mansion 2. Like I think that's crazy. That should be a $40
You,
game.
you can't release a HD game that's more expensive than it was at its original release. That's ridiculous.
I mean, the only defense that I've seen is people are like, well, it would be, it would take a lot of resources and be really hard to bring a
Oh,
3DS game
bull.
over to the Switch that required two screens and worked and was built around the 3D, which that game kind of was. Um, I I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy.
That's
That's
ridiculous.
that's too
That's
much.
ridiculous. The only time I would justify that is if for example, like Grand Theft Auto 5, right? You release a remaster version that came with all the DLC throughout the whole series, and it was that lightly more expensive than the original game. I go, okay, that's fine because it's got a shit ton of downloadable content and they've remastered it. That's fine, but not if you're just getting the same game just with a HD update.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. I'm like, what? I, like I love that game. It's a great game on the 3DS. I had a ton of fun with it. It had a online multiplayer mode. Basically, it's like this mode. Actually, a lot of games have this sort of mode. This sort of mode now. It's like I think it's called the Scare Scaper, but you got to like work your way through a tower, and you work with a team online, working your way through this tower essentially to get to the top. Um, so I hope it has this mode, but for me, this is going to be a Black Friday when I see it for $20 or something deal or Nintendo. Like Nintendo game prices don't drop. Like MSRP does not drop
No,
ever, ever. So like the only time with
no.
games like this is when you find that place that's actually doing a $20 deal, which is like few and far between throughout the year. Maybe happens like 3 4 times a year, maybe. That games like drop down that low, and like during Mario Day they had games at $40, but again that was like digital only on the eShop. Like for me, like a game like this, especially on Switch, I would want physically. Um, so for
Hmm.
me, I'm holding out on this. I think it's ridiculous. Uh, the Paper Mario is a lot easier to justify. It was a $50 game when it came out on the GameCube, which has been, you know, almost 20 years ago at this point. It's a remake, and I mean, I don't see people complaining as much when they've done that with The Last of Us, charging $60 for a remaster and $70 for a remake. So I feel like this one is a little more justifiable, and to me, I think this one's fair. I do think this one's fair, but it is like I can understand like the discourse, but the Luigi's Mansion 2 one is the one that I've seen like the most of people saying stuff. It's just crazy. That's crazy. I mean,
That's
the game.
that's ridiculous. How can you charge more than what it was when it came out if it's just a HD master?
I, I it's beyond me. I have no idea.
Actually, that's Nintendo for you. That's Nintendo for you in a
It is.
nutshell.
It is. Yep. I mean, they are the Disney of gaming, after all. So they
Yes,
did that with
pretty
their
much.
physical movie releases forever. Like that was part of the Disney Movie Club for years and years, and those movies never dropped in price ever. Um, so yeah, that's crazy. We also got announced on that day, which are out, came out on the 12th, are Dr. Mario for Game Boy, Mario Golf, and Mario Tennis for Game Boy Color on Nintendo Switch Online. Um,
Woo. Well,
if you guys
I have
don't
a Nintendo Switch.
if you guys don't know, I highly recommend checking out Mario Tennis because it's actually an RPG. It's a turn-based RPG where you also play tennis. It has a full-on story mode and where you level up and grow your tennis player, and yeah, it's a really, really, really fun game. Like I had it back in the day. I started it again on Nintendo Switch Online. Jumped back in, just as fun as it was back then. Um, and Mario Golf is also just a good golf game as well on the Game Boy Color. Very fun. I'm not a sports game guy, but the Mario sports games I can get into because they're arcadey, and there's like some comedy thrown in, and like they're not, I don't like simulation sports games. And Dr. Mario is just a classic, obviously. So those are, pretty expected to, or at least Dr. Mario. I'm surprised it wasn't already on Nintendo Switch Online, but yeah, those are, I mean, good additions, I think. Mario Tennis is really good though. You can get a good 20 hours out of that game. Um
Well,
so yeah. But I mean, that's right up your alley, Lee, right? So you're going to grab a Switch?
oh, if I had a Switch, I'd be playing it. 110%, but I don't. I'm just excited for Top Spin 5 that's
Yeah,
coming at the end
isn't
of
that
this year.
that's crazy that they're bringing that back. Those are great games. And
I know
then
it's been about 13 years.
it's been a long time. What Top Spin 4 was on what, Xbox 360, right?
It was.
It's been a
As
while, man.
soon as soon as I saw the announcement and I looked, I was like, "Jeez!"
I'm
Like,
actually
oh
quite surprised they're bringing it back because I can't imagine that those sell a lot. I can't imagine they're selling a ton. Like, I can't tell
no,
you anybody I've ever talked to that's talked about Top Spin. I enjoy them. I like tennis games in general. I like tennis as a sport. Like, it's one I like to play. I don't like to watch it, but I like to play it, and I like it in video games. I can't stand to watch it. Incredibly boring to watch, but um, it's
have
fun to
you ever
play.
watched golf?
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Golf is the most boringest sport to watch.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
Yeah.
well, it used to be the thing is, it used to be Top Spin, and used to be another one called Smash Court Tennis.
Yes. Yep. Yep.
Those were the two big ones, and then we've got tennis games in the past a few years, which I've bought every single one, and when you play something and you're like, this is missing, or that's missing, or this, it doesn't feel like a full game.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it's felt, because a couple of the games, like,
Did you
they haven't had the. Huh?
I was gonna say, did you ever play Virtua Tennis at all?
No, I didn't
Those
play that
games
one.
are those games are good. And then I have a Xbox One game called, what's it called? Tennis World, maybe. And it was
Yes, Tennis World.
it was okay. Like, it wasn't great or
Yeah,
anything, but it was okay.
That's what I mean. They're just okay, and some of them could actually be tennis world as well. They don't have the license for all the tournaments. So like, there's four major tournaments throughout the year. There's one in Australia, one in London, one in France, and one in America. And those games don't sometimes have the rights to it, sometimes don't. So, for example, when you play the game and you go around Australia's for Australia's tournament, it will just say um, South Asia Pacific Major Tournament because they haven't bought the licensing rights. The
Yeah,
new one is under the 2K banner, so I have no doubt they've got a shit ton of money. So hopefully this will be a return to form.
yeah. Hopefully, I hope so. I'm excited about it. I'll be grabbing it for sure. I always thought they were very fun. I really like the virtual tennis games though. I think they're a lot of fun too. If you haven't checked any of
I
those
can play
out,
for good.
you should check those out.
Uh, if they're the ones, I think I might have actually.
I think there's Sega games, but they're all the way up to, I think the last one came out on like Xbox One, PS4. I think.
The last one was 2012.
Oh, okay. So it's been that long since we've gotten one. So yeah, I mean, same deal. Same deal. We lost that around the. Yeah. Okay. It's been a long time then. A
Yeah,
lot longer than I
and
thought.
Smash Court Tennis. Who made that? Yeah, that was from Sony. Yeah. That's an old game I would love them to remaster. Same with Simpsons
Rema-
Fan Run.
Remaster or make a new one.
Make a new one. Make a new one.
Yeah, I would say let's not remaster an old tennis game. Let's
Nah, sorry, make a new one.
yeah. So, in other news, though, to top off the Mario Day stuff, we got an announcement for Lego Mario Kart. And they did like, I think it was like an 11-minute long trailer for it during Mario Day. Uh, so if I do know quite a few people that are into trying to build out that whole Lego Mario set. There's a girl I know that streams it 3 days a week on TikTok, and she's building out all the sets. There's a lot. Like if you do the blind boxes and all the different sets, we just got an announcement for obviously this, but also there's another like big Bowser. I think it was the airship announcement, so like a big set. Look, Lego people are fanatics, man, and I
They
used to
are.
I used to really like Lego, like as an adult, like I used to buy sets here and there. I think they're great. They're too expensive for me. They're just so expensive, and like I just don't
Yeah,
have the
they are.
space to set them up anymore, and um, so yeah,
Well,
unfortunately
it's
for me.
funny. It's funny you say that because I also saw. I think it got announced this week as well. This past week, um, the Batman animated series.
Yes,
I think Mansion
I saw
set.
it. So it came up on the
And
news, and my daughter's like, "Take a picture of it. Take a picture of it." And I did, and I never posted it. I forgot, but like we saw in the news, and it looks cool.
I saw it. I was like, oh,
Bet that's four
yeah.
hundred dollars.
You've tipped me. Yeah, yeah. I know.
I mean,
That's
the one there's been a couple that I legitimately like really wanted, which was like the NES, the NES that they did, the original Nintendo. And
mm,
it's like a $400 set. And then they did
mm,
what was the other? They did the NES and the big Mario cube block, the question block that like opens up into like a giant set sort of deal.
yes, I
That was
saw that.
also super expensive. And then they did the Atari 2600, and that was like $400. Like those are
hmm
really cool. Keep doing those game consoles, but I can't afford it. That's a
No,
whole that's a
I
whole like people are like Atari 2600 Lego set is $400. Meanwhile, I could buy like 4 or 5 Ataris for that price. So,
I know. That's the funny thing about it is how much you pay for that, and you're like, there's so many other things I could buy with that.
Yeah, it's
So
too much.
much.
And like it just ends up sitting on a shelf, and that's my thing. It's like I've always like really
Plus,
been
if you,
into the statues,
what,
right? But like
yeah.
I can't justify I don't know if you've ever looked into like the good statues, like the Kotobukiya and
Hmm.
like all the good stuff or like characters or scenes in comics that they are iconic to me or like Dragon Ball is a big one. Like uh they're
Mm.
just crazy. I mean, $1,000 $1,000 plus for some of those. Like legitimately.
And it's just a statue. And I must admit, because you say Dragon Ball, my TikTok feed for this past week has just been
Oh yeah.
Helldivers, Akira Toriyama, and like stuff for the Crow. That's what it's for the past
I haven't
week
I
is
haven't
what
seen
like
anything but negative stuff about the Crow. I have not seen one positive thing said about it. I saw okay,
ah
so I apparently don't scroll TikTok like you do. But when I went on there, it was all Akira Toriyama the other day. Like I don't have time to scroll feeds as much as I would like to scroll feeds. There's too many socials and um but like when I did, there was like I must have seen like 8 things out of like 15 that I scrolled past. Like just all and like all kinds of like different types of stuff. There was one guy that did like what Dragon Ball meant to black culture, and there's another one that I saw about um the top 10 like most important or top 10 episodes or chapters or whatever that impacted me and like stuff
mm,
like that. So yeah, I mean, I guess we dive into that a little bit. We did get a final statement. Do you have that pulled up?
we do which we Akira Toriyama thanks fans in his final speech. Now this was meant to be for an award ceremony that was coming up, that of course he couldn't attend to. But we still got his speech. This was for a Lifetime Achievement Award at the ceremony for the Tokyo Anime Awards Festival in 2024, and which he said, "To be honest, I've never had much interest in anime, even when my work was made into animated format. I feel embarrassed to admit that I did not watch much of it. Apologies to the staff. Thus, it is truly embarrassing that I am the recipient of the Tokyo Anime Awards Festival Lifetime
What
Achievement Award.
what a
But thank you very much."
what a like just a like humble, gracious dude. You know what I mean? Like just so down to earth. Like
Yeah, that.
just being straight up blunt and honest and like sorry, not to interrupt you, but just like that just shows this character. You know what I mean?
Mm, that is just saying the truth of it. Um, uh, he calls Crane Dragon Ball a truly fulfilling time and the uh, hopes to continue on. Um, uh, then he did, yeah. So his last project with Dragon Ball will be Dragon Ball Dia,
Daima.
Daima will be
Daima.
Daima. Yeah, which I saw the trailer for it and I was like, why the kid again? I don't get it. Why the kid again? We've done the kid.
That's not what it's meant to be though.
I probably shouldn't have said those words just then.
Yeah, it's not really it's not meant to be like a GT thing. It's meant to be like a specific stylized anime that is pretty popular. So I forget what the name of it is, but um yeah, I need to learn a little more about it. I watched the announcement trailer, but I've never seen anything else since.
Mm.
So
No, neither have I. And I did see when you were talking about TikToks and Dragon Ball, there was this really cool thing this guy had where he put he's like, I've collected this all 7 Dragon Balls. Sorry, the caption is like, I've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Can I wish you back? And it's a statue where he put this last Dragon Ball on, and the Dragon Balls flicker, and then they turn bright orange, and then the statue of Shenron turns bright on, and I was like, that's sick.
I've seen it. Yeah, it's really really cool. It's also very very expensive.
Oh, I don't doubt that for a
It's
second.
it's one of the cooler ones though. Like if there's anything I could pull from, it would be like probably Shenron or um probably something of Frieza. Maybe like a Kid Buu. I don't know. Like there's so many like iconic things that from my childhood of that series that. But Shinron obviously
Oh,
is just such a cool design and really it's just
mm,
pulling from the classic Chinese mythology design, but like
yeah.
it's Shenron is so iconic. If there's any statue I think it would be like Shenron statue first, but
Mm.
uh
And then you got the Namekian Shenron, which was jacked to the
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, yeah, there's that
It was
too.
on roids.
People might hate me for saying this, but I also wouldn't mind having like I cannot remember what the transformation name is, but specifically in GT when he turns into the ape again and still has like the red around him. I just thought it was like a very
Yeah.
cool design. I always liked that the arc of Goku turning into an ape still. Like I always liked I see
Mm.
I love Z, but I actually like Dragon Ball better. Like I always have. I like the I like the adventure element a little bit more than I do the action. I love Z, don't get me wrong. I mean, I saw Z before I saw Dragon Ball. Actually no, that's not true. I still saw Dragon Ball first, but Z is what was really airing on Toonami, which was like Toonami. I don't know if you guys had
Yeah,
Toonami.
Tanami.
Yeah.
God, that brings me back.
Yeah. Which believe it or not, they still have and I didn't know because they're airing it for 24 hours on Toonami. Uh so I had no idea that Toonami was still around because I thought it was just straight attached to Cartoon Network, but um
Well, so did I, because I remember when it closed it, or shut, the program ended on Cartoon Network. That because that was a big thing.
yeah, it like rebooted a few times and they like ruined Tom and like turned him into like some crappy looking robot. But I loved Tsunami.
Yes.
It was a event every single weekend. Like when Mark like, come over, either go to his house or come to my house or one of our friends' houses and go and watch Tsunami every week. Like it was an event, and dude, I just miss that era, an era that we'll never have back because cable just isn't the same. But yeah, I wanted to read this. It says Dragon
Mm.
Ball Z Kai marathon in honor of Akira Toriyama is coming to
Yes.
Tanami. Um, Passing is triggered tributes worldwide, and Tanami plans to honor the creator by broadcasting a marathon. And this is going to happen on tomorrow, actually. Well, depending on if you're listening to this audio, it will have already happened, March 16th. And we'll air the first 8 episodes. So it's a 4 hour block, not 24 hours. Sorry. First 8 episodes in a 4 hour block. So I had no idea Tanami was still around. I not a clue at all. Um, Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
No,
Z
neither
ran
did
from.
I. But
Isn't it crazy that Z only ran from 98 to 2003 and it feels like it ran for 10 years, but it was just like
I
constant
know.
constant reruns.
Constant reruns. I remember thinking that too. I was like looking at that, going, "No, it was much longer." There's 200 plus episodes of Dragon Ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though you probably could have you could have condensed it down to
Well,
150.
that's the thing. I was going to ask you if you've ever watched Dragon Ball Z Kai.
No, I haven't watched it, but I know what their mission was on that.
Yeah.
It was to be
Yeah.
digitally remastered in HD, and to basically redo the series, but take out all the filler crap.
Yeah, so it brought it down from 291 episodes down to 167 without losing any story beats. So we
Isn't that
watched
ridiculous,
we
though?
watched 130 basically 130 episodes of filler. because I watched the whole
Yeah.
thing multiple times over. Like I went through that whole thing. I used to have. Do you remember? Well, I don't know if I assume you guys had these too because I'm pretty sure that these were universal. But the orange brick DVD sets. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So like this
Yes.
big orange brick. I
I
bought
used.
all of them. They
I think.
lined up and made an image and yeah.
Yeah. I never completed my set. I have about four, and I did complete my set in the Blu-ray versions, but
Yeah. I
God knows where that is now.
Yeah, I ended up doing that too, and then unfortunately, I sold off all my physical movies and stuff. So I've got like a couple random video game ones now, but I kind of wish I hadn't done that with the Blu-rays of those because just stuff isn't going to be around on things, and like that's something that I would definitely go back and watch. It's just like just didn't find myself and it sucks because, like, I'm a big proponent of physical media, but for movies, it's weird in the sense that, like, there does come a time when, like, I want to watch a movie or, like, share something and show my daughter and I can't find it. Right. And that happens. And that's, like, the whole thing that I'm, like, sort of fight against or argue against. But it's like,
Mm.
also, I had 1,700 physical movies sitting there and never put any of them in ever. I didn't watch any
I
of
just
them
think you don't go back to it until you
until
don't have it
until
anymore.
you don't have it. And anything I watched ended up being something that was either on a streaming service or was like, whatever. Or I go to the movies to see. It's just, I don't know. It's tough, man. Like you can't collect everything. And when I collect
No.
something, I go pretty hardcore on it. And like I was buying all the boutique releases of like movies that 99% of the population would never want to watch. And uh some basically the type of stuff you're going to go see right now in the theaters, but even on a lower level. I was telling you a little bit, some of those movies were like basically home movies. Like
You were saying that, yeah.
they were like uh, yeah. But there's a huge cult following for B horror movies, man. Like I must be in 20 Facebook groups for horror collectors and stuff like that, and people are Slumber Party Massacre, freaking um Frankenhooker, just naming a few I can think of. A few of the like B big B movies. Um
Yeah.
but yeah, yeah, it's a tough thing. I would like to get the I would now if they brought out the 4K Blu-ray, I'd be all over that. I don't think they've done that yet, right?
No, I don't.
Because if they did that, then because like I also had gotten to the point where I'm like, I really don't even want Blu-rays anymore. Like there, like the Mario movie, I bought the. I don't know if you guys got it there, but there was a set that came out that was probably not because it was a Walmart exclusive set that came in a star. It was like a box like this big, but inside was like a star 10 case to put the movies in.
Mm,
And I bought that not realizing it was just a Blu-ray set. So I then bought the 4K Blu-ray too. But I got it on Amazon for $6, so I felt good about myself.
that's not too bad.
Me,
I'm just looking. So there's no 4K version um, of Dragon Ball Z. Only the 4K version of the new movies.
okay, yeah, I watched that last movie. Did you watch that last Dragon Ball movie? It was good.
No, I mean to. It looks good.
It is
I mean
good.
to go watch it.
Have you watched any of Super?
Yeah. I watched the whole Super. I loved it.
Yeah, yeah, it's good,
Yeah.
man. It's really good.
Dun 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 dun. Yeah.
Are you going to check out Daima? I think that you would actually end up liking it. I'm for sure, especially now. But I already planned on checking it out. And if I don't like it, I won't continue watching it. But it looks like something I would like. And based on like his involvement, he has always said he doesn't like anime. And if you go a little deeper on it, you didn't read the full statement, I think, on that. But basically, he said that he planned on having like very minimal involvement with basically just like character designs, but he ended up getting sucked into it and having kind of like almost full involvement in it. So like if he, his vision for or whatever, like his involvement in it, he wouldn't involve himself into something that much of his creation if he thought it was doing it wrong. So to me, that's like even more
Oh
evidence.
yeah,
I think that probably like this series is actually going to be pretty good. Um,
yeah.
I,
I'll still check it out. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll still check it out. Whether I'm gonna like it, because I don't know. I guess I was one of the people that were like, okay, where's Dragon Ball Super 2?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I wonder where I wonder where it's gonna go from here. I wonder where it's gonna go. I mean, is Dragon Ball Daima going to be what sort of takes over? Is it going to be a one and done, or um?
Well, it might be a one and done now because of Akira, because he was
Well,
so
it's
involved.
not. It's not going to end. I mean,
No, no,
realistically, it's not going
no.
to end.
Dragon Ball's not going to end. There's still going to be more Dragon Ball to come. It's just what shape or form it's going to be is the $1 million question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We had GT without his involvement.
Yeah, and
Obviously
look,
that
I know a lot of people don't like GT,
I
but
like
for me,
I
I
like
think my favorite.
moments of it. I like a lot of moments
Yeah,
of it, but I as a whole, it's definitely at the bottom of the totem pole for me. But
for me, I love the look of Super Saiyan 4. I
oh,
love
I do too. It's my
uh
favorite look. It's my
yeah.
favorite look.
And the whole series of him going to go, the whole of the evil dragons and fighting all the evil dragons with the Black Star Dragon Balls. I thought that was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't really like the whole Super Boo saga because he infiltrated Vegeta's body. I'm like, no, you
Yeah,
need
yeah,
it's Goku and Vegeta.
yeah, yeah. I didn't care for that part too much either. Um, yeah, yeah. I wonder what is next. So, actually, I was looking here. It says, um, after the massive success of the latest movie in the franchise, the perfect stage has been laid for the anime to return. This is 2023, so that must be a little bit old. I don't know.
Probably a little
Interesting.
bit. And March 2024.
Yeah. Well, with that said, I'm looking forward to Daima, so we'll have to see what happens. And yeah, that comes out in the fall, so I'm looking forward to that one. So we've also
Mm.
got Final Fantasy 16 receives update on PC release, alongside the Rising Tides DLC launching soon. So
Mm.
apparently there's an update on that coming to PC, which is a pretty big deal with Sony proper. I mean, it's a Square Enix game, but it's a PlayStation exclusive. Um, but basically, this was going over some stuff with the PC port. It says it's in its final stages and may release a demo before launch. And the second expansion is coming soon, which is the Rising
Mm.
Tide, and will explore the Leviathan, the Lost, and has teased a fight between Irift and Leviathan. So, an SSD will be required to play. Says Jesus, must be a big
Of course,
game.
it's going to be required to play.
Oh my gosh! So, if you're looking forward to that, or you haven't played, very, very mixed
Haven't
reviews on
played
that
Final
game.
Fantasy.
Very mixed.
Haven't played.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I say I haven't played Final Fantasy 16, but everyone I've spoke to that's been my friends has really enjoyed it.
It's basically Game of Thrones. Uh, Legitimately, Final Fantasy 16 is basically Game of Thrones. It's like the most different. It could be completely labeled something else and not be Final Fantasy at all. It's weird. It's a really weird one. Um,
So separate.
yeah, I mean, it's like it's so different. It's very, very, very dark, very dark. Um, like a lot of people were saying too dark, and that was one of the big complaints. Like this is too much for Final Fantasy. But it's very, very
Eh,
Game of Thrones esque. It has the story beats of Game of Thrones, and you can tell the inspiration was pulled from there, and it's interesting. But definitely not my favorite. Probably not even in my top 10. But it's not by no means a bad game. But we also got
It's
six.
it's just a little bit different.
It's a lot different. We also got, and it is 600 Activision QA staff have become gaming's biggest union to date. So
Oh, that doesn't shock me at all. As soon as I saw that, I was like, "Yeah, it sounds about right."
yeah, I mean this could be probably the best thing for these guys right now is to form a union. Yeah, I mean like especially for a company
Oh
like
yeah.
Activision. So I I know people at least here in the US are very mixed. It's like you're on one side or the other about unions. But I think for what's going on in the gaming industry right now, I think this
Me
is
too.
big. I think this is big because I think this is what needs to happen for these guys because just losing their jobs left and right, and we're going to be talking about
Hmm.
more of that.
Or closing, or closing.
Yeah, it's just it's craziness. But I mean, good on them. And I think of Activision Blizzard, like it's a toss up on what happens with those guys. So uh they don't make the smartest moves either.
No, no, they don't.
So
And
yeah, yeah,
here we are.
yeah. So and then we've got one more thing here before we move the segment, and I know you got to hop off. You got 20-year-old Nintendo patent appears to show an N64 with a DVD drive. Now this is one of the most interesting articles of the week that I saw. Um
20-year-old Nintendo parent producer. So what? The Nintendo 64 was going to be like the PlayStation 2?
I guess that they had that, potentially in the books of doing. I mean, patents could mean anything. We get patents all the time for
Mm.
things that never come to fruition like this. And so maybe in the like very early development or planning stage, maybe they thought they were going to go the DVD route. Um
Mm.
which would have drastically changed that console because um like the cartridge for that era was still good. So here was the problem. It was fast loading times and less memory, or super long loading times with like the PS1 and more memory for game. That was the whole reason that Square Enix said, "Hey, we're not putting," because Final Fantasy was notoriously at that time a Nintendo series. And they said, "Hey,
Mm.
we can't fit this game that we have planned on your system, so we've got to go over here and put it on this." But also, PS1 has horrible load times. The N64 has almost non-existent load times, like very minimal load times. Um, so it's like a big trade-off. Like you want to sit there for sometimes there are games where you have a 4-minute load screen, like legitimately. Um, or do that was the thing. So like it seems to me that they were like, considering that they were like, all right, well, for us, for the games that we're making and what we're doing, that the load times are a big enough issue to us. And I think the N64 panned out very well. I think that I like the PS1 a lot. It's a great RPG machine. Like some of the best RPGs that ever came out on the PS1. But the
Oh, they,
N64 I feel like held up better.
it's it's a thing of what a game was built for. And I think that, like as you said, like Final Fantasy, those type of games that came on the PlayStation, they worked out really well because that's what the PlayStation could do. So
Yeah.
that was their strength.
Yeah.
Because you think if these games released on the Nintendo 64, they probably would have bombed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like they would have
Yeah,
never been
everyone
able
be
to put Final Fantasy 7 on the N64. It was a
no,
two-disc game even. So like yeah, you know,
yeah.
yeah, so it would have never worked, but um yeah, I mean it was originally supposed to be a Nintendo exclusive. So it is interesting to see this history. I'm very fascinated by this stuff because it's like, what could have been, and like did anything ever come of this patent where is some sort of like early development hardware out there that we don't know about and
Well,
has never been uncovered? Or is it just a patent? Even the patent's interesting to me, but like,
well, it is. It shows that shows that there was an idea. There was, something that's been written on paper. The fact that they were going to do something, but obviously it's morphed into everything else that we've seen now.
well,
Because after Nintendo 64, what was next?
GameCube.
Yeah, go there. Yeah, GameCube. I don't know why I forgot about GameCube, but yeah.
What's interesting about this, what goes a little bit deeper, is that we were supposed to have the Nintendo PlayStation. You know about the Nintendo PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there was that happened, and then they split. And if they had not split, who knows what would have happened with history? Like, we may have never had
Hmm.
a Sony exclusive console. But the other thing is the Nintendo 64 DD was also a thing that released in Japan and was supposed to have a release here. That was basically a bottom, like it's one of the most sought after expensive retro gaming pieces ever. But it attaches to the bottom of your 64 and it's basically a floppy disk drive. So they put games on that. Like, there's a version of Ocarina of Time that's on a floppy disk with more memory that you can play. And basically, they did not release it here because they said that the cost is going to be too high for those games, and like all the games that they were developing for that, almost all the games, it just ended up going straight to the cartridge. There was like F-Zero X in Japan that like there was like a floppy disk that basically was DLC, so you got like extra racers and extra
Oh,
courses. Um, and so like there was use of it there. I think there were 12 games released for it, and that was it. But yeah, it never ended up coming here. And there is actually a YouTuber, Metal Jesus Rocks, who actually has an American 64 DD and came from an employee development, whatever, like being worked on, because it was going to come here. But there is a long, tumultuous history with the 64 DD. It's very interesting. If you ever get time, there's like some deep dive
oh.
videos. But I do know you got to go. I do think I'm going to go a little bit longer here and try to cover some. We haven't got to the main stories yet, so
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. But we're also good for next week too,
yeah,
because daylight savings.
daylight savings time. Yeah, we
Yeah,
forgot
because
about
I just
forgot about all that.
just because before I go, friend was messaging me going like, "Oh, when are you gonna hop on?" And I've just woken up going, "What do you mean hop on? We've got like an hour to go before we go live." And I'm like, "Oh shit, daylight savings." So I've literally just like grabbed my hat and grabbed the first t-shirt I had of like, okay, go.
I was wondering. I was like, what's going on? I'm like waiting in here and didn't know what was going on. And then yeah, I forgot. I'm an idiot. I don't claim to be smart. I thought it was a universal thing, but no, it's not. I looked it up and I'm like, oh, they have their own daylight savings time, but it's a way different time than ours. So
It's a
like,
separate different time.
and I should have
No.
known that
So
because my brother lived there for 4 years, and I knew that they had their daylight savings time at a different time. So it's like, gosh dang, man, I'm sorry.
it's all right.
I
And
apologize for that.
no, don't stress. And if everyone does ever wonder, like, why do I leave so early? It's because I play competitive tennis, but we've only got 2 more weeks left, and then we have a break. So I'll be up here going. I'll be going here for a lot longer, especially with daylight savings now as well. That works out even better.
Yeah. Well, we go on tangents sometimes, so show's not going to go on
Yeah.
too much longer. But yeah, gonna probably just work through these the rest of the news, and we got like 7 or 8 community questions this week too, so I got to get to those as well. So
I will answer those two in the. I'll answer those two in the comments as
right
well. I
on,
can do that.
right on.
But look, you enjoy the rest of your show. Thank you
All
for everyone
right.
who's coming past, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
See you later.
Uh,
All right, so we have also got my retro spotlight for the week, and for this week, I picked a game called Lost Odyssey, and it's for the Xbox 360. And basically, let me actually switch this over. I apologize, guys. I'm gonna get this switched off into a one person. But basically, Lost Odyssey is it's a really interesting game. It's pretty unique, but it's a JRPG, uh, more along the lines of it's got like a lot of strategy into it. It's been so long since I played it. But what's interesting is it's a Microsoft Game Studios game. So they really wanted to get RPGs out on the system. And it was like a big deal to them to do that. They wanted to bring some, you know, Xbox is notorious for not really having RPGs especially JRPGs and things like that. So this was meant to be that. It's a turn-based battle system like a standard JRPG. There is a lot of strategy involved in this game, but basically, it's developed by Feel Plus and planned by Mistwalker, and obviously published by Microsoft Game Studios. It released February 12th, 2008 in North America, and in 2000, yeah, in Western territories, the story follows Kaim, one of the select group of world's immortals who have lost their memories while confronting threats generated by the world's approaching magical industrial revolution. And what's a fun fact about this that I actually didn't know, on November 21st, 2007, so before the game came out, a book of short stories based on the main character of Kaim was released in Japan, and it was called He Who Journeys Eternity, Last Odyssey, A Thousand Years of Dreams. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Definitely a game worth checking out, and I think you guys would enjoy it. I got Johnny Garboyle saying awesome. Happy to have you in here. Um, but yeah, there's been all kinds of news this week and a lot of stuff happening, and there's just so much to try to keep up with in the gaming world and in the gaming space, and it's been a lot of fun to try to do that, and I definitely appreciate having this much news. Like it makes for a good show, if you will. Um, so, with that said, I was actually trying to pull out this overlay here. Got everything jacked up. We've got. Let me see if I can pull this one. What else do we got on the docket here? Yeah, quite a bit. Bear with me here as I get this stuff pulled up. One person. So we've also got, in other news, getting to the main stories, Deviation Games is closed by PlayStation without even shipping a game. Um, are we surprised about this? Absolutely not. Keep reiterating it. This is going to keep happening. I'm going to predict probably 10 more studio closures by mid-year. Um, it's not going to end anytime soon. Like, it's just going to keep happening. It just keeps getting worse and worse, and it's one of those things that, like, these studios are making the wrong decisions, and it sucks because people are losing their jobs, and so it's just it's a real bummer. I just, like, I don't know, man. It's a real bummer. I hate that this is happening this way, but like I said, it is going to continue to happen. It just is. There's no way to get around that. It is 100% going to keep happening, and it sucks. It sucks. So hopefully, things will look up as these live service games die and go away. People want to compete with Fortnite and things like that, and they want to be the next Fortnite. But unfortunately, like, you've got to really, it's hard to compete with these games that have already established themselves so well in the field. It's too hard. Absolutely too hard, and I don't know how people expect to be able to do that, and it's Fortnite. It's Minecraft, which is technically a live service game, although it kind of is. Um, and then obviously Call of Duty Warzone. Like you can't compete with these games. You're seeing all these games absolutely flop that are live service games. Like it's like 9 out of 10 of them just crash and burn, and it's unfortunate. Really, truly, truly is unfortunate. It sucks, and it's going to keep happening. And I don't see it stopping anytime soon, honestly. And I hate to say that. I really do, because people are continuing to lose their jobs. Um, but I do believe it is going to keep happening. Um, so it's just it's truly a bummer, is what it is. It's truly a bummer. Um, yeah, hopefully things look up and people from Deviation Games are able to find jobs and get on their feet. But it is pretty crazy that, PlayStation acquires them and then just shuts them down before they even ship a game. So, like, that's where the discourse is like, what was going on behind the scenes to cause that? Um, what caused a studio that never even shipped a game to get closed down? And it looks like they were talking about the following year, nearly 100 employees were laid off. As far as employees for Deviation Games, I'm actually unsure of the amount of employees that were there. Um, but I don't know if it was a significant amount of employees or not. And I imagine it probably wasn't with Deviation Games, being that they hadn't even shipped a game. But regardless, it doesn't matter if it's one person or 10 people. Somebody lost their job, so it is quite unfortunate. Truly, it really is unfortunate that that happens. Yeah, it's like I said, going to continue to happen, and hopefully things will look up for some of these studios, because it's just absolutely dreadful that it's just over and over and over. This does not stop. Keeps happening, and you know, people talk about video game crash. Well, it's never going to crash the way that it did in the 80s. Video games is the number one medium, but I do believe that there is a crashing point that's going to happen, and it's going to, I hope, hopefully, sort of reset the landscape of games, because that's what we need. We need like a soft reset. We need these companies to get their heads out of their asses and actually put out these games that people want to play. We don't care about the $1 million spent on an actor to be in a game. We don't, some of the cost that's put into games that could be minimized, that we just simply don't care about. And that's the thing. Like we don't care about some of these things, and yeah, it's quite unfortunate. Truly a bummer. It just is. Absolutely a bummer. So hopefully things change, but we, as of now, they haven't. So so we just got Mark that popped in here.
Hey, what's up? What's going on?
Hey, what's going on? I was actually trying to figure out a way to get a one person thing on there in the time being, but we don't have to worry about it. Perfect timing. So we are, notes wise, we just started main stories talking about the Deviation Games closure from Nintendo without even shipping a game.
Dope. I'll have to
Yeah.
pull those up in a second. I don't have anything pulled up. I just hopping on as soon as I can.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Yeah, Mark had a long drive back, so somebody sent a message in the Discord chat, and I can't check it. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, didn't even ship a game, so I wonder what happened there. Um for to cause that exactly. You got to wonder what was going on behind the scenes, but you also got to wonder, maybe there wasn't anything going on behind the scenes, and maybe PlayStation just is being stupid and acquired a studio that they couldn't figure out anything to do with. Um,
It's always a possibility.
yeah, I just like I don't get it. You spend the money to acquire a studio and just shut them down. Uh, it makes absolutely no sense. But Deviation Games was led by former Treyarch devs. So I mean, of all Call of Duty, people always love Treyarch, right? Like that's always been the company that people love, and I think
Make the better of the
generally,
games.
yeah, they make the better of the games, and I think they've done good with their games personally. Um, but it looks like I can't get a number while looking on the employees. It's okay. So in LinkedIn, apparently somebody did a deep dive. In LinkedIn, it says 51 to 200, so that doesn't give a very accurate number, but a significant amount. I was predicting that it was a lower amount, which I guess is semi a lower amount, but we've also seen other studios where it's been blown up and it was like 80 employees. So that's still a significant amount of people losing their jobs. Um, Earlier in the show, Mark, we talked about, I don't know if you saw Blizzard, Activision. They formed a union, and I know
I think I
that,
heard something about that.
yeah, for the QA staff, essentially, they are the gaming's biggest union to date. Sorry, biggest union to date. And I know people are, at least here, around the world, they generally aren't. It's generally just a positive thing. But I have heard from people in the past about unions that some people are on one side or the other, where it turns into like a political thing. But I feel like, people losing their jobs like this, I think this may be the only precaution that they can take, right?
I mean, it's not going to guarantee it's going to keep your job, but I mean, at the end of the day, if the studio can't afford to pay you what you want to get paid, they can't pay you, union or no union. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, is it a positive or negative thing to you? Like it?
I see. I've got a very biased opinion when it comes to unions. It's
See,
not. It's
that's
not.
what I was saying.
It's not a positive
Lee's
thing.
like
I'm not.
Lee
I'm
had no
personally not a
idea
fan
what
of
I was
unions.
talking about as far as like
The
people.
only I've not been in a union. I've known people. Some people love it. Some people hate it. The only good thing that I've seen that comes out of unions that I actually agree with is the collective bargaining type thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything else, I don't agree with. I mean, yeah, it can protect you, but it can also protect crappy employees as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
the
I
goal is, I mean,
like.
it's extra money you're paying out of your paycheck,
Yeah,
and then unions can become just as corrupt as any other organization can at the end of the day. So
I've got
I
a.
don't know.
I got a.
I'll take my own work into my own hands, and I personally would prefer to take that own risk, but that's just me.
I've got a friend that's in the electricians union, and he doesn't like it because of, you mentioned, there are employees that won't do anything and they don't have to worry about their job at all. Like they
Yeah.
sit there and not help all day, and they don't have to worry about anything. So yeah, I know people here, at least in the U.S., are like, it is kind of a political thing too, because like you said, they do become corrupt and it becomes a one side or the other sort of deal. But yeah, like Lee was like, a lot of other countries that's not the case. Like union is a very positive thing, and it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a positive thing.
Yeah, but it's
However,
one of those
just
things.
like
At least here,
anything else.
I was gonna say, at least here in the U.S., it's one of those things that's guaranteed to be like it gets intertwined with politics, because then you get into the whole, uh, trying to get appeal to certain unions to get votes, as well as the whole lobbying thing to get certain
Yeah,
laws passed that benefit you and stuff like that. So it's you can't talk about unions without talking about politics, because they're inherently intertwined.
right. So we did have a problem. We did not get very many notes in today. I put some in the other day and we never got any more in there. So I did get a few more things added, but I was gonna say, do you mind going ahead and going into your segment real quick? And I just need to make a run over here real quick to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
So if you don't mind, give me just a second. You can start your segment.
To be fair, I didn't have anything prepared because I've just been too busy. So it's gonna kind of wing this a little bit.
Okay.
Hopefully
That's all
everyone's
right.
having a good. Everyone's having a good evening so far. Uh, yeah, I definitely was not prepared rushing into this. I probably could have pulled a few things up beforehand. I was trying to think. I thought I had something pulled up as we kind of just wing it left and right. So I just run in. There was some stuff that I think I saw earlier in the week. Let me try to see if I can pull it up real quick. I know I had it on my phone. I just don't know exactly what y'all hit. Don't know if y'all talked about was that the whole Sony fanboy thing? I know some. I don't know, it's not segment related, but I know there was some stuff coming out where a lot of Sony fans were unhappy that Ghost of Tsushima is coming to PC, which just seemed kind of stupid to me. I was like, you had this game for at least like 2-3 years now. Now a new market gets to see it and play it. Like who cares at the end of the day? But I don't know. I think people fanboying over consoles and stuff, that stuff's just, is straight crazy if you ask me. I know there was some talk about the new Pokemon Horizons getting some new visual art for the terrestrial, if that's how you say it, debut in April 12th. So, about a month away from the new one. I think if I'm not mistaken, this is the first one where Ash is like officially gone, or Ash to Ush to us in the West, in the US. I think his Japanese name is Toshi, where he's gone for the first time in 20 years. It seems interesting. I haven't watched a Pokemon anime in over a decade at this point. Probably 2000, probably around 2008 was like the last time I actually watched the show. But I know it's pretty interesting. Based in a region of Pokemon that is, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which I've been a vocal not a fan for, because I don't know. I think it just mechanically doesn't work, and it's still a broken, buggy game that Game Freak just kind of rushed out to make money, and they didn't really care if it was somewhat broken and had issues. But I do know that for the can't remember the name of that green Pokemon, one of the main ones. I do know there was a code that was recently sent out. I think I saved it to my phone as I search all over the place. Yeah, here it is. So distribution has begun to celebrate the current saga of the anime. You can now get a Sprigatio. It's like the cat starter, based on Lico's Sprigatio within the game. There is a code. I can post it in the chat when I can't get a chance to type it out. That runs until September 30th of this year. It comes with a new partner ribbon, and I think it's just the partner ribbon. I don't know if there's anything specific that I saw to it. But I mean, it's interesting. It's always nice of them to give out special Pokemon. It didn't look any different. Maybe there's with the ribbon attached to it. I don't know if it's like visually a ribbon or kind of how they do the competition ribbon in the game. But I mean, it's free Pokemon. Can't say no to it. Just put in the code into your game and you got it. I will type it out. Brandon sent me a message and I didn't understand it. I'll have to ask him when he gets back. Johnny said I stopped playing Pokemon a long time ago. I stopped watching it. I took a small break around Gen 5 to right around when Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon came out. I went back and played all those minus Gen 5 because Black and White 2 are impossible to get without, taking a mortgage out on a house at this point. But I have, and I've played every other generation, and I don't hate them. I wasn't the biggest fan of X and Y, Sun and Moon. I liked the Legends Arceus. But as far as the Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, I don't know. The last 4 main gen line games we've gotten, I've not been the biggest fan. But I'd say that Sword and Shield for the most part mechanically worked fine as far as the game mechanics. But Scarlet and Violet, I think to me it is. I don't want to say it's unplayable, but it definitely has massive issues that I just don't think they're going to fix. And to me, it makes it hard for me to want to go back and actually play and actually finish those games as much as I need to finish my living decks. But that might be whenever I find time, but I'm not doing literally anything else. I might go back and do, but that might be a ways down the road at this point. Pokemon. We have such a love-hate relationship. Let's see if there's any other news going on, because I didn't have time to properly set up a segment, because work's a bitch sometimes. I do know, I don't know if anybody heard, I think we talked about it a little bit last week, but if you haven't got a chance to watch The Boy and the Heron, it's a really good movie. I know it won the Academy Awards for Best Animated. And as much as I don't care about those awards, I think it's definitely worth its due. It's a really good show, or not a good show. It's a really good movie. I know when I saw some other stuff, I was like, "Hey, what's this about exactly?" It took a lot of inspiration from Miyazaki, his own life, personal life, and his kind of journey, kind of how he grew up. Because he grew up, I think he said he was a young boy, during the Pacific War. And he kind of grew up in the aftermath of all that. And as well as it's a story about his own life, as well as his view on kind of where, animation's gone. Obviously not being the biggest fan of digital or 3D animation. And about how he's, absolutely kind of hated it to some degree, but he's kind of come around to accept, like, it is what it is. He would never use it, but it's not the end of the world type thing, and paraphrasing a lot there. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a good movie, even if you don't know about that, because I watched it without knowing it, and I definitely thoroughly enjoyed it. As well as hopefully Godzilla -1 can finally get a U.S. release date, because I watched the movie once and I want to watch it again. I feel like there's stuff that I missed, and it's been a long time since I've watched a Godzilla movie that I've actually enjoyed. Especially since most of them made in the West just aren't really the kind of Godzilla that I've watched, that I cared for. But like the old ones from the 70s and 80s, some of the more serious ones and the more goofy ones. I didn't care for the goofy ones as much, but they weren't terrible. Or maybe I'm just biased. There's always a possibility of that too. I also saw that apparently Toonami is going to air Dragon Ball Z Kai Marathon in honor of Akira Toriyama passing away. So they have 8. I think let me pull it up real quick. They had 8 episodes scheduled to air, and I think it's Saturday night, Sunday morning. I haven't watched it in forever. It's in a weird, unwatchable block. Plus, I don't pay for cable anymore because it's stupid. And there's other ways I can watch it, but it's definitely something. It's a neat little homage. So yeah, so Toonami announced on Facebook on Monday that it'd air a marathon of Dragon Ball Z Kai anime in honor of, the late Akira Toriyama. Akira Toriyama, if I can pronounce that right. Will air 8 episodes starting at 2 a.m. Eastern Time on Saturday, effectively Sunday. And I think they said about 8 episodes, or however the whole long block that they actually have. So it's only 8 episodes. Don't know what 8 episodes they're going to air. As much as I don't think I've actually watched Kai. I watched the original, but definitely can be a slog with the amount of filler they threw it in there to just drag it out. But that's definitely something nice to do. Largitus Ahmed, I'm sure I butchered that. I do apologize. Hey, how's it been going? Been doing pretty well. Yeah. Miss those streams. Yeah, just don't have the time to kind of stream right now. I got a bunch of those stuff going on, unfortunately. But hopefully, when one day in the future, I can get back to actually like streaming some games and stuff like that. But between work and school and stuff like that, I just don't have the time. Trying to working full time and trying to grind out, a degree and stuff like that. I don't have to worry about it. Is definitely a lot of hard work. Kai's so good. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it. Just abbreviated the show, cut out all the unneeded filler. So there's nothing better than I don't know. I'm biased. I grew up watching the original Z, so I do have a nostalgia for it taking forever to watch. But who knows? Maybe one of these days I'll actually get around to watching Dragon Ball Kai. But I think a lot of better shows have come out, after the fact. As much as I love Toriyama's work and watching Dragon Ball Z, it's not the pinnacle of animation and storytelling, but it's really it has a good overall story, and it's very enjoyable that anybody can kind of pick up and watch, which is really good about it. Kind of like that gateway drug to anime and stuff like that. was trying to see if there's anything else that I popped up as Brandon kind of comes back into the fold. I got Hey, Brandon, now that you're finally back, I have to ask you. You sent me a message and I didn't understand it at all. I need you to explain a little bit better. Hey, you're not coming through. Just heads up.
People thought that you were done with the show.
Why? Because I have to work late on. I've worked
Yeah,
first time I've
so-
worked late on a Friday in quite a while, but it happens.
Well, we had like a load of people waiting when we first started the show. Had really good concurrent viewers for a while. Some pretty
I'm
active.
just saying
good peeps.
to be fair, when you start, it's like 5 p.m. my time when you start the show. So like,
I
if
know.
I don't get off of work early, it's kind of hard. If I got to work late, it definitely can be a pain. But it's it's one of those things that's just unavoidable.
I know. So were you watching or were you listening on your drive here? Do you know what we've?
No, because most of that drive I don't have cell signal until
Okay.
like I'm like 10, 15, 20 minutes back from getting home. So it's
Okay.
mostly just barren wilderness.
You've got the notes, right?
I got some of them pulled up. I don't know exactly where you're at or what's going on.
Okay, so we're going to be going to the second thing in the main stories, but since you're here, I actually wanted to loop back around to just a couple of things real quick. We won't take long, guys, if you've already
Okay.
listened. But for Mark, I wanted to get your take on, first of all, the Mario Day announcements. I wanted to hear your sort of thoughts on the stuff coming up, since we're getting like significant stuff from our big era of gaming, GameCube era stuff, and
Yeah, so I didn't catch it live. I had to kind of catch it after the fact pretty quickly, but I think it's inevitable that another Mario movie was in the works. Kind of set it up for it. The first movie was decent. Like, it wasn't the pinnacle of animation or storytelling, but it was an enjoyable summer flick to just sit down, shut your brain off, and watch.
yeah.
The Thousand Years Door coming to Switch. Is that I can't remember. Is that a full-on remake or is it like they're just remastering it?
A full-on remake. So
Okay.
a few other details that they gave us there, which they didn't like expand upon it, but basically there are new gameplay features. We don't know what, but they did the graphics animations from the ground up, so it's a full-on remake.
Okay.
Now Luigi's Mansion 2 HD is a remaster. So here's the controversy. I love that game. It was called Dark Moon, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon on the 3DS. I don't know if you remember. But
I haven't played a single Luigi's Mansion game, so
well,
I'm completely in the dark on this.
Well, this is a remaster, right? They're both priced at $60. This was a $40 game on the 3DS when it came out, and then dropped down to a $20 game under their Nintendo Selects line. Their budget when they towards the end of a life cycle, they often do that. Nintendo Selects or what was it for game greatest hits and all that jazz. So this is a remaster of a 3DS game that was $40, reduced down to $20, but this is a $60 remaster. So the controversy is that price point. Paper Mario is a full-on remake and is $60, and there's still even some people arguing about that shouldn't be $60. Now that one I'm okay with. To me, from the ground up, it's a GameCube game. It's way older than Luigi's Mansion 2. So it makes sense that it would get a full-on remake, and it does make sense that Luigi's Mansion 2 would get a remaster, not a remake. It was literally just on the last system. However, the $60 price point is the controversy here. They're both $60. You got a full-on remake, but then you got this remaster from the previous handheld at the same price point. What's your thoughts on that? It's just HD coat of paint. That's all that we know.
If you don't like the price point, then don't buy it. That's really the only way you're gonna get any kind of anything done. It's Nintendo. They see all their products as premium, so they're gonna price it that way. And if a bunch of people buy it, there's no incentive to not price it down. So I mean, you can complain all you want, but ultimately the only thing that's gonna speak with those words is not forking out the money and not buying the game. But I mean, then Nintendo might ignore you outright and just be like, nobody cares about this game. Well, we're just gonna ignore the franchise outright.
Yeah.
So I mean, try to find a sale if you can down the road. But I mean,
Yeah,
it's not the biggest controversy in the world, but it just shows Nintendo's gonna milk it for as much money as they can.
yeah. My hope is that they better, because it would be especially stupid if they didn't. Because one of the biggest selling points for this game was that it had this amazing online multiplayer mode, and it was basically, I think it was called Scare Scraper, but essentially you work with a group of people online and you work your way through a skyscraper, going all the way trying to get to the very first floor, or the top floor, sorry, the very top floor. And it got very, very difficult along the way. Some people compared it to like a Soulsborne game in that mode, the way that you played.
Yeah,
And it was just an amazing multiplayer mode. So like for this price point, like it better have a fully redone multiplayer mode for it that it had there that was online. Um, but to me, yeah, I think that that price is ridiculous on that one, especially when you're comparing it to a full-on remake of what is touted often as the best Paper Mario game ever. It is, and it's a 10 out of 10 game to me. Like Thousand Year Door is just so good from the storytelling. Like it's not your average Mario storytelling. It gets very dark at points. But it's just a really, really good RPG. And it was like the last actual Mario RPG. Well, last Paper Mario RPG, because you know the first and second started out as RPGs.
yeah.
So that I'm really looking forward to. Look, I'm looking forward to both of them, but like I'm not going to fork out $60 for the remaster of Luigi's Mansion 2. That unless they are, haven't told us yet that they're immensely expanding on the multiplayer and adding other stuff that we don't know about that like makes the package worth it. But like people have brought up that hey, they probably had a lot more development into this than you think, because they're working off a system that takes use of both screens, and it really did take advantage of the 3D. Like there are certain aspects of the game where like specifically you have to use the 3D. So like it was really built around that 3D, and it was really built around the two screens. So I
Yeah.
can imagine like development wasn't like super easy. Like people often don't think about the development side of things, but I still don't think it should be $60.
Probably not. Probably should be like a $40 game
Yeah.
at most. But I mean,
Because Metroid Prime
Nintendo.
Remaster is 40.
I don't know. Maybe they like, oh, this did successful. So, but to be fair, what you could see in that game that game had a lot of work put
It
into it.
looked like a remake, and this
I
doesn't.
mean, it looked like it. It definitely looked like they went in and fixed the code
Oh
and
yeah.
updated it. They
Oh
didn't
yeah.
build it from scratch, but I don't know. Maybe they're doing something like that, but they're kind of like, this did really well. Maybe we should try to price a little bit higher. It's a first party Luigi game, really hyped. Let's put a little bit higher, see how that does, and I don't know. Maybe the next game gets a $50 price tag. They try to find like the sweet spot where they can make as much money where people are willing to to spend.
Maybe I
Or
don't
maybe
know.
they put a lot more work into it than we've seen, behind the scenes. It's I don't know, but I mean, yeah, it probably should be a $40 game. You've made this once, you made all your money. There's no way you've put as much effort or money behind it that it should be $60. But I mean, they're gonna price it premium. They want to make a lot of money off of it, so maybe they see it as more popular than the Metroid game, so they think they can price it higher and they're gonna get more people to buy it.
Yeah,
Or
I
they kind
mean,
of see Metroid, it's more niche, so you want to price it a little bit lower.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, Metroid doesn't generally. Metroid Dread is the best selling Metroid, but it's still not a top selling Nintendo franchise, unfortunately.
I mean, no, the series just is never going to be like a system seller, but it doesn't mean
It's
it's
not.
not a good series. But then again, to be fair, they either neglect it for massive portions of time, or they put out substandard games half the time. So it's
What's
kind
wrong
of
with
Nintendo's own
Federation
fault.
Force?
It's not a Metroid game.
It's a
It's
Metroid
essentially
Prime game.
no, it's not. It was another game in development. They got reskinned with a Metroid name on it because they thought it would sell better.
It's
Like, let's be
set
real.
right in between 2 and 3.
It's a dog shit game,
It's literally the
and
Federation Force.
it's ignored by the entire fan base.
Well, I'm the fan base, and If you're playing all the Prime games, you have to play that game.
It's not a Prime game. It's
It
a
is
terrible spin-off game that doesn't exist.
It's literally called Metroid Prime Federation Force.
But it's not a Metroid game.
Well, if you say
You
so.
can call it whatever you want. Doesn't make it true.
Well, one of there was two other things I wanted to circle back around to you with. But so the other one was this really interesting uh development, or not development, but discovery about a 20-year-old Nintendo patent that appeared to show an N64 with a DVD drive. So I found that pretty fascinating. I thought you might find that interesting too. Um, so at one point in time, they were considering to have a disk drive on the 64 instead of being a cart-based system.
I mean, I think that makes sense because originally they were in development with Sony on that,
Yeah,
and then when they decided to go against it, Sony came out, put the original PlayStation, and just stuck it to Nintendo, and they've dominated the industry ever since.
yeah. They did the partnership with Philips CDI, made all the notorious YouTube poop games, and
Notorious bad games.
but the other interesting thing is that they also had the 64 DD, which a lot of people forget about because it didn't officially come out over here, but it did come out in Japan, and it had only 12 games. But like Ocarina of Time was in development for that, and well, released for that, and that is where we got Master Quest. That's where Master Quest came from. Um, and so like they definitely experimented. Like they had there's more to this than like we think. I feel like because that 64 DD, like they were going full force with that in the beginning. Like the advertising, I remember like the advertising for that, and I was young, but I remember the advertising for the 64 DD. Like it's gonna be a hot big thing. Like they were sure that it was coming out here, and it only got 12 games in Japan. It got that F-Zero expansion that never came out here for X, that added like all the tracks and players, and it also revised the game a little bit. Um, but yeah, the 64 DD did come out in Japan. It offered online support for certain things. Um, so it's like interesting that like this was like what was thought of first, the 64. It's interesting because it has the adapter on the bottom of the 64 for the DD, and we even have it here in the US because like they plan to bring it out here. So it's like, what came first? The thought of the disk drive after the Nintendo PlayStation failed, or like the DVD drive must have came first, right? Because the 64 DD had the expansion. The 64 had the expansion slot for the DD.
Yeah, but I mean, that was probably, it feels like it's an afterthought. Like they originally started development within Sony because based off the PlayStation, it seemed like they got fairly far in development before they cut ties.
Well, yeah, there's a Nintendo PlayStation out there. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
And then I think it's just a reaction to how popular the PlayStation was, and Nintendo probably realized, oh, we shot ourselves in the foot on this one, like really bad. But then they did the same thing with the GameCube with the micro discs, was just
it
another
was
terrible decision.
piracy. It was all based around piracy. Like they were trying to prevent
which
piracy.
didn't matter, and it shot yourself in the foot because, well, the other stuff they have, they don't care about piracy, and they're just making boatloads more money than you. And that was about the time that, as far as the standard console race goes, Nintendo had to go their own way because they just were never gonna recapture that market.
Yeah, it's a weird one. This is a cool discovery. I mean, it's a great thing to add to video game history, and something to have preserved, that we actually have like a patent for something like this, because it puts you in the mind of like Nintendo at that point in time of what were they thinking, like the trade-off. And I've read and done plenty of research way before I saw this, but essentially Nintendo's thinking was like they had thought about the disk drive. We didn't know like they were actually going to do it, but like their reply to not using discs was, we don't want to have load times on our games, because the trade-off is the cart-based games, almost no load times at all. Like 64 load times are minimal if they're there at all. Like the transition in Zelda from one area to the next is like automatic. Like you don't have a load
Yeah.
screen. Versus the PS1, you can hold more data, but you have like sometimes up to 4-minute load screens. So they
But I
found
mean, at the end of the day, it's very obvious which one was far more successful, and it's a slightly longer loading time for a bigger, better game. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's just the people that the fans didn't care. The technology was heading at the time towards discs, and it still kind of is there with Blu-ray. And it's cheaper. Cartridges were still massively expensive, so it's kind of like
yeah, they're very expensive.
pick
Yeah.
what you want. But if you play the same game on a 64 and then on a PlayStation or on PC at the time, it's night and day that the 64 is the subpar version. It looks and it plays like it, and there's always not as much content on it. So do you want a faster loading game, or do you want a bigger game, more content, more stuff to do? It looks better with the slight inconvenience of a load time. I think it's obvious which one wins out.
Well, I'm trying to think of a game that's on 64 and PS1 right now, but I am actually in the mindset that I think that graphically the 64 holds up better than the PS1 because the N64 had the technology to smooth out the edges. So like how the PS1 notoriously has like all those terribly sharp edges around the
Yeah.
characters and polygons. Well, the Nintendo 64 smooths a lot of that out, so it just things like look better. Like they
Yeah, they
hold up
marginally.
better. They hold up better, in my
I'll say
opinion.
this as well. Um, there's also far less games on the 64, and most of the
Way
games that
less,
you
yeah.
play to remember are first party Nintendo games where
Yeah.
they're obviously going to take their time and put more effort into it. Like a lot of third party games probably didn't have as much love, care, development time are going to tended to be on the PS1, so it's kind of like a trade off. There's far more memorable games, but at the time, do you want to only play like 5-10 games that you care, or do you want to have this massive library of games? I mean, history
Yeah.
shows at the time people cared more about the PS1. Looking back, I think the 64 had better games, but I mean, there just wasn't a lot on it, and it just wasn't a really good and easy system to develop for, which is kind of why Nintendo had to make good first party games, or it would have just failed outright.
Yeah, I understand that. Um I
I think it's a little bit of a pro and a con. Just
yeah.
what do you value more? But I mean, the
I mean
sales
like
at the end of the day
what was
don't lie.
lacking on the 64, the 64 was amazing with multiplayer games, right? Multiplayer games are just like that was the multiplayer system for the time. Um
Yeah,
like no doubt about it. Like they knew that from the beginning with the 4 controller slots and um it just was. The other thing I think is obviously it was lacking with the RPGs. You got like Quest 64, and I fail to think of anything else. Ogre Battle. I think those are the only two I
they
can think of.
all they
That's
all
it.
went to Sony because they can make bigger games, and
Hmm.
based on how they were developed, easier to develop. You can put more content in it, and it's you know
I mean,
you the install base just grew. It's just one of those things where Nintendo shot themselves in the foot. Should have gone the disc way because I mean the technology is there, but you just refuse to break this arbitrary, and you still see it now. This whole piracy thing. It's just like in theory
yeah,
you're losing money, but you're not really. Either these people were going to buy your game anyways and then download it illegally, or they were going to download it illegally and never buy it. You're not really losing as much money as you think you are. They're the only major company that's still hyper obsessed with it. And I mean, I get it. And you have a right to protect your IP, but I mean, at the end of the day, you just have to accept it's going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it.
yeah. That's a whole thing. We've gotten into that. It's just crazy, man. It's crazy with all that. It's just interesting to see like their sort of mindset because, uh, you know, they were doing the floppy disk thing. They're essentially floppy disks. They're like a proprietary format, but they're similar to
Yeah.
floppy disks. And they hold 64 megabits of storage. So it expanded double the storage. But what's weird is that a lot of the games that were in development for the 64 DD ended up just coming to the 64. So like Ocarina of Time originally was in development for that, but just came to 64. We did get the Master Quest, which was made, which was like the big expansion where it was a harder game and all that jazz. And then again, Majora's Mask was also in development for the 64 DD. So it's interesting because I believe the 64 DD only got 12 games for it, and they're like the biggest ones to point out were the Doshin the Giant game, which you can actually play on your GameCube. It's a very oddball, very interesting, weird game. And then the F-Zero expansion kit, which basically turned it into a whole new game. Gave a whole new like story mode to it, new vehicles, new tracks, and there was a bunch of Mario Artist games for it. But what was unique was that it had a RAN net adapter, so you could go online with your 64 DD and your Nintendo 64. So it was kind of cool for the time. Did you know that in Japan you could play Pokemon Crystal online?
I did not know that. It
Yeah,
makes sense that they are just it only exists in Japan. Screw the rest of the world, but
it was the only way to legally get Mew in Pokemon Crystal. And you got this. The way to do
so
it
frustrating.
was, yeah, the way to do it was there was a cell phone link adapter for it, and you connected online that way. And basically, you could go on there, and it costs like I forget how much a minute, but it charged per minute of being online. But basically, you go on there and battle other people, and you can only I think you can battle up to 8 people a day. There was like a limit on it. And then you could go on there and trade, and then there were like extra story beats, and some of it led up to getting the GS ball that was only in the anime. Do you remember the GS ball? It was only
I
in the
think so, yeah.
anime. Well, you could actually get it in the game, and then you can get Mew. So there were
I know
like
there's a way to
actual.
get some of the other like second gen mythicals, like Celebi and stuff like that, but that's I hate that when they do that limited time or only you can only get it here in Japan. Screw everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what are the chances of them bringing a technology like that over here, though? Honestly, like for the time, like what are the chances of them bringing over a link cable and partnering up with a phone company? It was also RANnet, I believe, for that, but it was like a phone company that you.
I mean, when they re-released it on the 3DS, they could have incorporated on that. Obviously, at that point, you only need the internet connection, but they just said, "Screw it, we're not going to bring this to everybody else," even though it's really easy
Yeah.
with their online service now. Because now you don't need a phone; you just need internet connection, which everybody kind of already has.
Yeah, it's a product of the time though. It is kind of interesting to know though. I just recently learned that I had
It's
no
interesting, but it's
idea that
like
Pokemon Crystal went online.
so you never bring these elsewhere. Or you never, when you remake or remaster or re-release the game, you cut these features. It's just kind of like why not incorporate this when you bring it back out as something new. It's a
Yeah.
selling point. Maybe more people will buy your game if you advertise some new stuff.
Yeah. Have you ever watched any of Pokemon Horizons?
I haven't, but I haven't watched a. I think I brought it up earlier when you were gone, but I haven't watched a Pokemon show since like 2008 at like the latest.
Well, the reason I brought it up is I've watched some episodes with my daughter, and I also hadn't watched anything in a very long time, and it is actually good. And I want to say that I think they made a really good decision of removing Ash, because I feel like now they're not like trapped under um that banner. I feel like they were just like trapped for so long to have the same story beat all the time with Ash, but now they're telling like these new stories, and they actually don't feel like they're straight targeted at kids. Like it feels more like the games now. Like that's what Pokemon Horizons feels more like the games. So it's
I mean, to
really
be fair,
interesting.
they did that to themselves. They could have broken away from it earlier, and they just didn't. Or they could have done a side story. They had experimented with some side stories with a lot of success, but they never followed it up with anything. It was like kind of like a one off. Because I think they did it with, I don't remember what it's called, but the one with Red.
Yeah, Adventures. Yep, Adventures. Um,
Which was a really good one. I think
Pokemon
well, no,
Chronicles. Do you remember that? Pokemon
is
Chronicles?
Adventures the manga? I'm
The
talking about
manga.
the anime. I'm
Oh,
talking about the anime they did only like
that's
10 years
Chronicles.
ago.
Yeah, that's Chronicles. The
Yeah, because
manga
I
was
watched,
called Adventures.
which actually follows like it actually properly tells the story of the
That was
original games, and
really
it does it
good.
really well.
Yeah.
but they didn't do anything with it. They just it's a one off, and then we're not gonna follow it up, and it's dead now, more or less. So let's
Yeah,
just keep going with Ash. Like they just refuse to step away from him.
that sucks because you know what? Like I read a lot of the Pokemon Adventures manga, like a lot, and I always found him to be a much more interesting character than Ash. Like Ash is iconic, and like obviously, like I enjoyed that for the time, but like I always found the manga to be more interesting to me. Like I started reading it as a kid, and I just found that more interesting. I don't know what it was. It was more real, like they cussed in it, and
Oh no, I'm sorry. What I was thinking of was Pokemon Origins. That's what I was
oh
thinking of.
yeah, okay, yeah. Pokemon Chronicles was good too, though. I'm trying to remember what that one was. Hold on.
I had to search up like, oh no, it's Origins. 'Cause that's the one that's like your main character is red and stuff like that, and it's him in blue and kind of. It's been a while since I watched it, but it pretty much retells the original game to some degree, and I thought it was just a
So Pokemon
better show.
Chronicles is like that too. So like I'm reading here the sort of synopsis. It says is a spin-off series of the Pokemon anime revolving around other characters other than Ash Ketchum, and like it shows like screenshots of the first episode here, and it's got I can't remember the guy's name from the Johto region, the main character like from the games. But
Red.
he's like, is it
Red's
Red?
the main character. Blue is his
Okay, well
rival.
maybe it's Red then. So yeah, like same sort of deal, there. They go back to the Johto region for that, and yeah, that was a good one. It was a series of short stories, so I do remember that airing on Cartoon Network though back in the
Yeah, but
day.
they do these like because I think Pokemon Origin it says came out in 2013. But it's just like here's a few episodes of something that's really neat, and we're not gonna do anything else
Yeah, it
after
was
the
like
fact. We're
four
just gonna
episodes
let it go
long or
away.
something, right?
Yeah, it's like all right, I want we want more, and you just refuse to give us what we want.
Like something I'd
You
actually
can do
watch.
you can do more than one show at one time. We know you have the money for it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's Pokemon. It's gonna sell regardless. You can make
yeah.
something a little bit more on the mature side for a different audience. It doesn't have to be your main focus, but you can give us more than 4 episodes.
Yeah. I did see on the Pokemon front that there is a distribution event going on right now with Sprigatito.
Yeah, until I think it's like till September. It's like for like 6 months.
Oh shit, I'm gonna
But
have
I
to
don't know
jump
if it
on
just
that.
it's supposed to be that main in the show. Oops, that main girl's Sprigato. It's supposed to be like hers. It says it comes with a ribbon,
Oh,
but I
okay.
don't know if that's like a visual ribbon or it's like one of those in-game
The
type ribbon
part the
things. I don't know a lot about.
partner ribbon,
Yeah,
yeah.
which
Yep.
kind of sounds kind of like a cop out, but I mean it's free Sprigato. So why
Yeah.
not take advantage of it?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab that. That's cool. I don't think they're in the game at all yet, so that's a way to get
Sprigato?
it.
I thought it was one of the starters.
Sprigatito isn't a start
Yeah,
is that starter
it's
for
that it's
Scarlet
that
and
it's that
Violet?
it's that it's that green cat.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I was thinking this was Lashton's one of Lashton's starter. Yeah, you're
No,
right. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so weird, I guess. Kind of cool. The partner ribbon, I guess, is it says it has IVs of 20, so it's gonna be strong,
So
relatively
it's like a
strong.
perfect IV, but I don't know anything about competitive Pokemon, but I mean it's not
Yeah,
bad. But I
yeah,
mean, it's free. Want to take advantage of it. And
yeah.
then I apparently here recently there was an announcement that publisher Bushiroad Games that they're bringing Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, Familia Myth, Full Land of Water, and Light to the Switch. I don't know. I think it's just two different games. As of right now, it only has like a Japan only release, but there's probably plans eventually to bring it to the Switch to the rest of the world.
That
From what I
that's
from
a
what I
s-
saw, it
that's a
was announced
series
that
we started talking about. I was trying to tell you with the long title, and I was like, "There's a game with girls in a dungeon."
yeah, I only watched the first season, and apparently it's getting the fourth season soon. It's not terrible. But this was announced back on Sunday during the GA Fest 2024 event, which, to be fair, I don't know what that stands for. It's some kind of,
Yeah, I'm not too sure
I mean,
either.
it's some kind of festival in Japan, some kind of gaming festival probably. But
Hmm.
uh, it's nice. I wish they would bring it to the Switch in the West as well, but apparently they only care about the Japanese market.
I mean, be fair, like a game like that's not gonna sell like gangbusters or anything over here. So
Probably not. I
I
mean, it's
get it.
already a fairly niche show. I was trying to figure out what the name. It's called GA Fest, but I'm trying to figure out what that actually stands for.
Yeah, I'm curious. I've never heard of that. For anybody that cares, though, I will very quickly mention this. The new Pokemon set has been TCG set has been announced, which is Twilight Masquerade. So that releases May 24th. And yeah, so new set, bunch of new EXs, over 160 cards. So
Not
interesting.
bad at all.
Interesting stuff there. I haven't kept up with TCG in a long time. I have no idea what's going on. So the other thing
I've
I was
been
gonna,
pretty. I've been dabbing my hands on the buying Pokemon cards recently, but I'm just going to collect what I get, and I don't care about the price or trade or anything like that. It's more like a minor hobby at this point.
yeah, I have started picking up some Pokemon cards, but it's just like a here and there thing. No, I'm not like going hardcore on it. Like I've gotten a few packs from each
It
set,
gets
and that's about it.
expensive either by playing the whole gotcha and just getting the packs to get all of them, or just buy them all like individually. It can get expensive to complete a full set.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do that, but I do enjoy opening up a pack every now and again and
Yeah.
checking out some new cards. The last thing I was going to ask you about, what we've already talked about, was my spotlight. I just wanted to see if you've ever heard of the game Lost Odyssey before.
I don't think I have.
So it's a JRPG that's actually published by Microsoft for the 360, and it was during the time when they wanted to try to get JRPGs on their system. So they published their own, and it's actually really, really good. It's a lot of fun. It's set in like the sort of samurai era, and it has a really interesting like storyline set around like an industrial revolution, and it's a really fun game. But it was around that time where like Microsoft's like, hey, we have no JRPGs here on our system. Let's publish
Yeah.
one and bring it over here to the West, and they picked a good one. And what I didn't know about this is that so this released in 2008. I had no idea about this, but November 21st, 2007, a book of short stories based on the main character of Kaim was released in Japan only, called He Who Journeys Eternity, Last Odyssey, A Thousand Years of Dreams. So that released only in Japan, even though it's brought over here first. So yeah, interesting stuff. So that's definitely one to check out if you ever go back or see it around. It's really, really fun, and we didn't get a lot of JRPGs on the 360. I mean, the other most
we didn't.
notable one is Blue Dragon, which Akira Toriyama did the art for. But like off the top of my head, there's like maybe a Eternal Sonata, but there's like only a few that I can quickly think of. So definitely not a JRPG heavy system, but figured I'd bring that one up, get a 6th gen game in there this week. But we
Fair enough.
we have also got, this is just today news. Like I said, I didn't pull anything else from today until right before we started. I got a couple of things in there. There was all kinds of stuff today, but we got announced that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero confirms 11 more characters for the roster. So this is sounding like this is going to have a pretty big roster of characters for the game. It's going to pull from Z and Super, and it's going to provide a mix of popular and obscure picks, which I like to hear. There's a lot of obscure characters that I would love to see in a Dragon Ball game. The new scans revealed 11 new playable characters categorized as either speed or power fighters. New gameplay mechanics like super deflection and vanishing assault add depth to the arena fighter. So it
That sounds good.
yeah, it looks really good. And you can actually look at the scans. The tweet was put out today, like actual scans of images and new characters, and man, it looks it looks really good. Like it looks like it was just like Fighters. Fighters was a beautiful game, like absolutely beautiful. Like it could have straight up been out of the anime. This looks to be on the same route, but like visually, it actually somehow looks better. Um, I mean, Fighters was a PS4, Xbox One game, so it makes sense. But it looks like a beautiful game, and the scans like really hype you up. There's a shot
Yeah.
of Master Roshi doing a Kamehameha, and yeah, it looks really good, man. So if you guys are listening, look up the scans for the new Dragon Ball Sparking Zero images. So it looks phenomenal. Like I'm so hyped for this game.
Yeah, I think it'll do well. It looks like it'll be a good game.
I think it will do as much as I hate to say this, but it's always the case. I think it'll do even better now than it probably would have 3 weeks
With
ago.
the added eyes on it, yeah. But I mean, at the end, I just have to see what the game is and see how well it does.
Yep. So I'm looking forward to that one. That's gonna be a pretty good one. What else do we got on the docket here?
It's not on the docket, but I did see something. Apparently, Pokemon Go is partnering with McDonald's
Ooh, what
to
do we
have
got? More cards?
a food chain. No, but it's only happens if you live in India though.
Oh, great. Of course.
Because I was reading around, I didn't know this. Apparently, they did something last year where it was only with McDonald's in Canada. So they're doing some weird McDonald's in certain countries only. I don't get it. Why not just do it everywhere? But
They've been doing that forever.
it's just some small timed research with them for something small. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
So what's the partnership? I don't get it.
So announced by Niantic, Pokemon Go is teaming up with McDonald's India sponsored Pokemon Stops and Gyms. Will be added to McDonald's restaurants in West and South India as part of this new promotion. There will also be special offers for customers to enjoy, though specifics on what exactly those entail were not shared. A start date for this new promotion has yet to be revealed, but it's likely that it'll be similar to previous Pokemon Go plus McDonald's collaborations that have taken place over the years. So they're doing something special with McDonald's in India, but there's a lot of details kind of left to be desired.
Interesting. Yeah, I saw
It's-
Xbox Series X and Nintendo Switch are both trending on Twitter, so I was trying to see some of uh what it's about. But I will say this is totally random, but audio listeners will still get to hear this. This ends on 4/7, so there is actually a giveaway on Xbox's Twitter page for the SpongeBob Xbox Series X that's going for $1,500 plus. So all you have to do is like and retweet. So I suggest that you do that if you want the chance for either some money or to have a cool Xbox. But I do see this is weird, so I had to click here to find out what's going on here. But a bizarre Microsoft giveaway includes a custom Final Fantasy 14 Xbox Series X that isn't an Xbox at all. Microsoft has continued its trend of creating custom consoles to celebrate game and film releases with the Final Fantasy 14 Xbox Series X, but it doesn't work. The account posts a photo of what looks like a custom Series X designed to represent and I always mess up this word, Aetheryte crystal from FF14. This lines up with the beloved massively multiplayer online game, but as spotted by Tech Radar, the terms and conditions for the competition note this console is non-functional and to be used as an art piece. But it's like a giant crystal from Final Fantasy with like a wrapped like ring around it. You can look on the Twitter on Xbox's Twitter, but it looks really. I mean, hey, if you're winning it for a free giveaway, whatever. It's kind of weird, but it's also like looks really cool, like really really cool. So
No, fair enough.
interesting that it doesn't even work.
Now I know we talked about this before about like the handheld gamings. And did you have a Steam Deck at all, or are you trying to get one, or did you just not care for it?
I don't have one. I thought about the OLED, but I think what I want to wait for is I MSI right now on what's on the market is the one that like I've eyeballed the most. Just the power there and everything. It's the most powerful one on there. I feel like could run games that I want to play better. And it just very slightly is better than the ROG Ally, not like extensively. But what I'm waiting for, I think, is a ROG Ally 2. I think that's where I'm at. Or the Steam Deck 2 potentially, but I like the ROG Ally being more accessible to more than just Steam. Um, because like there are ways to get around to be able to play Steam on your ROG Ally 2. So to me, it's like
Yeah.
be stuck on just Steam or
Which
have
is like
access to
95% of PC gaming is done off of Steam.
but I mean, there's Game Pass and
Maybe not
there's
that high, but
yeah, it can't be that high. There's all the other stuff to do, and plus you can literally dock it and use it as a PC.
yeah.
So like there's a lot of use cases for it. But for
But-
me, I think I'm gonna hold out for either the Steam Deck 2 or ROG Ally 2. We're so close to those launching at this point. It's been several years. So I'm just gonna wait for whichever one appeals to me more.
Yeah, so I brought that up because apparently, as the annual spring Steam sale gets underway, Valve revealed its top 10 games on the Steam Deck for the past 12 months, back to March 2023. Can you guess what the top game was?
What was the top game?
Oh, come on, you can guess it. Give me a guess. Last 12 months.
The top game of the last 12 months.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory what game this would be.
The top game? Tears of the
top
Kingdom?
game on Steam.
Oh, on
On the
Steam.
Steam Deck.
Oh,
on the
top
Steam
game
Deck.
on the
The
Steam.
top 10 games played on the Steam Deck. What would the top game be?
I honestly I don't. It's just everything's slipping my mind at the moment.
It's Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh God,
which I think is a pretty self-obvious game, like the biggest game that came out in the last 12 months.
Jesus, yeah, I should have known that.
Can you give a guess on some of these other games, what you think is on the rest of this list?
Let's see.
Off the top of the head. Because not all these games are games that came out in the
Diablo
last 12
4.
months.
Diablo 4.
No, it's not on there.
That's kind of surprising. What else?
I'll give you 2 more guesses before I just go down the whole list.
What was the last PlayStation game that launched for PC?
Was it God of War? I think?
Yeah, is God of War on there? Is Ragnarok?
It is not.
Horizon
one more guess?
hasn't launched yet either, right? Forbidden West.
Forbidden West hasn't launched. It launches next week.
Next week.
Thursday.
God, I really don't know what else. Fortnite. I don't know.
Fortnite's on Epic. It's an Epic game.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
it wouldn't be on there
Epic
anyways.
launcher.
But, all right, so going down the list of the top 10, so it's Baldur's Gate 3, Vampire Survivors, Dave the Diver.
Oh, I
Hogwarts
should have said
Legacy.
that because I knew that was a popular indie scene game.
Elden Ring, How World. Not surprising.
Yeah, I should have said that.
Cyberpunk 2077, GTA 5, which is still a really popular game. Then it's rounded out by Stardew Valley and then Red Dead Redemption 2 were the top 10 games the last 12 months on the Steam Deck.
Red Dead Redemption 2, that seems like a little oddball one to be on there. I mean, I guess with Red Dead Online. Yeah.
It probably definitely helped to get that up. Obviously, the one I wasn't surprised about was Stardew Valley. Some of that game just keeps on chugging along. It's a really popular game.
I see people post about it every single. You know that whole cozy gamers trend right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the number one game I see for those posts.
I tried getting into it, and I just couldn't. I couldn't get into it.
I get the appeal of it, but for me, it was one of those games where you got to keep up with stuff, right? It's like Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Like, I can only play for so long. Like, I put a lot of hours in the New Horizons, but at some point with those games, you just drop off. You just stop.
Like, there's nothing more to do. Like, I've done as much as I can.
Yeah,
I'm kind of bored with it.
That's
at least for me. I need something else to play. It's not a game that's gonna hold me.
Yeah. It's that type of game for me. Like, I'll put a bunch of hours into it and play it every day, but then just like every Animal Crossing that comes around, I do the same thing. I play it, do everything I can do for the time, and then like by the time like new content or something launches, like I kind of don't care anymore, or kind of don't want to go back to all the weeds and all the crap that happened in your town. So like I don't go
Yeah.
back. So that's yeah. Yep, that's kind of where I'm at with that, but
I
that's
honestly am
interesting.
curious where some other games would have fallen on that list because I know it just came out, but I was kind of curious like where on this list the new Helldivers 2, like how far down that would have been because that's been a really sustained popular game since it
Very
came out
popular game.
like a month ago.
Yep. Yeah, I'm still seeing stuff about it. So,
Well, it's a
uh
game that's supposed to it's like continually getting updated because it's never evolving world with like going back and forth, but it's just a really good everything I've seen. It's really good game. I think it's got the chance to have a really long life as long as they keep adding new features, changing what you win, what you don't win. I think it's gonna have eventually it sustains its success. I think it's gonna eventually taper off a little bit, but I think it's got a chance to be a really good
oh yeah.
long running game.
So do you know about the Suikoden games? Suikoden?
The sweet Suikoden.
Suikoden? Yeah. The
I have no idea. I've never heard it
JRPGs?
before.
All right, we'll look it
I have
up.
to pull it up.
Well, anyway, there's a new game that's getting ready to come out on Nintendo Switch. And it's called Yuden Chronicle 100 Heroes. This a semi long running series too. It's at least been around for like 10 years, but the
Yeah.
Nintendo Life had a hands-on preview of it and said it's basically Suikoden. Suikoden's like a cult classic series. Like people love it, and they're very good. I liked all of them but 4. I absolutely hated 4, but the other ones are like all 3 10 out of 10 games. They're great JRPGs, but this says it's Suikoden in all but name. Um, so yeah, this looks like an amazing JRPG. Suikoden games are great. I think I played 2 of the Yuden Chronicle games, and they were very good as well. But this just looks like a game like right up your alley. Like this looks like a game that you would love. Um, but it looks like they went hands on with the Steam beta build. And then, of course, it'll be coming to Nintendo Switch because this is a Nintendo website. But yeah, it looks like a really good game, and it launches soon. Like classic JRPG, just looks like a lot of fun. Visuals are like very almost like manga esque. Like they have that
Yeah.
sort of
I
like
can see that.
drawn outline of just a very good like visual style. But it looks like a really good game, so I wanted to point that out that drops soon, and it looks like it sounds like it they're playing on Steam. It's coming to Steam and Switch. But yeah, it looks like a really good game. So, and this looks like a perfect game for Switch as well. Um, so yeah, I wanted to point that out, but cool stuff
Yeah,
there.
no, yeah, definitely.
Apparently, all the no no reasoning why people don't know, but apparently all the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate amiibos are all getting restocked. So some of those ones that are going for high dollar are being restocked right now. Not all of them, but people are wondering if this means something because they don't restock amiibo like that often.
Maybe they should
Especially
stop this artificial scarcity with these amiibos.
well, this is Nintendo, and
Yeah,
usually when something like this happens, it usually leads up to something. But there was also a Smash Brothers firmware update, apparently a patch of some kind, and apparently it says it includes updates for compatibility with the Sora amiibo, and that's it. That's the update. So we do know that launched. I had the chance to buy one. My store got 2. And it was the only one left. I was like, I really not collecting amiibo. It was like, the only reason I really wanted to is, I think it'd be kind of cool to have the non Nintendo character amiibos because it's just kind of like
yeah,
weird and something we never would have thought of. And especially Sora, people have been asking for Sora for a long time, and I love Kingdom Hearts. So I was like, but I didn't grab it. Now I regret it because now scalper prices going on.
yeah.
Actually had the chance to get one. I didn't. So in other big news, we have got so apparently there was a PS5 Pro leak, and it allegedly reveals PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution and up to 4 times the ray tracing performance of the regular PS5. Um, so this comes about. Looks like, let's talk about the console. The latest leak of the upcoming PS5 Pro doesn't go into the sort of hardware specifics, although we have summarized the rumored hardware specifications previously, which is this PC Gamer. It does reveal some potential performance in numbers and upscaling features that might give us more of a clue as to what Sony has been cooking up. This latest information comes from YouTube channel Moore's Law is Dead, which has traditionally been a bit hit and miss when it comes to accuracy of leaked information. But apparently, in a recent video, leaked documentation from within Sony that supposedly reveals the existence of they're calling it PSSR, which is the PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, Sony's own in-house upscaling solution for the PS5 Pro. The upscaler is described as a machine learning enhanced version of a temporal anti-aliasing upscaler, TAO, to replace a game's existing temporal anti-aliasing or upsampling with similar inputs to DLSS or FSR. No per game training is said to be required, which is good if that's the truth.
Yeah,
With the
definitely.
further document showing a side by side comparison of PSSR, TAO, and FSR2. With PSSR said to look better than AMD's own upscaling solution. So,
Seems promising.
I mean, if this is the case, like, yeah, I'm on board, for sure, because like
I mean,
the
ultimately, gotta wait and
PS5
see,
is
but
PS5 is not all that's advertised. That's for sure.
it's a good system.
it's a good system, but it's got 8K on the box.
I don't have a monitor that displays 8K, but I mean, I think the issue with PS5 unlike the PS4 is it just doesn't have the exclusives. It doesn't have the library that the PS4 did.
It
It
doesn't.
shares the exact same library, but there's no games coming out for just the PS5. Like that's the problem.
I mean, we're
that
just
system's
now
having.
starting to get that. We're just now, and it's like, yes, we expect the first like 2 years to be like where we're getting the cross-platform still, but here we're in 2024 now. System launched in 2020. Like we're just
They've
now getting exclusives.
they held onto that exclusives for they released games from the PS4 for too long if they wanted to improve the library because as of right now it's like it loads faster, but if I can play all these games on the PS4, like what do I need the PS5 for? For
Yeah,
some slight like a life convenience essentially. I can't
well,
step over my words.
one thing that nobody ever brings up is the fact, here's what bothers me about it, is that these games are PS4 games that are just upscaled to PS5 games. These are not PS5 native games, meaning they don't take full advantage of the hardware by any means. So, Spider-Man Miles Morales, for instance, that was right at launch. That it was a PS4 game. It was just upscaled to PS5. Yes, it did take advantage of some of the features with mild ray tracing and things like that, but like they're developed for the previous system. They're not using the system's hardware as much as they could be. Like we're not getting native games for the PS5, and that's been the problem for me. Like if it's on the other system, that means I'm not really getting a PS5 game. I'm getting a PS4 game that looks better and runs better on my PS5. And that's it.
Yeah.
Like I expect that I buy this system, that I get games that are made for the system. And
Yeah, no, that's just upscaled. I think that's just the other issue they've been having, and it's not. I mean, it's selling well, but this current gen of consoles just has pumped out just subpar games
and
as a whole.
and you look at the PS4's library, it's insane. And if you
That's
look
why
at,
it did so well.
yeah, I mean, and I get why they were still putting games out, because the install base is huge. But
Yeah,
like at the same time, like you look at like the first 4 years of the PS4, and my lord, it is night and day to the PS5's first 4 years.
yeah. Like let's be real. Most people that play games don't care about conserving games don't care about playing the old games. They just want to play the new games that come out.
Most people.
But you're
like,
not even advertising that. You're just more concerned about putting on this big install base and not trying to sell more PS5s.
Yeah.
So you're not even incentivizing those people to upgrade to the newer console, which just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it makes sense to maybe some of the third-party developers, but to your first-party developers, no, shouldn't you be pushing for people to buy this new console and buy your game at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the hardcore like us that want to get these systems early on and be able to experience this stuff and talk about it and stuff like that. And I don't regret getting the PS5 when I did at all, but like it is like unfortunate, for some other people that are looking at it and it's like, well, why do I even buy this? I need to wait for like 30, first party games to come out for only the PS5 before this makes sense. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them necessarily, but here we're looking
Yeah.
at the PS5. We're already halfway through this console's life cycle, and we're just now really getting exclusive games, and it's like not even been that many yet. So, but I mean that sounds promising. PS5 Pro, like I love my PS5, but I am disappointed on the spec side a little bit. I don't think it performs as advertised. The ray tracing is not very good. The 4K 60 mode is just, I see so much of the crappy smoothing going on in games. Like you play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, like beautiful game, but you see so much of that blur and what's the word I'm trying to think of, like the smearing effect all over it,
Yeah.
where it's
Yeah.
almost like water paint, and it's like it, whether you have it in performance mode or whether whatever mode that you have it in, whether it's resolution mode or performance mode, like it just does not handle that well.
I guess here's my other question:
And the
Is it the hardware
Xbox, the
is it the hardware that's the problem, or is it they're just not developing the game to take advantage of it? Then they're just
I'm
the developers themselves are just doing a subpar job because they're like, most gamers aren't going to care. Why put the extra effort into it?
I don't know. I don't see it at all. I don't see any of that on the Series X. Granted, it is a little more powerful, not by much, but I don't see it on there at all. I just don't. Like, I've not noticed it in games on there at all. But on the PS5, I've noticed it on games all the time. Which I just don't. I'm not sure what's going on there. I know that the tech, the specs are a little lower than the Series X. So like this is good because that annoys me, and like it is very noticeable, and I tune into it. Like sometimes it even distracts me from playing. Like I was streaming Final Fantasy. I'm like, this looks terrible right here. Like it looks so blurry and just smeary. Like it does not look good. Like people on the stream saw it, and I'm like, yeah, this is what it does with a lot of games, and I don't get it.
I mean, there's a simple solution. You just go to PC gaming, and
Well, it's not on PC,
that's
Mark.
just not a problem. Not yet.
I'm
With the way Sony's been doing, it's probably going to come in like 2-3
I
years.
got to get with you ASAP because I need to get that desktop ordered like immediately. I just want to make sure I'm doing everything right because there's too much money on the line to. I'm
That just comes
nervous.
down to how much money you're willing to spend.
Well, there's a few things that like I was going to upgrade from the list you sent me, but I need to make sure it's all going to work okay, like that it works out because I don't know anything. Just a
I guess it
couple of
depends on whether or
things I
not
would.
is this one of the things you're trying to like build it yourself, or are you just trying to have them like pre-build it and just send
No,
it to
I'm
you?
gonna do it the way I'm gonna order it, like how you did. Just I would be
Okay.
building it
There's
myself.
there's
Just
probably
order
gonna
the
be some
parts.
searching around to make sure you're building it right and putting stuff in the right spot and stuff like that. But
Well, I want to make sure
it's
before
not
I
bad.
order that everything's good and it's
Most
compatible
stuff
together and will
generally,
fit in whatever tower because yours is sold out, so I can't buy that.
well,
And there's two things for sure that I'm upgrading, so I need to make sure that it'll work together. I need to run it past
there's
you.
a lot of I use Newegg, and not everybody likes the site, and that there has been issues. But as far as I know, with Newegg is when you go to like their build PC section, it'll if you say like, hey, this is the whether it's like low, mid, or high range, it'll like pre-put some stuff together for you, and you go through and tweak some stuff, and it's fairly good at part about giving you options with stuff that'll work.
If it gives you a
So
red icon on one of the items, does that mean it's not compatible with something else? Because I pulled out an
I
i9
never
something. And
I never ran into it, but I don't. I'd have to see exactly what you did.
yeah, I'll have to
It
show
depends.
you.
Obviously, if you have like a really old piece of tech with a really new one, there's a chance it might not be compatible if they're too far apart from when they were like made and stuff like that. But
How important is the motherboard in comparison to other parts?
I mean, it's not like the main thing, but I think it's fairly important because everything connects to the motherboard. Like
Right.
it's like your main body and stuff like that. But I mean,
The
as long as you get a decent motherboard, you shouldn't have any issues.
the only thing that
I wouldn't get a small one. I'd get like a regular size motherboard.
see, I don't even know what that means. Like what I didn't know.
There's a specific name for it. I can't remember the exact name. I haven't looked at PC parts in like 6 months off the top of my head. I can't remember them, but it's one of those things where it's like, hey, if you have a lot of this stuff, you can kind of if you Google certain questions about what exactly this is, you can get fairly easy to understand answers. But there's a lot of sites that'll be like, hey, put these parts together to make sure they work, and then you go and buy the parts and stuff like that. There's more than just like one site that you can go to be like, hey, are these pieces of technology compatible? That way I don't have to like buy something that doesn't work, try
Yeah.
to, because like returning stuff or sending it back is not always like the easiest thing once it's kind of open.
Oh,
and
that's
stuff
what
like
I'm
that.
that's what I'm worried about because I can't make a mistake and not be able to send something back and then not
But
have a
if
PC at
everything
all.
was like new and it's fairly newish and stuff like that, it shouldn't be an issue. But yeah.
Did you have some problems with when you were building your PC? Wasn't there something wrong with the part or something like
My
that?
CPU shit the bed.
Like
Like it was the CPU itself went bad after a few weeks, which
oh
when
Jesus.
I took it to a local repair shop because it's one of those things where like I normally can self-diagnose most things and this I couldn't. He's like, oh, it's dying. Like he had to cut it to half power, which is not ideal for the CPU to get it to work and stuff like that. But from what I heard, it's some of the newer ones because it's like I think it's the i7 145K or something like that. It's one of the newer CPUs that just came out. Not the highest of the high end, but a fairly decent, mid range one.
So
And
it's
it's just kind
running
of
at
like
half power right now?
no, I got a new one. Or
Oh.
I was able to send it back and get one returned.
Okay, gotcha.
But it's just one of those things where it's like there's been a slight increase with some errors from the manufacturer with some of these newer like CPUs and stuff like that. But it's just because they're trying to do more, and was a fairly new CPU at the time that had only been out for a few months, so it's one of those things where maybe not all the bugs in the manufacturing have been kinked out or stuff like that. But
I read something
it's
about
not the
that.
most common issue, but I mean it's stuff can't happen, but stuff could break after a year, just go bad, or maybe got a little charge of electricity or something like that. When you're dealing with technology, there's a lot there's a lot that could go wrong that you don't realize it, and then can shorten the lifespan of your hardware and stuff like that. But I'm by no means am I an expert when it comes to computers and PCs and stuff like that.
Well, you know more than I do, that's for sure. We got Mr. Coffee, Mr. Radar in here saying like Vaseline on the camera lens. That's a great way to put it. That's what it looks like, and I see it in so many games, so many. And it sucks. So I mean, the PS5 Pro, I feel like with what they're saying, essentially, the AI upscaling would work in real time, and it would adapt within the game. So it works a little bit different than DLSS. So it sounds like what they've got going is their own proprietary thing that apparently they're saying is better than Nvidia's upscaling technology. So if that's the case, that's good because I keep touting that DLSS is kind of the future with these systems right now. I think that's where we're at. I feel like it's sort of a obviously AI is going to be more incorporated, but I think it's at a point where this is more reliable than them trying to actually upgrade hardware and specs, if that makes sense. Like this is a cheaper alternative that may give pretty close effects to playing on PC or whatever. And DLSS is, I mean, used on PC all the time as well, and to varying effects. But I think it is a technology that's going to be pretty crucial for this half gen refresh, especially. And I feel like it will still implement in the next console generation as well. But I think that these half gen refreshes, this is going to be like the real this is going to be the bread and butter of the upgraded technology right now.
Yeah,
You
probably the
know,
preferred version of it once they, with all the issues with the current PS5, it'll probably get tweaked out in that one.
yeah, I just it's such a bummer because like the whole like if you dive into like the actual ecosystem of the PS5, so like if you invest in other things within the PS5, so like say the PSVR 2 or the PS PlayStation Pulse earbuds or the PlayStation Explorer, like it's kind of a bummer because people invest like a ton of money into the entire ecosystem. And like I've even got
Yeah.
the remote and the camera and like yeah, I've got their entire ecosystem really. And it kind of sucks because a lot of those games I'm like, well damn, I would rather play this cross platform. I kind of would rather play it on Xbox. And um YouTuber RGT85 was talking about this recently. He said any multi-platform games he plays on his Xbox. And like I kind of get it. Like if it's on Game Pass and it's multi-platform, I do play it over there cuz you know, it's on the service, so why not? But I'm kind of in that mindset too now where I'm like maybe I do want to play my cross-platform cuz I was playing on my PlayStation, but I'm just seeing more and more of the issues on PlayStation. Like I would love to do I don't really want to buy two separate games. So maybe if it's like something that's on Game Pass and then I can buy it on PlayStation or something, do like a comparison, like a head-to-head comparison for myself and sort of see, you know, what's going on there. But it does seem to be the case that have not noticed any of that on the Series X whatsoever. So maybe that little boost in specs it makes a big difference, I guess. Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
it,
But I mean, all I was gonna say is if you don't want these problems, just do all your cross-platform games on the PC, and you will never have these problems ever
well,
again.
Mark, maybe when I get this desktop, I will, because I do want to be able to do some PC gaming. So maybe I will for real. I definitely know I'll be diving more into Steam than I do now because I've got a
It's just
Steam
the one.
library. I just don't have like because I only have a laptop. I don't have a massive one, but I've had Steam for
Yeah,
my s- my Steam account for like 10 years or something, maybe more. So I've got a good 200 games on there that I don't play.
yeah. It's just one of those things. As long as you can accept not having physicals, because physical PC games just don't exist anymore.
No,
As
I
long as
will
you get past
say
that, or you just if you
I
want a
will
game
buy
that's
most of them
physical,
on GOG if I can because no DRM.
Steam's
Like
negligible.
if there's a sale and like there's GOG,
If you want to get
Steam,
games for cheap, Steam sales just beat
they do
everybody out.
good, but GOG also does like packages of games that like you GOG does good sales too. Like they don't
I'm just not on their platform enough. But I mean, I guess here's the
I
big
get
good thing.
tweets for their
You
deals
can
all the
have
time.
you can have Steam, you can have GOG, you can have Epic. As much as I hate that platform,
I
you
don't
can
like
have all
Epic.
three of them and just go around and just figure out like what's the best deal or what games on those. So you're
Yeah.
not stuck to just one store. Plus, you've got Game Pass. Like it's not like you're just stuck to what's on Xbox or what's on PlayStation. You have access to multiple different libraries. But Steam's the most developed. It's got the most user base. Steam communities and stuff like that. The way the community kind of rates games. It's a very from my experience, it's a really good and reliable platform that's good for the users, not just the
Yeah.
the entity that owns it.
Yeah, I really do want to get a handheld PC. I think I am going to hold out for either ROG Ally 2 or the Steam Deck 2. It just depends on, you know, what's announced with them and what specs are and all that jazz. Like I really don't want to be tied to only Steam is the thing. Like it's great with Steam sales and all that jazz, but like I would like to be able to kind of access whatever I want to. And if say,
But you
hey, I want to
can.
use it as a little mini PC and set it up over here to do another task when I'm doing something like the podcast or streaming, then I can do that by literally sitting in a
Yeah.
dock and use it as a PC. So, you know what I mean?
Oh
So,
yeah. And then
and
Mr. Coffee commented Steam's having their spring sale. Apparently the Valve orange box is on sale for $1.
ooh, I might have
It's a
to
really good
grab.
sale.
I got it physical, but I might
Uh,
have to grab that on there too, because that's a
ooh,
really good collection of games.
I was gonna pull it up just to run through. I might have to search it.
The orange box is awesome. I just did a short not that long ago on it on 360.
Yeah, so 5 games for $1. So just to refresh for those that don't already know, it includes Team Fortress 2, Portal, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, and then Half-Life 2 are the 5 games kind of involved in it all in one.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's not.
one of
It's
my
definitely
favorite
not bad. Now,
collections ever.
if only Valve would actually just stop making money off of Steam and actually get back to making games, because they made good games like over a decade ago at this point,
No, man, they're
and they
gonna
just
focus
said
on making the Valve Index too. Don't you know?
that's like the only frustrating thing I could say about Valve is they just refuse to make any new game.
I don't get
Like,
it.
when is Half? That's the
Half-Life
meme.
is
It's been
such
forever.
a
Half-Life
good
3.
property too. Such a good series. I just don't get it.
Remaster or remake Half-Life 1 and 2,
Do
and then
something.
make Half-Life 3. Do something. Give us another Team Fortress game or another Portal
I will
game.
say Half-Life Alex is pretty fun. It obviously isn't just a Half-Life replacement, but
it's currently on sale for 66% off. So instead of it being $60, it's now $20.39.
What
Well,
is?
USD. Half-Life Alex.
Oh, is it? I was trying to pull it Steam
Yeah,
sales.
so
but
it's on sale right now.
Huh. That orange box, if you're listening, that's a steal for $1.
I mean, it's $1. You can't go wrong.
No, that's a really good
It's
collection of
practically
games.
free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Hong Kong Massacre, Flamekeeper.
Yeah. So
Time
for
of
those that
Frog
don't know,
Island.
the Steam Spring Sale is now through March 21st. So you still got about another week, and it ends March 21st, 10 a.m. Pacific time. So that would be about what, 2 p.m., 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern time on the 21st.
Yeah. So that's coming up. So that the audio should be out before then. So yeah, definitely mark your calendars. Should be up by Sunday. So you should still have a few days before the spring sale. But yeah, it looks like some decent stuff.
I have all these games, but like this is a great time to buy some games. But like the Witcher franchise, Witcher 1 is 85% off from $10 to $1.49. The Witcher 2 is 85% off from $19.99 to $2.99, and The Witcher 3 is off 75% from $39.99 to $9.99.
They got a whole trailer
That's a
for
steal.
their Steam
You
spring
could get
sale.
all 3 Witcher games as far as the USD goes for like $15, like less than $15.
I have no idea where you're pulling these up. I'm on the actual Steam website, but they got a whole trailer for their sale.
I'm on the actual Steam app on my computer. I brought it up.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, there's a whole anime.
This was like the featured franchises and stuff like of games. Like you can get Dragon Ball Z Kakarot for $15 right now.
Yeah,
these are the times when people buy their game. They'll buy a bunch in bulk when they're on sale. They never pay games for full price. That way you can get them like for a fraction of what they cost. That's why some people's Steam libraries blow up, because like I can get like 10 games for 100, like 10, 20 games for like $50.
Yeah.
And then they just sit in the backlog for years until you kind of get around to getting it. But it's like, hey, I got these games for practically a steal. Like you'll never on PS4, Xbox find these games for that cheap. They'll never be that much marked off. Like almost never.
I shared a meme about exactly that the other day. It was like Steam sales, games I'll never play. Mr. Coffee, Mr. Radar brought up the third one I was trying to think of, Humble Bundle. So I get the emails for those, and I bought quite a bit from them as well. Yeah. You get some really good deals and packages from Humble Bundle.
Well, as of right now, the Halo Master Chief Collection's on sale. Instead of it being $40, it's $10. Like you can't complain with the amount of games you get for $10 on a sale like that.
Just grab that on Xbox though, because you can get that physically for like the same price like now.
Fair enough. I'm just saying.
But I mean, it's not a bad
years for a game.
Not a bad deal. That's a good collection too, man. They redid all those games. But in other news, though, we did get the announcements. Well, of course, we knew it was coming. We got the information on Summer Game Fest, which is basically the next to the Game Awards, like the big replacement to E3. So we got the dates, how to watch, everything you need to know, all that jazz. So looks like we have got I didn't know this. I didn't know it started in 2020, but it looks like it's going to kick off on June 7th of this year, obviously. with a live showcase hosted by the beloved organizer and Kojima's BFF, Jeff Keighley. After that, showcases will stretch across the summer and encompass events both big and small from various publishers. The opening showcase will take place on June 7th at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that day we'll have a 2-hour showcase of what's next in gaming. It's supposed to be some pretty big reveals and big news. It looks like that day they've got opening showcase and then Day of the Devs SGF edition. Not sure what that means there. But
I don't either.
there is a ton of developers taking part in Summer Game Fest. Like pretty much all
Yeah, I
the
was
big
looking-
ones.
I was looking at their on their website, so it looked like
Looks like everybody
They've
except
got-
Nintendo.
yeah, so it looked like on the 8th they've got something going on where look at like some indie games from I Am 8-Bit and Double Fine, and then developers annual gaming extravaganza. I don't know what that exactly is. So they got some indie stuff, obviously. Some more. It looks like early on it's a bunch of indie stuff. Apparently on the 10th, they've got Asmongold's hosting a look at upcoming games. Which I don't know if you watch a lot of streamers, but Asmongold's a pretty big one, and I think he's a pretty good streamer. Started off on WoW, but he does a lot of stuff, and I definitely enjoy watching some of his stuff.
Asmongold?
Yeah,
I don't think I've heard of him.
he's a really big streamer. He definitely started off on WoW, but like if you go on Twitch or you go on YouTube and search him up, he's got a lot of channels. He's a pretty big streamer. Kind of transitioned to he doesn't really do YouTube, but he clips his stuff, put it to YouTube, and it does pretty well.
Did you
Obviously,
did you click on the podcast I sent you with the guy? It's a podcast, but one of the guys does a VTuber. Like it's so random. It's Some Ordinary Gamers podcast. I don't know if you
Yeah.
know him. Yeah, so one of the guys on
I
there
don't
always.
I don't really watch it, but I know I watched the clip you sent me.
Oh, okay.
This is
I don't
definitely
know.
interesting. Not the first time, but it's a thing that's becoming slightly more common.
Just totally like does not fit in with the other guys.
I think the first time I saw like a VTuber on an actual in-person podcast, it was that's killing me with the actual podcast. Now I got to search it back. I can't remember the channel now. It's gonna kill me.
Like a big channel?
A fairly big channel.
Yeah, I don't know. But literally, it looks like.
She was on the podcast is called Trash Taste.
Oh yeah, that sounds
so
like
it's
a great
got,
podcast.
It's been so long since I watched them. These guys. I'm trying to figure out what their names are. It's killing me. It's hosted by like 3 big anime YouTubers, and it's just killing me that I can't remember their names.
Killing me,
I gotta-
Smalls.
I know it's killing me. Okay, so it's hosted by Joey Bazinger, Connor. I can't pronounce the last name, and Garnt. Those are their actual names. I'm trying to figure out their actual YouTube. Just trying to figure out the site that's actually going to give me their actual YouTube names.
Mark, we might have to try.
Okay, so it's Joey is known as the Anime Man. Garnt is known as Giguk, and Connor is known as Sea Dog VA. Killing me with what they're actually known by, but I haven't watched them in a while. But 3 fairly big anime YouTubers. They also do like a podcast and stuff like that. And then one of their earlier ones, they had a VTuber named Calliope Mori on. So it's really interesting because you have like the whole in person, and you got like an actual digital VTuber avatar there in person. I don't know how they did it, but it's definitely was really interesting.
Are you interested in Unicorn Overlord at all? Have you been watching anything on that?
I haven't watched any new anime in quite a while. To be fair.
No, it's a video game. It's a JRPG from Atlas.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, I haven't. Past what we saw, I haven't looked into it at all.
Man, it just
more
and more.
It sounds
really
sounds like
wanna...
an anime name. Not gonna lie.
Oh, I mean, it's very anime-esque. The entire art style is all like as anime as it gets. But it's an Atlas game, and it just looks. I'm just hearing like really good things, and like I just the more and more I look at it, the more and more I wish I would have just went ahead and grabbed it. Um, I
mean, it's never
think
too late.
I think it's semi hard to find from what I understand. People are having a hard time finding it physically, and this is
Just
definitely
came out
one.
like a week ago. Well, I mean, I guess if you want it physical, it's not like you can't get it digital as well.
Yeah, but this is like one of those games that you want to get physical. Obviously, like you know what happens with games like this, like always. Um, so yeah, interesting stuff there. So with the summer game fest, we have to try to see if we can't cover that. It does happen more than one day, but the opening
Yeah.
showcase is that 7th, I believe.
Yeah,
So
there's a lot of good stuff minus the big ones like Xbox Showcase on the 11th, followed by a Starfield Direct. So you can just ignore the Starfield Direct pretty much because it's gonna be
yeah,
garbage. It's a
yeah.
garbage game
Where are you seeing the actual
on
like
their actual website
oh, okay. On Nintendo Life.
under the under the events tab. They got apparently PC Gamers doing a showcase.
Huh.
Uh,
I see
the
Netflix
studio
is
that will
doing one.
not be named is doing one on the 12th. Ubisoft, complete garbage company with garbage games. I hate Ubisoft so much. They have a terrible CEO. I will never not rag on them. I didn't see. It doesn't look like Sony's doing anything for it.
Yeah, they are. I saw PlayStation on the list.
I saw 2 things for Xbox, but I did not see Sony on here on their list for
at least on
live
this
events.
I
Under
don't
their
know
events
about
tab,
live
it's
events.
not on there at all.
It just said that it showed all the developers making an appearance. So I don't know if they're doing like a showcase or they've got their own. I mean, so does Xbox. So it's like they all do now. I mean, Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation all have their own events that like do very well and like reveal all their news. So I'm like not sure exactly what would be sort of shared there anyway. But I mean,
Yeah.
it's the reason that E3 died is because I mean one of two reasons: A, all the 2020 stuff, and then B, it was kind of already dead in the water because Nintendo started doing Nintendo Directs, which
Yeah, I was gonna
led
say,
to
regardless of what
PlayStation.
happened, it wasn't gonna last much longer. They
No,
they couldn't adapt to a changing world, and
no,
it was
I mean
also it was ridiculously expensive to go to. I think that was part of the problem. You
millions
can't
for
afford to
some of the
go to it
companies.
anymore.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like it sucks because one of my life goals, especially doing this, was always to go to E3. Like I always wanted to, and I had the opportunity in 2014 when I was writing for Nintendo Enthusiasts and didn't do it. I yeah,
E3,
I'll tell you this, I regret not being able to go at least once in like its heyday, to
E3 shot
experience
itself
it.
in the foot by making it unaffordable to the average person. Essentially, only the people in the industry could go, and it was just kind of like, well, nobody cares anymore. If it's something you can't afford to go to, like, why should I continue to care about it when I
I
can just,
get it.
watch the highlights after the fact?
Yeah, I mean, I totally get the reasoning and makes sense.
Mr. Coffee was saying E3 was never meant for the common gamer. It was always geared towards the industry. I'm like, yeah, it kind of was, but I mean, it kind of changed over time. Uh, it became less about like a straight conference, and it became more of like an event. But I think with
Yeah,
their
he brought
inability
up
to change,
PAX. PAX is the
yeah,
one that's really geared at everybody, but also like industry people
yeah,
too.
but I think it's part of the problem with E3 is like they failed to adapt, and it eventually led to their own downfall with competition and with the advent of everything going digital. They should have adapted and they didn't, and it just led to their end. Sadly enough.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. I have so many good memories of watching E3. Like I like take off of school or work or whatever, and
The
watch
only memory
E3.
that the only main memory is just watching Sony just bitch slap Microsoft with the PS4 announcement after that horrendous Xbox One announcement.
Yeah,
Just the death of Microsoft. You just watch the death of Microsoft in real time.
yeah, that was a really bad one, but so was the PS3 with the $600 price tag at that point in time, which is now like I don't know, probably
They were able to
$800.
they were able to right the ship, and
B-
end of
uh,
lifetime sales, the
Barely,
PS3 outsold the Xbox 360.
which is shocking. That is shocking to me because I didn't.
Sony did turn around with the later reversions of their console, putting out good games.
They did.
Really, they definitely turned it around.
They did turn it around. I didn't know they turned it around enough to beat the 360 sales. That was shocking to me, legitimately. I had no idea, but
That was like lifetime global sales. I don't know if it in the US, but I do know it definitely as far as global sales go, it eventually outsold the Xbox, which I was great. But I mean, to be fair, the 360 had issues in its early lifetime too. The whole red ring of death was a major problem early on.
that was a major
So they
problem.
they both had big issues that they kind of fixed with later uh, issues down the life cycle. But uh, unlike what happened with the PS3, Xbox couldn't fix their bad marketing of the Xbox One on top of PlayStation 4 just having an amazing library. They couldn't turn it around. They lost a huge market share that they just couldn't get back, at least in that generation.
Yeah, that Model 1 even today, PS or not PS3, 360 is really bad because like they have issues outside of Red Ring of Death. Like they're
Yeah.
notorious for just dying. But also so does the launch model of the PS3 is very notorious for issues. But it's also the
Yeah.
most sought after, which I actually got one in the box here. I have refused to take it out of the box and set it up until I get it new thermal paste put on, and there's like an app that you can use. The problem is it overheats. It has an entire okay, so the launch 60 gigabyte model has an entire PS2 inside of it, like the entire internals of a PS2.
Yeah.
There was a second model right after the launch model that plays PS2 games and PS1, but it emulates them. So it doesn't have the hardware inside there. But
Yeah.
that launch model is very sought after. However, it has major issues of overheating. They're notorious for, I mean, there's this video on YouTube that you can watch of this guy, and he has what he calls this console graveyard. He owns this store. He's got this massive basement filled of all these broken systems, and one whole side of it is all the launch model PS3s that are broken. So I refuse to open it because it's going to be my way to play PS1 through 3. Like that's it. I'm going to hook it up, and that's going to be my way to play all those. But I refuse to do it until I've got the new thermal paste in there, everything in line that people do to keep them as safe as you can. And then there's an app that you can apparently, when you mod it, there's an app that you can use to control and watch temperatures in real time and actually control the fans and all that jazz. So like, you have to
I mean,
watch the overheating of it.
at that point, just protect it and just put it in a box of what's that really cold ice called?
Really cool. Like, what do you mean? Like the ice that can hurt you?
Yeah, I can't remember what it's
Oh
called.
yeah. What is that called? What kind of ice is that? Somebody in the chat let us know the ice that we're thinking of.
Kill me. But you know what I'm talking about. Just put in a
Yeah.
box of that. That'll keep it super cold.
He said nitrogen. Yeah, that'll
It's
work
not
too.
it's not that's not what I'm
That's
thinking of.
not what we're thinking of. It's the ice you can't touch because it'll burn you.
Oh, dry ice.
Dry
There,
ice. Yeah, yeah,
it's killing me.
dry
I
ice.
couldn't think of it.
Yeah, graphics.
But yeah,
Yeah, graphics gear's in here. What's up, dude? Thanks for hanging out.
maybe dry ice is it needs to be in a
No,
super cold environment. Problem solved.
I'll have to like
Was it?
show you like what I'm talking about. It is neat though that like
Yeah.
we're at that point in time where you can like control a retro system. But yeah, I can't quite
I
call it
mean,
retro yet,
the
but
technology's been there for a while. You just have to go in and mod your system.
I just
But
don't know
I
how to
mean,
do it if I'm being honest with you. And the main problem is I don't have time right now. It's been sitting in a box for at least 6 months waiting for me to set it up because I've got the PlayStation 3 3D monitor to use with it to play 3D games, and like I just don't have time, man.
but outside of the uh everything else wrong with the PS3, wasn't the main reason it was so expensive because they
The cell
were
processor.
was the no, I thought it was the Blu-ray player that they put into it was really what jacked up the price. It came out when
Well,
Blu-ray was still really expensive to get Blu-ray players.
yes, it was, but not as much as you probably think because it was their proprietary format. So for
Yeah,
them,
but
it was a
that's like the
cheap.
one thing that was advertised.
Yeah, it. I
I mean, it's
I don't know
proprietary,
that.
but it's still a new technology when it
Well,
came
not
out.
proprietary because they obviously sold it, but it was their technology.
Yeah.
That did raise the price a bit, but it was a cell processor. So there was nothing else that has and since used a cell processor. So that's why early on in the PS3, a lot of companies were not able to like put out games. They couldn't figure out the cell processor. So it took a long time for them to adapt to that cell processor technology to develop games. It was really hard for developers to. You can go on YouTube and listen to developers talking about developing for the PS3 early on, and how hard and difficult it was. And the Xbox 360 was much more streamlined in the development process. And because it was DVDs, like you're already working with an older technology and blah blah blah. Um, but yeah, the Blu-ray definitely added to that. But it was the cell processor technology. From my understanding, it was very expensive when it launched. It was like very
Almost like
expensive.
why?
Yeah,
Why
well,
use it at all if it's got all these
exactly.
problems?
Yeah, well, I know, and that was a like dumb move on their part, and like announcing your system is $600 in whatever year that was is absolutely absurd. So they got shat on that year, and then the next year Xbox got shat on. So yeah,
It launched for $600.
yes,
It came out in 2006.
yeah. So I wonder what that equates to now with the
That's what
inflation.
I was gonna pull up. I was gonna pull up the inflation just to see like how much it would be.
Yeah, I'm curious.
It would change.
It's got to be about $800, right? It's got to be around
So
800.
uh, let
So
me. Oh, it's doing some weird. So
well, we don't have time for weird stuff, Mark.
$600 in 2006 would equate to $938
Oh, jeez,
as
way
far as
more.
February 2024.
Good
It's almost
lord,
$1,000.
way more, way more than I thought. Holy crap!
So
Yeah,
that definitely was expensive at launch.
yeah. In that era, like at the launch of those systems, I didn't know anybody that had a PS3. It was all 360. It was a while. I think it was. I didn't start to know people that had one until the first Slim model came around. Um, and by that time, it had became much easier and obviously easier to develop with. The hardware was easier to get around and
Yeah.
all that jazz. But
Mr. Coffee was saying, which also explains why Metal Gear Solid 4 is a pain to port since it was built for for that cell processor.
yeah, the cell processor decision is really stupid. They thought they were doing something like really innovative and
It
almost
wasn't
like
always bad, but it can backfire, or it did backfire on him.
yeah, it definitely backfired on them 100%. Um, so that kind of explains that time. But it is they loop back around, man, and they made those sales. So which was shocking to me. I thought 360 outsold that generation, but yeah, apparently not. So that's interesting stuff there. So
Yeah, so it looked like the PS3 sold 87.4 million units, and the Xbox 360 sold 84 million units.
interesting. All right. Well,
That's from what I understand. That's the lifetime sales. This is according to hyperbeast.com that they
oh, well,
published
it's
in
you can't
2021.
trust Hyperbeast. I
That's
there's
the first
no.
one that popped up.
Oh, I was going to tell you about another game that you might be interested in. This was put out today. They reviewed it. Nintendo Life reviewed it. The Legend of Legacy HD Remastered came out for Switch, and it's like the type of RPG that you would enjoy. It's like JRPG mixed with dungeon crawler, all wrapped in an anime art style, but it's not like just a straight dungeon crawler like you think. It's like a standard turn-based JRPG, but it has the dungeon crawler aspects to it, like points in the game and stuff like that. And it's very much like kind of along the lines of like Etrian Odyssey without being like just strictly dungeon crawler. But it's got like those elements in it. It's an NIS game, so like usually pretty good with the JRPG releases. Most of what I played from them have been pretty good. So, and that looks like that launches on the 22nd. So that's just right around the corner. So if you're
Yeah.
interested in that,
So no, keep going.
I was just gonna say if you're interested in that, it was a 3DS game that rose in price a lot. So this is a good way to get it. It's a remastered version. So
Yeah. So apparently, I did this and I had to figure it out. Mr. Coffee was saying, look how much the 3DO costs, and then adjust for inflation.
Oh God,
The
yeah.
3DO launched in '93 at $700.
Mm-hmm.
That would be, as of February of this year, that would be $1,500.
Okay, now look up the Neo Geo AES. Look that one up.
What's it?
Neo
Neo
Geo AES, and then we'll talk there. That one, cartridges could cost you at the time upwards of $1,000. The home carts could cost that much. It was supposed to be a straight conversion of arcade games, essentially.
Yeah, I was trying to find the price. I'm not getting a reliable source. It's not like eBay popping up.
Well, just find a reliable source. Johnny Garibay says that's the same time as the Princess Peach Showtime. Oh, I didn't know it was the same day. I'll be grabbing that for sure.
So apparently the Neo Geo AES retailed for $649.99 USD, equivalent to $1,200 in 2021. So probably a little bit more now. Probably close to the other one in 1990. Let me just verify it. What's that? 640 is 650 in 1990. So as of 2024, yeah, 1583. So like $20 more than the other one. It came out in 93.
Crazy. Like the prices of games at that time too.
I
Like
guess
the
I could see it.
3DO
It
was
was
way more. I mean, it was an expensive system, but the games weren't. It was a disc-based system, CD-based.
Yeah, I'd say I guess I could see it. It's a lot of this was newer technology at the time. It was much more niche. You had a smaller market, so you kind of had to. You're expecting to sell a very limited amount of models. You kind of have to find a way to make it more expensive to make your money back type thing. I think if this industry was as big now as it was back then, probably would have been cheaper because you could distribute that cost over more systems probably.
Yeah, I mean, like it was a different time, right? Like people were working with all like different proprietary technologies, and Neo Geo was meant to be like Neo Geo was meant to be a literal home conversion of arcade games because it was. The MVS and AES games are nearly identical. Like there's pretty much like there are home conversion kits for the MVS games to AES and vice versa, and like the games are almost are almost the same.
Indistinguishable?
Yeah, are almost indistinguishable. Really, the only difference on some of the games is being able to put in the coin aspect, play the game, and that's it. Like,
but I mean, between some like new technologies and trying to innovate, and then just a smaller and really niche market, I mean, by default, it's just going to make it a really expensive hobby.
Yeah, let me tell you a few of these Neo Geo prices now. All right, so here's just a couple. So Metal Slug, a loose copy, around $3,300, almost $3,400. A complete in box copy can cost you $59,000, and a sealed copy can cost you $119,000. There's just one. Now here's one that's probably very shocking. This is Neo Turf Masters, which is a golf game. Loose copy, $1,400. Complete in box copy, $3,800. And a new copy, $61,000. And this is why there are a very small community of people that collect for the Neo Geo because nobody can afford it. Nobody can afford it.
Yeah, I could tell.
Like, I mean, can you imagine paying for a complete box copy of one game $60,000? Like, are you kidding me?
That is insane.
I've got behind me it's just out of frame. I've got two Neo Geo. I've got an MVS one and the regular SNK release little arcade. They're mini arcades, and you can hook them up to your TV and stuff too. But I just got the MVS one. You can't. It's literally just out of frame. They're setting up there on that other shelf, but they're pretty cool. I like them. That's a good way to play. It's obviously emulation, but they are officially licensed, and it does the job versus $3,000 for one game. Like I'm pretty happy with it. I love SNK too. I love the Neo Geo. I would love to own an AES at some point, but all I would do is grab the FPGA cart. I would never try to even buy one game ever.
At this point, it's just like I rather if I want to play these games, I'll just do emulation. At this point, it's not worth the cost.
Yeah, no way.
Some of these really old retro systems.
Yeah, it's just so many turbo graphics and it's just so many.
Then the fact these aren't systems I grew up playing, so it'd probably be really hard to play now. It's hard to go back and play games that I did grow up, even on like the 64 and stuff like that.
Oh,
So I can't imagine going back and trying to play some of these older games.
I'm glad I found this.
At least for me.
Yeah, I get that. I definitely get it. I meant to write this in the notes, but there's this really cool thing. So this $10 Pokemon trading tool lets you cheat at a 28-year-old game. So this thing is called the Flipper, and it's like this little device. Essentially, it looks like an old MP3 player. It's like if you look it up, you'll see what I'm talking about. But it's called the
Yeah.
Flipper, and it's this little device that works with a link cable, basically to do all your Pokemon needs that you need to do. And for $10 versus buying another, system and running through that game and doing all that jazz, you can straight up trade with this little device that looks like an MP3 player with the little screen. And it's a really neat tool. It sold out immediately. But I saw him tweet that he may make another run of them, but it's called a Flipper Zero. It's an open source device, but it's a Flipper Zero Pokemon trading tool. It comes with a little dongle to be able to insert into your Game Boy. Tool costs only $10. You can also make your own if you so wish, because it's open source. It has an interface which allows it to connect to a Game Boy via a link cable. Flipper Zero emulates a slave Game Boy connected to a Game Link cable to be able to exchange any Pokemon from the first generation to a real Game Boy. He explains it currently trades a Pokemon based on your choice, a Pokemon level, stats, and 4 moves. So, very,
So
very,
watch out, Nintendo's coming for you.
very interesting device, and it's cheap. It's cheap, $10. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, why not? If I want to go play my old games, why not have like every advantage available?
yeah, that's pretty cool stuff. I dig it. So we have got a good bit of community questions. Our first comes from a channel member, Cats for Nelson, and his question is simple: our favorite workout games.
Well, I don't think I've played a workout game, to be honest.
You never played Wii Fit or Ring Fit Adventure
No, I haven't played
Wii
either of those two.
Sports? Wii Sports can count as a.
I don't really call it a workout game, to be honest.
You get a workout when you play Wii Sports. Come on.
I guess they consider Pokemon Go a workout game. I played that one.
Maybe. They didn't define what.
I just googled workout games, and it's one of the ones that popped up.
Mr. Coffee,
it's
Mr. Radar. He said, Neo Geo CDZ killed me with the disc loading. It had a one-time speed drive game, or one drive and game could take over 2 minutes to load. Playing King of Fighters, it would load stop and load the next character every time. I saw AliExpress has a Neo Geo MVS clone console for around $200. Yeah, the Neo Geo CD load times are. That's why a lot of people don't collect for that system as much as they do for like the AES or like the load times on it are disastrous, like absolutely terrible. And Mr. Coffee said Wii Fit with balance board is his favorite, and Johnny said Wii Sports. See, they're better at this than you. Wii Sports counts as a workout game. I gotta say Ring Fit Adventure, because when that came out, I used it like crazy, and like actually, it's like an RPG, so it was like fun.
I don't know if you count it, but I mean, I played Connected Adventures as terrible of a game.
That counts. That counts. Yeah, that's definitely a workout game.
I moved my arms and I jumped.
You
it really wasn't much of a workout. But
you play Just Dance pretty frequently, don't you?
No, absolutely not.
I thought you buy every iteration every year.
When have I ever bought Just Dance?
I thought you were into Just Dance.
No, not a dancer.
Oh, I thought you were into Just Dance. My bad. I thought you were into what's the Japanese
Oh, that's a rhythm game. The type of
No,
drum game.
no, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of high. She got the blue hair. She's a
Oh, the
what?
Hatsune Miku.
Yeah, she's got a bunch of dance games.
I think those are more rhythm games that you're
But
thinking
she's
of,
got
though.
like actual dance games too, though.
I've never played them.
Uh-huh.
Trust me, you're
Alright.
never gonna catch me dead doing Just Dance or any of those games.
Oh, here's a good one. Yeah, PSVR boxing VR is a good one as well. I haven't played that, but I will say that VR can definitely be a workout with some of that stuff. I've seen a lot of stuff that will definitely work you out for sure. Um, a lot of people do that, especially now. I've seen a bunch with I don't know why they pop up on my feed, but people doing workouts with the Apple Vision Pro. Because you got like
Oh,
the
to be
AR
fair,
integration.
they also really look really weird when they do it. I'm
I,
gonna put this on and go
they
do yoga
do
outside.
they do, but do they care while they're wearing it? No. I mean, like you got to care a lot about
As
what
long
people
as you
think.
understand that I will judge the crap out of you.
Do you care if people judge you?
It depends on the person.
Oh, okay. So you do care
To be
about
fair,
them.
I also don't want to just make an ass out of myself for no reason.
Well, I do want to take a minute to plug that I did drop a new video yesterday, and I talked about some pretty cool pickups. There was a couple things in there. The reason I wanted to mention the video, we talked about sort of some of the stuff, but I've got a few like retro gaming, I guess you want to call them accessories, in that pickups that I got recently, and then we were just talking about that MVS. It's right out of camera, but I show it in that video. So if you want to see the new MVS Mini that I'm talking about, check out that video after the podcast. I show that off in there. But we have crap, lost it. Okay. Next question we got from Enranider 1942 says, "What is your favorite console company?"
I don't know. It's a toss up between Sony and Nintendo, I guess. So I haven't played a micro. I haven't played on an Xbox since, I played one game on Xbox One, but really the 360.
I mean, I think I gotta go Nintendo for me, just because
Yeah,
I
probably would
play.
slightly edge out.
Yeah, I play across all the consoles, but I feel like more of the games that I grab and do play and like try to play more of tend to be on the Switch. And even then, like there's not just first party games, like there's other stuff I grab on there, like
Yeah.
so I mean I would say probably Nintendo. I like the Switch's portability, and I just, as a company, I guess if you're asking as a whole, probably Nintendo. Just puts out some of my favorite IPs, so got to be that. With Zelda and Pokemon, like it's two of my favorite franchises, and then I mean Mario, of course, too. But
I mean, you just can't go wrong with them.
yeah, for sure. Getter7 asks, "Will you care if games shift all digital?"
I'd have to say, yeah. I
Yeah,
think it'd be a net negative long term.
yeah.
I think having the digital option there, but I think you should always have the option for physicals because they can pull games off game stores and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things is the loss of media and loss of ownership. And then we just saw what last week, I think it was last week, we talked about more games being pulled from people's systems and they can't get them
Yeah,
back. And that was like apparently a bug, but regardless, they can't get them back and they
a
purchase them.
bug.
Yeah, a bug. That's ridiculous. The one guy was talking about he had like 1,400 games all gone. Like I can't even imagine. I would be irate. I would be
Would lose my
irate.
mind.
Yeah,
I want my money back.
it's 1,400 times whatever, could have bought most of those at launch. Even if you bought only a quarter of them at launch, it doesn't matter. That's a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
That's a lot of money. So we also got Brian disses you. Brian disses you. Any movies you're looking forward to?
I don't know if there's one immediate one that I am looking forward to. At least that comes out this year. I'm not a big movie person, like going to the theater type thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, Dune 2, I really want to see. But I think at this point, because I wanted to go the first weekend, I think at this point I may just wait for it to go to streaming now. But what else is there? What new movie releases? As much as I very much dislike the look of it, like very much dislike it. Um, Probably will still watch the new Crow movie. I definitely am not a fan of the aesthetic, or I like the actor, but I don't like the portrayal of.
I mean, I guess the only movie that I want to see that I can't right now, and I probably have to wait until it eventually comes out on DVD, is the new Gundam Seed movie that came out earlier this year. But there's no way to watch it. It's like Japan only, pretty much. So
Oh, I know what else. Godzilla Kong, obviously. Godzilla Kong. Um,
I haven't made my mind whether I'm gonna watch it yet or not.
you don't know you're gonna watch it at all?
I haven't watched any of the movies before that they've worked on.
Well, it's not that many. You can go through those pretty
Yeah, but it's
easily.
not a Toho Godzilla, so by default, it's probably
I
gonna be garbage.
I agree that it's not as good, but a couple of those movies are really good. There's a couple that I would say are kind of stinkers, but I don't think any of them are absolutely terrible. But the first Godzilla, my biggest problem with that is like he's barely in the movie. Like you see him like walking across the building through the window, and like you do end up seeing him, but I still think that Kong Skull Island, which was the first, is really really good, and King of Monsters is really good. I have not watched that series yet that I need to watch. I forget what it's even called. But it's like a prequel, I want to say, like a prequel to the movies, but it's a
Yeah.
series. I have to look up what it's called. I forget. But yeah, that one for sure. Like I'm a Godzilla fan though. I'm gonna watch it no matter what. Oh, it's called Monarch: Legacy of Monsters, and that came out last year. So that is set after. Okay, it's set after the battle between Godzilla and the Titans, revealing that monsters are real. Follows one family's journey to uncover its buried secrets and a legacy linking them to Monarch. So and you do actually get to see like Godzilla in that series and stuff too. So I need to watch it. I got an 89% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Viewer
I was
score,
looking
not
at
bad.
some movies coming out later this year. The only uh one that jumped out was the Spy Family movie. If it actually comes out in the US, I'd probably go out and watch it.
Ooh, yeah. I want to watch that. You're talking about the one based on the anime?
Yeah. The one with the little girl who can read people's minds, and her adoptive parents are like spies, technically working for two different agencies type thing. I've not watched the show, but I read a good portion of the manga before it got the anime, and it's like a lighthearted, fun adventure show and stuff like that.
Another one is Deadpool and Wolverine, obviously. If we actually get Sonic the Hedgehog 3 this year, that's a no-brainer. Um, so there's actually quite a few I didn't realize. So
I
no,
mean, probably
I
the next
don't think I'm
like
gonna like it, but the third and final Venom movie I will probably watch. Kingdom of the
I'll say
Planet
this:
of the Apes I'll watch.
the next Mario movie I'll watch. You know, like 2 years away.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. And then it's funny. Do you remember us talking last week about the movie Imaginary? About the
I think
bear?
so.
About the killer
A
bear?
little bit.
Okay, so Lee got a uh got to go see a press screening of it. He got to go watch it in theater. He took a picture there. He said it was actually good. He liked he's doing like a full review on it.
It's not bad at all, to be honest.
Dude, go see a press screening of a movie. Yeah, that's awesome. I was trying to see if there's anything else. I do want to watch that imaginary movie that we just mentioned. Don't know if there's anything else. That Red One movie looks kind of good. Kind of mixed on it. Craven the Hunter is supposed to come out this year as well, which is another Marvel movie, but it's a Sony Marvel movie, so I don't have high hopes at all.
Yeah,
I
because I
think
was
it's
looking through.
gonna
There's
be
not a lot of
absolute
movies out.
garbage.
Not a lot of movies out right now that I
Oh,
just care to watch.
oh, the Garfield movie. I want to watch that. That'll be a good watch with the daughter. I always like Garfield. Um, I didn't know this was coming out. The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie. Huh.
I guess we'll see.
But I guess the last one I see here off the top of my head is or no, two. Why two? Twisters, which is a sequel to Twister. From back in the day. The other one is, and this flies under a lot of people's radar and probably don't know the backstory, but Legend of the White Dragon. So this was the last project that Jason David Frank was working on before he passed, and he was obviously the White Ranger, Green Ranger, and then played other Rangers later on in other seasons. But this is supposed to be like sort of like a Power Ranger, sort of like the White Ranger type deal. Like a quick synopsis right here says, after the epic battle, Eric Reed, aka the White Dragon, wakes up to learn he's been blamed for the decimation of the city and the loss of innocent lives. Now a fugitive, Eric discovers a dark threat rising and must become the White Dragon once more. Like if you look it up, he's got a suit very stylized like Power Rangers. So I definitely I loved him. You know, I was a big fan of Power Rangers, and so yeah, I really want to watch that.
Yeah,
It's kind of crazy as his final movie.
Speaking of movies, have you ever heard of flashback cinema? I know not every movie theater does it. No, it's a flashback cinema. It's a thing where certain theaters will re-air like old movies.
Yeah. They don't call it that here, but my local theater does that, like twice a month or whatever.
Yeah, so because the movie theater near me does it like there's a new movie every week. It's usually like a Sunday, Wednesday thing, but they usually have more airings for it. But for those that don't know, it's a thing where it's specifically flashback cinema is a thing that certain movies do. They'll just like re-air older movies, and they usually go out like about 2 months out. So if anybody was curious, it's definitely looking into. But apparently this coming week, from the 15th to the 20th, they're doing the original Jurassic Park.
Oh, that'd be cool. Are they showing it like in IMAX or like 4K or anything?
It's just a regular movie theater screen, pretty much. Usually nothing special, but it's just nice to see some of these older movies. Because I think they're in the process of doing some of the Harry Potter movies. Because the following week they're doing Prisoner of Azkaban. There were two that I was interested there were three coming up that I was interested to try to go back and rewatch in theaters. One was The Godfather that they're doing in April. The next one was The Dark Knight, and then go back and watch The Matrix, which is having its 25th anniversary. Apparently.
Oh my gosh! One of the biggest ones, Mr. Coffee just put in the chat, and I totally forgot, was the new Ghostbusters movie, which I
did see stuff about that. I was
absolutely 100% going to see that. I am
after
so
the last Ghostbusters, I'm extremely skeptical about it. Even though they're bringing back the old cast, I will remain skeptical about it.
Are you talking about the female one? Or
yes.
What? Oh my god!
We
don't even count that. That doesn't even exist. That was
but it
not.
Does.
No, it doesn't exist. That's not a real thing. It is not connected. It has nothing to do with Ghostbusters. It's stupid. He also asks if we've seen Shin Godzilla. Yeah, I think we bet that right.
I didn't watch it, but I know exactly what happens. I know the whole plot.
All right. Well, I watch every Godzilla.
I don't even know if I want to go back and actually rewatch it after watching reviews. People talk about it. I'm like, that just looks like a bad Godzilla movie.
It's not a bad movie, but I hate the transformation scenes, and they're ugly. Like, but ugly, man.
I need to go back and watch it. But after watching reviews, I'm just like, I'm skeptical to now go back and watch it. Maybe I screwed myself by doing that, but it didn't look like a good Godzilla movie.
There are so many transformation transformations, they don't even show them all in the movie. And then Johnny Garibay said, I want to see Kung Fu Panda 4, hearing mixed reviews. I didn't even know that was coming out. I don't know that I watched 3, but I definitely watched 1 and 2.
So apparently there's 7 forms for Shin Godzilla, and we saw what, the first 3 or 4.
Yeah,
The weird
that
one
sounds
is the
about right.
5th one where it's like a humanoid. Like,
Humanoid.
why?
Yeah. Where he's
I
like
just don't
finally
get
getting to stand up, and yeah, that's
What, the second form's probably the creepiest, where it's just like crawling on the ground, bleeding all over the place.
yeah, that see
Oh,
that was what threw me off right away. Oh my god, the humanoid type one is weird, but the one swarming around like a worm is like bizarre. And then he turns into like almost like Anguirus, which is like the four-legged hunchback one that's got like the spikes. Like one of his
Yeah.
transformations looks just like that.
I feel bad for saying that, but I was going back and I was looking at the actual forms and stuff like that, and the first thing that came to my mind was one of them was the whole Mr. Meese's like "I'm in pain, kill me" type thing. It looks like it's
He
just in
looks like
constant
he's
pain.
he looks like he's in misery. It's crazy. I'm
Oh
looking
my
at some of
god!
the sculptures of from the movie of them like making the practical effects, and it's like mind blowing. How?
You know what really came to mind? Have you seen Full Metal Alchemist?
Of course, both.
The Chimera, when that dude combines like his dog and his daughter together in that weird messed
Yeah,
up creation.
I remember.
I feel bad, but that came to my mind. I'm like, oh my
If
god.
if you could see this image I'm seeing right now, you would be. I'm gonna send it to you while we're live here, but um, yeah. So I think as far as that question, I think we got those answered. I need to send you this stuff. This is disgusting. This is from Shin Godzilla. I've never seen it before. Our next question. What's our next question, Mark? I'm sending you this here. Do, 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 do.
Yeah, because I don't know where you're pulling that stuff from.
That's at the bottom of our notes, Mark.
I don't see it though.
You don't see community questions?
I don't. Oh, there it is.
Oh, geez.
It's not at the bottom. It's like right in the middle.
Yeah.
Which question were you at?
We answered 2, I think.
So workout games, console company,
3, maybe.
the digital, and then the movie one. So it's the next one.
Yep.
From Superman Collector Voyage, what franchise deserves the game treatment? Is there supposed to be more to that? Seems like it's incomplete. Literally all you wrote. What
No, I
franchise
think
deserves the game treatment?
Yeah, I think that's it. What franchise deserves a game treatment? Like a
don't-
franchise.
Like turned into a game, or
Yeah.
vice versa?
That's what it sounds like. A franchise that deserves a game treatment.
I'm just saying, it's just worded really, really, really weirdly.
Well, you take that up with Superman Collector Voyage in there, Mark.
It's a misleading question. I don't understand the question.
So I would say, I think that's a good question.
I would have said the Starship Troopers, but we just got that in Helldivers 2, so not for one, but you get the
yeah. I mean, it's basically the same thing.
But in reality,
one I want to think off the top of my head, and it's kind of a weird one, but we haven't gotten, and we have for a lot of other kaiju movies, would be Gamera. I would love to see like a Gamera game. I think that could translate pretty well to a game. I mean, we've done it with Godzilla, King Kong, Ultraman. Like, I feel like Gamera's a little bit different in that one, he like flies around like a saucer, so like there's like that transportation sort of method. Like, it could work as like a sort of like open world-esque game, where like, I know kaijus invade over time, like as you're doing things. I don't know exactly how it would work, but that's one that I can think of.
I'm just trying to think off the top of my head.
It'd be cool. I mean, obviously it's got a ton of games, but like if we could get a good Power Rangers game, that'd be pretty sick. Like you you could easily do like an open world esque Power Rangers game, or it could even be
I-
linear and like you could do a good one. Like nobody's
I'd
done that
say,
property good, and
yeah,
like there was a good Game Boy game, like the movie game on Game Boy, it'd be good, but I guess it's like, hmm, I'm trying to think what else.
no, I guess there were two different franchises that came to mind. One, I guess they have given us games for, but I think they're kind of garbage. Is Stargate?
Well, that'd be kind of cool.
Uh,
It'd be a little.
the whole
You'd have to do it in like Mass
military sci-fi
Effect.
with the. I think it'd be better for like a single player game type thing, because the whole concept is you use a device called a Stargate. It's pretty much like a wormhole between devices between planets. You just go to different planets, explore, meet new things. Like it has the endless possibility option as far as different types of stories and stuff.
Ooh.
You kind of tell. It's a really good MacGuffin or a storytelling device essentially, to where you could endlessly tell new stories with it essentially. And then the other one is the Firefly / Serenity universe,
Oh, Firefly. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
which is a really good series.
Those are two good ones. There's got to be better ones though. Mr. Coffee, Mr. Radar said Shin is amazing, my personal favorite. They got the Hitagaki Anno of Neon. I don't have my glasses on. Anno of Neon Genesis Evangelion to do Shin. You could see the anime style they use the music in Shin Godzilla, and then he also said, which I did not know. It's good to know because I want to have to try it out. There is a Gamera game that came out on PlayStation 1 in Japan. It plays like Panzer Dragoon. That makes sense because he flies around like a saucer. Panzer Dragoon is
Yeah.
a flying and shooting sort of game. I forget what you on rails. It's basically like an on rail shooter, but you're on a dragon. So that makes perfect sense. So okay, all right, I gotta look that up.
I'll
But
say this: if we're depending on what version of Ava we're talking about, we're talking about the original.
did you see the photo
run.
I sent you?
No, I didn't.
You gotta look it up. But go ahead
I
and keep
didn't see it
talking.
come through.
You got
No,
to
I was gonna
look
say
at it.
if it's the original, not a big fan of the original Ava, but I really like the rebuild movies, which is not the most popular opinion, but I think the original anime had a lot of problems, and I had a lot of issues with it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess I could kind of see it, but it still doesn't make it my favorite because it's not like what I think of when I think of like OG Godzilla. I've seen a lot about the movie. I've not actually sat down and watched it, but I've seen a lot of reviews and a lot of clips and stuff for it. But when I think of Godzilla, I think of like either you're thinking of like it's just a pure destruction, but it's a little bit more horror, less grotesque, I guess. Like where it's an actual monster that is comes and goes type things with either Shin Godzilla or like especially the original Godzilla and stuff like that. Or I'm thinking of I'm terrible to remember the eras, but like from like the 80s where it's like the Godzilla son is just being goofy and stuff like that, kind of in between.
That would be that. I think that's the Shonen era.
The Showa era.
Yeah, I think that's the Showa era.
I think most Godzilla was in the Showa era, wasn't it? Wasn't the
Yeah,
original
had
Showa era? But it's all
mo-
based under that old emperor, pretty much. If that's the era we're talking about.
I'll double check to make sure, but yeah, I think that's the Showa era because it had like the most outputtings where there were sometimes like 2 movies in a year.
Which is crazy.
No. So that was the Heisei era. I lied. Or wait. No, that was during the Showa era because that's the one that lasts the longest. That almost 20 years. Heisei era, I feel like is the one where it started to get serious.
Yeah, because it's got the original Gojira, All Monsters Attack, Godzilla versus Hedorah.
Yeah. Heisei era is where it got serious and he like looked menacing.
Invasion
and
of Astro Monster, Godzilla versus Megalon, Ibra, Horror of the Deep. I might be
and I personally
Mothra,
really
some
like
of the other
the
ones,
Millennium
Ghidorah, stuff
era.
like that.
It's 2004 that Final Wars killed off the franchise for a while. Obviously, we didn't get another movie for a very long time. But I personally, I don't know if it's just I have a soft spot for all of those movies, but I really like them. I'm trying to think. A lot of people shit on the Millennium era, but I've always enjoyed it.
As far as because I can't remember off the top of my head which Godzilla movie this is, I thought it was the Mothra, but I think I'm wrong about that. What's the
There's a
one with the Godzilla where it's got
the
those
people.
twin girls that are
Yeah.
super really small? Is that Mothra one? Am I thinking of, or is
Yes.
that a different
Yes.
Godzilla
No,
movie?
it's Mothra. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's
because
Mothra.
that's like
Because
the
they're the ones that like summon Mothra essentially.
yeah. I think that's the original movie that I saw. Cause that's like the first one I really have good memory is yeah the Mothra flying around. You got those small little twins. That's like the movie that's got like the most ingrained in my mind. I
You
think
know
it's the first
why?
Gods movie that I
You know
watched.
why? And you know what? It's the same way for me. It's because of Sci-Fi Channel, 100%. Because they
Yeah, it's
aired
possible.
that movie for some reason all the time, and as well as the second follow-up. I forget what the
Well,
second
because
Mothra
I
movie.
swore I saw like AMC used to air Godzilla movies. I swore at one point.
I don't. I
AMC
just
aired that
remember
other
Sci-Fi
old movie.
Channel all the time. Well, they might have for the Showa era, maybe. Like, well,
I can't remember.
see.
We're talking about like early 2000s, like even before we met. I remember seeing some of these movies too. So
Well,
I
I
don't
see. I
know.
watched from the moment I can remember watching them on the Sci-Fi Channel. That was the first time I ever watched Godzilla, and we watched it
I think
all the time.
I think the first time watching Godzilla was one of those times where
No
was
love
sick
for
at home
Jet.
from school
I
and it
like
just came
Jet
on TV.
Jaguar. I like Jet Jaguar. I think he's cool. He's unused. We never gets used. For what he was in what one two movies? Because I think he was in Final Wars as well. I could be misspeaking. It's been a while since I've.
It's possible.
But Jet Jaguar, you know the story about him, Mark?
No, I don't even know what Jet Jaguar
You
is.
have to look him up. So he's a Godzilla character, but a kid designed him. They did a contest for the best character design. And a kid designed him, and he won
I'm
the
getting with
contest, and they made him
a
into a movie.
real and a thing. Was he his own thing or was he in a Godzilla movie as well?
Jet Jaguar?
Yeah,
Yeah, he
because
was
he
in.
doesn't look
So
familiar.
yeah, he was in Godzilla. I
But
think two movies.
I haven't watched every Godzilla movies, so
So
I may have
he
just not seen the movies he
he
was
looks
in.
very similar to one of the Ultraman, but he's not.
Yeah, that's definitely what I think about.
Yeah, I always think that
So
too. But yeah, he's got like a kid designed him. So and they're like,
here's
hey,
in
here's this contest, and then if you win, you get to
yeah, it said
make
he
your own.
appeared in the Godzilla vs Megalon movie in '73, so I'm pretty sure I haven't seen that movie then.
I
Or if
thought
I have, I just
I
don't
thought he
remember.
made an appearance in Final Wars 2 briefly, but I could be wrong. He may have only been in the one movie. People didn't like him at the time. Fans didn't like him at the time. Now he's
Yeah,
like now
I
people
can
love
imagine.
him.
Yeah,
But
everything I'm seeing is just according to
oh,
KaijuBattle.net. He was only in that one movie.
he was also in Godzilla Singular Point. I forgot about that. Which came out in 2021. Um, yeah, they built a robot that looks like Jet Jaguar, identical, but he's a robot. And he's eventually destroyed after his battle with Godzilla, which I liked. Singular Point. A lot of people didn't care for it. The art style is like it's that
It looks like
3D
it's like
animation
an
art style.
animated movie.
It is. Yeah, it was on
I
Netflix.
definitely haven't seen this
Did
one.
you watch the Godzilla
Oh, it
anime?
came out in 2021. That's why.
Did
Yeah.
you watch the Godzilla anime?
No, I didn't.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Monster Planet?
I don't.
Okay, you got to look it up. So,
Rotten Tomatoes, your website's trash.
so the premise behind this is absolutely wild. So basically, Godzilla becomes the size of a planet.
Oh, the
Essentially.
Godzilla Planet of the Monsters?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like a
Oh, I
three-parter.
saw it, but I never watched it. I know what you're talking about. I've seen it advertised before, but I never bothered to watch it.
Yeah, I think it was like a three-parter. I watched it all. Just like I said, I watched everything Godzilla, and it was okay. But God, what a weird premise! Like, so people are living in space, and Godzilla's the size of a planet, and it's like very sci-fi-ish versus like anything else
I mean, I guess
Godzilla's
that
ever
makes sense.
done.
You got like Mecha Godzilla and stuff like that.
Well, he's like
Godzilla hasn't been in space
way
before.
in the future too. It's like this is technically in the timeline. Like if I forget which category they put this in the timeline, but essentially this is the very last thing in the timeline, and it's like canon. So it's like the very very last thing in the timeline.
I've got to
Um,
binge watch a lot of Godzilla movies, anyways. So
yeah. So it's interesting. By no means is it like amazing. It's like very much just mediocre, but it's interesting if you're like a super Godzilla fan. To see like Godzilla anime like done like that and have them be the size of a planet. um, all right, so
It
we've
has Planet of the Monsters in its own timeline, according to Wikizilla.
oh really?
Yeah, but I don't know how accurate that actually is. 'Cause it does it by the Showa continuity, the Heisei continuity, TriStar, the 2000 Millennium, Godzillaverse, Mega Gyrus, GM Key, Kiryusu. They got all of them broken up like that. They have Final Wars in its own thing.
Final War,
Then
the
the
2004
and then
film.
Yeah, and then the MonsterVerse continuity, and then Shin Godzilla's by itself.
I'll have to look up
Minus
while
one's by itself.
we're
I don't know how accurate this list is though.
I'm gonna look something up while we're doing this. But what question do we have next?
Yeah, as we go from which franchise deserves a game treatment to here's 20 minutes of Godzilla.
Yeah, that's all right.
Uh,
It's all right. People enjoy it.
According to Loco Poco 92823, are people in the video game content? Let me reword that. Are people in the video game content game too desperate for attention? Okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Are people too desperate for attention essentially when they make game content?
I'll let you answer.
See, I don't know. Outside of this, I don't really watch a whole lot of video game specific content itself. So I don't, as far as I know, the limited experience that I am involved in it, I would say no, but I'm not like that super involved, at least in like the social media YouTube side of it.
I am surprised by your answer, honestly. Well, you got some experience with knowing things, so I'm a little shocked by your answer.
I mean, I guess it depends. Are we talking about like content creators or like games media? Because those are two different answers you're gonna get from me. This sounds like it's not like the actual news. It's like people that make their own content.
This sounds like the content creator. It says, "Are people in the video game content game too Yeah, I absolutely talking about content creators.
From my experience, no, but I mean,
saw another question
it depends.
too.
Like, it's. I don't watch a whole lot of. I mean, I do, but it's usually very specific to like one game or a few things. But I mean, it's not like if you don't look hard enough, you won't find people desperate for attention. But in my experience, I would say no. I don't know if you've got a different answer.
Sorry, I was trying to end this last question I saw.
No, you're fine.
I posted on everything. So, are they desperate for attention? Well, let me just shift you over to my stream last night on Twitch where I went off on a very, very long rant at the end of the stream, and that won't answer all of your questions because it kind of pretty much sums up everything that I would have to say right now about that. I think, yes, a lot of people are. Not everyone. But I think a lot of people are very desperate to either be famous, be well known, or are just attention seekers. I think a lot of people are not in it for the right reasons and aren't very genuine. I mean, we've had our experience, and like while yours, I guess, might be semi-limited, like you've been involved with enough to see, a lot of the stuff. So I would say, yeah, not everybody is, but there is a lot of desperation out there and a lot of trampling over people to make their way. And
I guess it depends on how much of the behind the scenes that you would actually see at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, like, and you can only see so much, with the camera.
Because most of my interactions not behind the scenes. It's just what's kind of out there online, which is somewhat limited. Plus, if I see any kind of drama type stuff, I immediately ignore and don't pay attention. Won't even engage with that person anymore.
Hate drama. Yeah.
So that's probably why I don't see it anymore. Because if I see it, I just
tune out.
You.
Yeah.
Immediately tune out and just forget about it. Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I've dealt with my fair of crap.
Because to be fair, I wasn't even thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean,
the question. It's not the first thing that came to mind.
Well, unfortunately, it is a case, yes, but not everybody's like that. I know a lot of good people that are in it for the right reasons, in it to have fun, in it to talk about their passion. But on the flip coin, feel like I feel comfortable in saying that at least 50% of people I think are a little too desperate with it. They all want to be the next AVGN or Happy Console Gamer or Metal Jesus
Well,
Rocks or
I'll say this from the people
I see it every
that
day
I've
because I have
seen.
to be on social media, all
No,
day
but for
taking care of this
what you
stuff.
generally see, especially from the bigger ones, it's the ones that usually make it aren't necessarily the ones that are desperate for attention. The ones that have genuinely actually care about it and growing their stuff, but they do it as more like a hobby, not to get famous or get rich.
Exactly,
Tend to
and
be the ones that usually make it because you
yep,
that
you can
passion comes
see it.
out in the content that they make.
And that's, I mean, like Happy Console Gamer, for instance, he literally just got on YouTube to talk about games, like talk about his passion. He sits there in front of his games and talks about a subject, and that's it. I mean, like he still works another job, and he's a massive YouTuber. Like he just wants to talk about games. He loves games, and very genuine. It. I will say it's hard. Like most people can't do it the way that OG YouTubers were able to do it, where they could literally just sit in front of their camera and talk and like do absolutely nothing, no editing, no like
There's
little,
less
yeah,
less
you
competition at the time.
there was. So now you have to really keep people's attention by doing all this stuff to your videos and um but yeah, I mean, I would say that like at least 50% of people I feel with my interactions and what I see every day without even interacting, what I just see publicly, who knows what's, behind the scenes of the people I just see in front of me. But, not everybody is. There's a lot of good people out there too. And I met a lot of good people you have that, are doing it for fun and the right
Yeah.
reasons. So next one we've got that's will you again read this one so I can get this other question in here real quick?
Yeah, so Jim Bob Gaming Extra. I want to start a comic book podcast. What have you done to make it to episode 76? What did you change or adapt to differently along the way? What were the biggest hurdles from episode 1 to now? I feel like you're definitely the primary one who should answer this. Once you're done typing that question.
Um,
Uh,
so I would say it's hard to answer that. So want to start a comic book podcast? That's awesome. I mean, yeah, but if that's something you want to do, definitely do it. Just do it. That's my first sort of recommendation is we all jump in learning, right? Like, I mean, Mark, you can attest that there was a lot that we kind of had to learn just to run a mildly ran show. Like, we
yeah,
weren't like super wizards at anything we were doing. We literally just did it. Like, that was it. We just did it.
yeah.
So that's the first thing. Just do it. And then sort of answer the second part. I mean, like you can attest to a lot of it too. Like there were plenty of changes made along the way. So like what were some of the changes, up until you were gone that you noticed in that period that were like sort of changes to the show?
Uh, I guess the only two big ones is just kind of learning a format that works. Because I do know, at least from before I left, initially there's a lot of just trying to like find your footing, and then obviously it's very different now than kind of what it was when we first started randomly. And then as well as just I don't know, the other major change is just figuring out different just a change in hosts and stuff like that. People on the podcast, it's just trying people that you kind of like gel with and stuff.
Yeah, I think that that's the biggest thing. Like, I know people that do it by themselves, and like, hey, more power to you if you can keep the conversation by yourself. It's maybe different if you're interacting with an audience, but a lot of people that do podcasts by themselves aren't. It's just a them podcast, and like they might, maybe you want to do just audio, and that's fine too. And so, I mean, depending on if you're wanting to have people on the show, I think the biggest challenge is finding people that you can gel with that um, have the sort of same ideas in mind, or have either the same passion. Um, and like obviously you don't want to find people that are lazy, don't want to contribute, um, things like that. Like you got to find people that are on the sort of same level that you are. If it's people like you've known or whatever, like that's always good. So you can talk about like past things too. If it's new people, you gotta figure it out. Like you gotta figure out who works for you and the vision that you have in your head. Um, and sort of like lay it on the table. Like here's what I would like to do. Like, are you interested in this? Is this something you think you can do? Like, are you on the same sort of passion level as me? Like, do you think you can talk about these certain things? So I think co-host is like, I mean, it's got to be up there as like one of the biggest things, right? I
I
would
guess so.
say.
Yeah.
I mean, to keep conversation, like you got to be able to keep
Yeah.
conversation and
At least some kind of back and forth. That way you're just not talking to yourself for like 2-3 hours.
exactly. Yeah, and then
You get different opinions as well and stuff.
yeah, and then I guess hurdles along the way. Um I mean, technical issues is one thing. Like you got to work around technical issues and learn from that issue cuz you're going to have them. Like you're just going to have them. Like we still have them occasionally. And you just got to figure that out, learn from what happened. Whether you got to write it down or whatever, put it in your notes. I leave notes in my notepad on my computer to type in like what went wrong with whatever episode. And every single episode, I've got a long notepad here for the last like 15 episodes, and I put issues that I listened and heard to, like I heard, and then like issues starting the podcast. So like, were there any issues right before, right when you first started? Is there something that needs to be changed? So I got a long list, and like I try to I try to share stuff with all the co-hosts. It doesn't always go over very well. That's besides the point. But that's what I do. I track everything, all the issues that I've had, and like
Just a minor
after
issue.
it's just a flesh wound.
No, it's just a minor issue with the co-host stuff.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Um, uh, yeah. So basically, that's one of the thing hurdles along the way. Like, there's always going to be something. There might be a co-host that just says they're out, like they're done or whatever. So like you just sort of adjust to that, and like work your way around that. See how if there's anything that you got to reformat, because some people format their podcasts so specifically that they don't go out of the bounds of what they talk about and have written in their notes. And then that's another big thing is I would highly, highly recommend having notes for your podcast because I don't think it's always good to just try to wing it. It can become a problem. You don't even have to use the notes all the time, but I think notes are crucial. I personally
Some
don't.
kind of structure, pretty much.
Yeah, some sort of structure. Like I'm in a large group chat with a bunch of other podcasters, and like I'm looking at like I have changed, like just tweaked very minorly the notes for the past like 3 episodes, and like you learn from other people. So like if you can find a space to join like that, like a group chat or whatever, maybe you make a friend or whatever, and they're like, hey, I'm in this group chat, like you want to join in? Um, Networking with other people, I think I would say next to the co-host, I would say that networking is the second biggest thing because if you want to have guests on your show, that's crucial. But I think networking with other people to exchange ideas and learn more. Maybe you learn a better program to use. Maybe you learn something new with the audio editing. Whatever. Maybe you learn to go live somewhere else and just like all together reformat the podcast. So I think networking is the biggest thing. But are there any other hurdles that you think we've had that we had
I
to?
think you hit all the main ones pretty much.
Okay, so yep, there's that one then. That was a good question though. Enter Shikari 11 said, I have gotten into some classic style RPGs. Do you have any recommendations on newer consoles? Very good question. The first to come to mind is the Mark, what's the game with the beautiful aesthetic? It's 16
I need
bit.
I need more to go off of in that. Oh, you
It's got the it's 2.5D. There's Octopath Traveler.
yeah,
That's a
I
really
think
good
that's
one.
killing me.
That's a really good
I
one.
haven't played those games, but they're from what I've heard, and they've reviewed pretty well.
Yeah, amazing. I still haven't finished the second one, but I got to get back to that at some point.
I would
And
say
then Sea of
I don't know.
Stars. Sea of Stars is a really
Yeah,
good one.
I don't know if it's on the current console, but I know it's on PC and it's on some of the older consoles, at least PS4. But the Trails of the Legend of Heroes, the Trails games, if
Yeah.
you're able to play those, I think they're mostly the old style turn-based RPG type thing. Those are definitely really good games to get into, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah, there is a lot of them. Another one is the Ease games. I think those are great games. Now, they are still like sort of classic style, but there's a few of them like 8 is a little more actiony. 9 kind of is too, but they're still at the heart like classic RPG game. I mean, these games have been around since the Turbo Graphics, so like they're straight up a turn-based game. And I think we just talked about Ease last week. And when I see Ease, it's YS. it's That's how you pronounce it, Ease. There's a new one coming out actually that I've got pre-order on Amazon that I highly recommend checking out. It looks really good, and it's East 10, I believe. But Nocturna, which I think was 9. I have to let me see
No.
what Nocturna
I was gonna say
is.
you said it, and I actually there was one that I eventually got around to getting on the PS4 that was at my local GameStop. Apparently, it was the E7.
Lacrimosa of
I just
Donna,
I really picked
very
them up.
very good game, very good.
It's like $30. I assume they're all disconnected, but it's nice to. Oh, that's
Well,
right.
sort of not, because 7 and 8 are sort of directly connected. So you got the right one.
Yeah, but it's still, even for PS4, it's still nice to have like an actual booklet in a game that this
dude,
one
that
came
is
with.
awesome. Yeah,
And it's even in
actually,
color, so I'm
what's
like, I'll definitely. all
what's
for it.
funny is GameStop had it. Mark, I don't know if you watched the new video or not yet. Did you watch the video I dropped yesterday?
I haven't got a chance. I've just been too busy.
So I opened up several of the cases in their Xbox One and PS4 games. Dude, several of them had like things inside of the cases. I was like shocked. I was like, you don't see this
Yeah,
anymore. I was like,
I love that stuff.
I don't know how I picked out the games. I had stuff. I should start checking again because now I'm so used to just nothing. But they actually had like stuff inside them. But yeah, Ease is amazing. Lacrimosa of Donna, I played that on the Vita. Amazing game. But so
it's,
far, my favorite newish Ease has been 9, which is Monster Knox. I love it. Obsessed.
Pretty much, I've come to learn is Falcom is a really underrated studio.
Dude, they're so good. Man. They
Anything
just put
that
out
they put out is really good.
they put out bangers that like nobody but the niche RPG crowd talks about. Like it sucks because like these games don't sell well, but they continue to put them out. Like they're not making big bucks on them, but thank God they're still putting them out because I've been playing Ease since the beginning. I've been playing Ease forever, so and I've talked it up for years and years and years, and people have always overlooked it for Final Fantasy or even Fantasy Star, which are also great series. But like, I mean, I would say like check out some of the Final Fantasy spin-offs that are turn-based. Like there's a lot. There's a few I'll look up as we're talking here, but
Yeah, but I was looking around, especially for because it's called a Nihon Falcom. They're pretty much known for making the Ys and the Legend of Heroes and the Trail series games. That's like what they work on.
yeah, there is I mean, obviously, like Dragon Quest is going to be a really good. Dragon Quest 12 will be a really good recommendation. What's great about Dragon Quest 12 is it actually has this crazy. You can play the game in 8-bit, or you can play it in its new style. And you can play through the whole game, and you can switch back and forth. It's like the craziest thing ever. Like you can play literally like you would be playing on the Famicom.
Yeah.
And
Actually,
you can play new graphics and it's turn-based. And Dragon Quest 12 is amazing. Amazing.
yeah. Have you played any of the Dragon Slayer games?
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize they also were done by Falcom as well. As I was looking around, I've never heard of the series before, so
yeah, I played Dragon Slayer 2.
it came out. The first one came out in '84, so it's definitely an older series.
Yeah, 2 and 4. So the English translation patch on my EverDrive. You can, but you can pull up an English translation patch. You can emulate that, no problem at all.
Oh, so I didn't realize this. I was looking around. Apparently, the Dragon Slayer series also spawned the Legend of Heroes series. Because Dragon Slayer: The Legend of Heroes was 2 games based off that. The first one came out in '89, and then it spawned into its own separate thing.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wait, so which ones spawned? Which one?
So it is. Let me just double check.
I had no idea that
So
Dragon Slayer
the
was
Legend
connected
of
to
Heroes
anything.
series spawned with Dragon Slayer: Legend of Heroes in '89 and Dragon Slayer: The Legend of Heroes 2 in '92, and then it just becomes Legend of Heroes series. Kind of takes off from there.
Just want to
So
shout out Mark. Thanks for running polls for the show.
Yeah. So it's a sub series. So apparently the first Dragon Slayer Legend of Heroes games is the first game in the Legend of Heroes series, and then the second one it's the final game in the Dragon Slayer sub series.
I
So I
didn't
didn't realize that. So one series just kind of rolled into another. That's really interesting. I didn't realize that.
You know what else
But
is interesting?
apparently the Legend of Heroes 2 Prophecy of the Moon Witch is one of those weird things where it's like it gets a different name in the US compared to Japan. Like it's different titled and stuff like that.
Huh.
Some really weird random stuff that I was running across. But in the US, Legend of Heroes were labeled something different. Like the Legend of Heroes 3 Song of the Oceans known as Legend of Heroes 5 in Japan. Like how do you mess that up?
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
And then from there it goes into the actual trail. Then the Legend of Heroes becomes the trail series after that. Once you get to the Trails in the Sky.
Interesting.
I don't know. It's just some random stuff.
I like to know that stuff because I had no idea. But yeah, I played the English translation patches of those years and years ago, emulated them, and now I've got them on my EverDrive.
Because I was like, they said Legend of Heroes and the Trails were 2 different series. I'm like, I thought they were the same. Like the Trail series are Legend of Heroes games. I'm like, oh, because it wasn't always the Trails. It was like you had the Dragon Slayer and then the Gaharv series, which are kind of tied. They're all like a continuation in Japan, but they're like a different sub series as far as the Legend of Hero goes.
Huh. That is really interesting. No, that is very interesting. I did not know that.
More games I gotta play now.
Well, I think we've got 1 or 2 more things left here real quick. We've got according to a recent rumor from Can We Get Some Toast, Deadpool 3 may feature a Wolverine variant from one of Jackman's previous X-Men films. The source claims this variant will be based on Jackman's appearance on the 2013 film The Wolverine. So that would be interesting, but also it seems like well, first, what's your take on that? Did you watch The Wolverine, the movie that's really bad?
Is that the one with Deadpool that he was like mouth shut, or am I thinking? Yeah, I watched that one. I actually, as a kid, I didn't hate it when I grew up, but I didn't know a lot about everything else around it.
I didn't like it
because I've never read the comic books.
Would add into that. This is a rumor, but apparently it's got some kind of validity to it. Me and Lee talked about it right at the top of the podcast. Apparently, Henry Cavill will appear in Deadpool and Wolverine. Rumors suggest. I don't know in what regard, but that's interesting because he's heading over from DC to Marvel, and he'll play a variant of Wolverine in the movie.
I was about to say it can't be negative. Like he's probably the only actor in Hollywood that I actually like right now. So,
well, he'll play a variant of Wolverine. So I guess the question is, what variants and why would he be playing a variant?
What variants of Wolverine do we actually have? That's kind of what I'm asking.
There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot. You've got, obviously you've got like the animated series style, or even just like the classic comic book style with the yellow suit. But then you've got like the suit that's I think we talked about it before. It's like brownish brown, and that's a separate iteration of Wolverine. Like he's at a different point, and it's a variant of Wolverine. Then you've got the skeleton Wolverine, where he's all skeleton. You got zombie Wolverine from Marvel Zombies. You've got, I don't know, we'd have to look up Wolverine variants. But yeah, I mean, would you like to see him in the movie? And what would you like to see
I
him?
think it'll be good. I just don't know what to expect. I was like, I guess we'll see what ultimately happens then.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's Weapon X Wolverine, Howlette Wolverine. Not sure who that dude. There's a ton of variants. Holy crap! What did I just get myself into? Old Man Logan, of course. Wolverine from Earth 10,005, X-23. Yeah, so there's a lot. I mean, I guess the bigger question for me, like it'll be cool to see him play one of the weird variants. Like I wouldn't mind seeing an Old Man Logan. Like that's a really good series. Old Man Logan's a really good series.
It'll just be hard to see somebody other than Hugh Jackman play as Wolverine
Yeah,
because he's all I've known as Wolverine. He does it so well.
well, yeah, no, I mean he's going to be playing a variant. So, but why would he be playing a variant? Is my
I
question.
don't
It's
know.
something to do with the
I thought he was
multiverse,
already.
right?
I thought after the last Wolverine movie he did, like he was done.
Oh,
The one with the Old Man Logan into it. I thought that ended him as being
it
Wolverine.
was
So
supposed to. It was the Old Man Logan story where he dies.
yeah, it's supposed to end his Wolverine's like story arc and stuff like that.
Well, there's a manga verse Wolverine. He first appeared in Marvel manga verse X-Men 1. So maybe him.
Yeah.
Wolverine Noir. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. I guess I'm confused on it. It's probably got something to do with the multiverse, right? It's got to.
Actually, yeah, I guess ultimately. But I know this is kind of like a hard right turn, and I didn't realize this. Did you know that there's a Suicide Squad isekai anime that's gonna be coming out?
What? No, I did not.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Uh, well, because I originally saw it because I was related to a different community because I didn't even realize it was gonna be an anime because apparently Warner Brothers revealed that the ending theme for the upcoming Suicide Squad isekai anime is gonna be sung by the Hololive VTuber Calliope Mori. Which
Do you know
she
who
does
that
a lot of
is?
good music. Yeah, I've watched her before. I know a lot of the whole live VTube stuff.
She's a
But it's like a
Hololive
big thing.
VTuber.
Yeah, she did some like periphery stuff with One Piece and with Metal Gear Solid, and like some stuff related like trailers and stuff like that. But this is like a really big like mainstream thing for her. But I saw that and I was like, I don't even know when this kind of comes out, or like who animates it was kind of like my curiosity. But like, how do you have a Suicide Squad isekai? Because that whole thing is like you're taking a person and you're putting them into a different world. So it's kind of like I didn't see a whole lot about it, but I was like, how do you turn this? Can Japan fix DC or fix Suicide Squad?
No. No. I I don't know. I don't know. How long
It
When's
comes
this
out
supposed
this
to happen?
year. It comes out.
And
I
you are
saw 20.
talking the game, right? Suicide Squad
No,
game.
this is an anime series.
Oh.
So it's an upcoming anime series based on the Team Suicide Squad from the comics. It'll be produced by Wit Studio, uh, presented by Warner Brothers Japan, and it's directed by Iri Osada. I don't know what he's worked on. It's just kind of given a lot of. I don't know. Don't think we know a whole lot about it. I was trying to look around. It's supposed to come out in July of 2024 in Japan is when it's set to premiere. So we'll probably get a sub probably right around the same time.
So okay. I'm gonna as we're talking, I'm gonna look that up. Curious here.
But the dude who wrote who's writing it, like the main writer,
I mean, I like
Nagatsuki. Apparently, he's mainly worked on
Is it
a bunch of he's worked on a bunch of
Isekai?
ReZero isekai.
Isekai. Okay.
Yeah, but he's worked on a lot of ReZero novels and manga and stuff like
This
that.
looks kind of good.
And then he's worked on the VV series to some degree. I don't know anything about that, but I know ReZero is a pretty big series.
So I like the concept of Suicide Squad and what I have read of the comics years ago, but I obviously this video game has absolutely tarnished the name.
But essentially, if you're not familiar with like any kind of anime stuff, isekai in novels, and it revolves around a displaced person or people who are transported to and have to survive in another world, such as fantasy world, game world, parallel world, without the possibility of returning to their original world. Essentially, it's like I died or something happened. I'm go from like normal Earth to I'm in now a fantasy world with magic and stuff like that. And this is my new life now, type thing. Uh, that's like the
Interesting.
most common thing. Like if you ever watched,
Well, I'll watch that. Would you?
I was trying to think of it. I give it a shot, but I was trying to think of Sword Art Online would be considered like an isekai. At least the first season would, where you're stuck in like a world and you with no
So it's like
realistic hope of getting back.
a classic anime trope sort of thing, basically.
Yeah,
Like it
it's
makes
gotten
it
more
like a
popular.
genre.
It's gotten more popular recent. It's a fairly
Like
newer trend, but
girls stuck in dungeons and stuff like
yeah,
that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I actually didn't know it like had a name for
it's a
that
pretty
concept.
it's a pretty simple concept. I guess some of the more realistic real world iterations of it would you think Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz, Peter Pan, Chronicles of Narnia. Those would be more Hollywood style versions of it. It's the same concept. You're
Interesting.
transported to another world. Those ones they kind of get back, but your control of realistically coming back is pretty much non-existent type thing.
Gotcha. Okay. So classic
Like
trope.
it helps you get like a better grasp on what the series kind of is about, or that genre is.
Huh.
I
Yeah.
don't know, I didn't practice this. I'm kind of all over the place, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get the genre that you're talking about. I was going to lead out first before I read this final article here. Tomorrow, which obviously audio listeners, sorry, ignore this. Would you spend a little bit of time? It shouldn't take long to a just help me finalize the PC stuff, and B do Pretendo with me. We'll set them up like together. Like it's
What
supposed to
is
be.
Pretendo?
It's the 3DS and Wii U online service that you can like get back everything. Like you can do everything. You can play. So this is works within Pretendo, but this is a separate thing. But essentially, Pretendo's for 3DS and Wii U. So you can bring back the Miiverse, you can bring back everything. You can play all your games online again. Um, but there is, and I'll send you the video on this. It doesn't, you might even have more insight than I do on this, like, might be a little smarter with it. But there is a way, I saw a video to get widescreen support on the 3DS for Metroid Prime Hunters and bring it back online. Which would, I mean, like, literally be a dream come true. Like, literally. Like, I would do anything to play Metroid Prime Hunters again online. Like, that was probably my favorite online gaming ever. But anyway, Pretendo's for the 3DS and Wii U, so you can get all of the everything on there, all the eShop games, but also like you get to play everything online again, and you get full functionality out of the 3DS skin. So all that and Wii U. So like Miiverse, that got shut down before the Wii U was even over, is back online. So you can like go back on the forums on Miiverse, and people are online. There was somebody did a video the other day, and there was over 7,000 people consecutively playing Mario Kart 7 online. It's like people are playing all these games
That's
online.
crazy.
And yeah, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people for this like very very niche, thing that's, not a lot of people know about, but um it's supposed to be pretty simple and easy to set up. Basically you make a new name signing in under the Pretendo like online service, and then like I think you're good to go. It didn't look, I saw a video, it looked pretty simple. I was like listening to it at work, but I think it's something we could do in like 10 minutes to set up. And
I
like
have to
if you
look
could do
into
it,
it.
if and if I can do it with the Wii U as well, that'd be awesome. But I want to do 3DS first. That's something that I don't even know if you have a Wii U anymore, but 3DS we can definitely do and probably make it pretty simple.
I have no idea. I have to go digging.
My Wii U is literally sitting right here, plugged up at all times. So if I could connect all that again, hey,
I never
I
know when I just have that urge at 3 in the morning. Like I gotta play my Wii U right now. I gotta get that fixed.
well, you never know. You never know. All right, we got any comments before I read this last article? We got uh Mr. Coffee said he had to head out. Johnny says, I hope that Disney doesn't screw Deadpool. Gigi said Mark seems to have no opinions. um,
Just a bot.
Desifin says, guys, I just got off work. Sorry. I appreciate the long episodes. I'm a channel member now. Well, thank you. Thank you for being a channel member. Appreciate it.
Very appreciated.
I see the emoji there on there. That's awesome. Mark, how goes it, dude? Brandon, long time no see. I saw you the other day, but you were walking out the store. Are you sure it was me? What anime are you watching anime wise right now? You watching anything anime wise right now? I'll be honest with you.
Aaron.
I still do love anime, but I haven't watched anything in a while. I think the last thing I watched was an episode of Pokemon Horizons, my daughter, and before that, maybe I watched Kiki's Delivery Service again after a few years, so I think that was the last thing I watched.
There were some stuff that I recently got. Two series I need to get around to watching is Call of the Night and The Eminence in the Shadow. They're two shows that I bought when it's not GameStop, but instead of their games, so they got rid of all their physical media. It's killing me.
Best Buy?
Best Buy was getting rid of their stuff. I bought a bunch of stuff, but I do want to get back to.
Man. I didn't travel 30 minutes to check my Best Buy. I probably should, right?
I happened to be in Salt Lake at the time, and I just happened to be there. And I was like, I remember you mentioning like, they're getting rid of stuff, and it was mostly bare, but they still had a decent amount of stuff there. And I was like,
I've seen
buy every
bunch
anime
of
stuff they have.
videos. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should make that trip this weekend. Then, do you think it's worth going?
Out.
Oh, great.
I don't know if they still if it's still in stock, but I ended up also getting the Princess Mononoke, another Studio Ghibli movie that I really liked. Weathering with You, a movie I haven't watched. But the dude that made Your Name and the other one with the dude that becomes a chair. I can't remember the name of the movie.
What?
It's not important.
What? No. Get back this dude with a chair. What? What dude turns into a chair? What in God's name are you talking about?
It's called Suzume.
I have no idea about a dude in a chair. That's all I know.
That's the only immediate come to mind. One of the main dude, he gets cursed, and he's essentially his soul is transferred into a chair, and then the chair kind of moves and walks. It's kind of hard to explain.
I have never seen that.
And then I also got the Violet Evergarden, the movie that they had it because I bought that. I also
what's
realized
it called?
I never actually Violet Evergarden.
Do you have it next to you?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 4K Blu-ray. How much is that?
Yeah, well, $20-$30, I think. But I bought that, and it all reminded me like I need to go back and rewatch the series because the series actually deals with like she's like it's like post some war. It's like a fantasy world, but I think it's supposed to realistically be like this is post like a Great War type fantasy world type thing. Because she lost like both. I think she lost both of her arms. They're now like kind of mechanical and stuff like that. But it deals with
so Full Metal Alchemist.
It deals with like the aftermath of like people come back from war and stuff like that, dealing with like PTSD, like adapting to a world that you're not used to and stuff like that.
Okay.
But so I started watching. I really liked it, but I need to go back and actually finish it and then watch the movie when I'm done with that. But that was definitely a series I really liked.
If I do pick up any physical media, it's not a game. I 100% am only interested in grabbing like 4K Blu-rays at this point. I mean, I've owned literally every format and collected all of my. I just think 4K Blu-rays are enough of a jump. You can never get full quality streaming ever. You're running on bitrate over the internet. I think 4K Blu-rays are worth it, and they've gotten way cheaper than they used to be. So, for me, if I did grab anything, it's got to really be something either I really, really love or looks really good, and I might rewatch it. I don't want to buy shelf pieces anymore. I'm no longer a shelf collector.
To some degree, but it depends on what I'm buying. But I can also pretty much answer one of two questions, but I can hit 2-1 because Siphon said, what's your favorite genre of anime? And then Escalated Friend was saying howdy fellas, I collect VHSs and blurry. I can knock out both in one go. right behind me.
Okay.
And this ultimately is one of the early ones that I watched on Toonami, and it kind of got me back into like watching anime and collecting it. But if you ever watched a series, and I think it's considered like the original harem, but it's a show called Tenchi Muyo.
Oh yeah.
I know it's old. I actually have a VHS. It's got like the first 3 episodes on it. I got to prove I actually have it.
I do not have any Tenchi Muyo anymore. But that was
I
a
have all
series
of it on DVD and Blu-ray. That I
How
can get
much
here
do
in
you
the
have
West,
on?
but
So I am very now. This I would pick up, like if I found it either like flea market or thrift stores or whatever.
I
I
think this was
love
like
anime
at a flea market thrift
VHS.
store
I love it. I
randomly.
love anime VHS. It is so nostalgic for me. It's how I watched like everything back then. Like literally, that's how I watched all my. Because for a
Yeah.
long time, I don't know if you remember, but it took a long time for anime to make the jump from VHS to DVD, and then
Yeah.
even way longer time to make the jump from DVD to Blu-ray. And then
But to be
once some anime, like usually anime TV series don't get 4K Blu-rays for some reason. They usually don't. Like
it's
there's
just too
there's
expensive.
still no 4K Blu-ray Dragon Ball, like for God's sake. So
I just don't I think it's just too expensive outside of
I
regular Blu-ray. You usually see it in the movies. I don't know if
it's
there's any
got
extra stuff that
it's
goes on
gotten
behind the
so much
scenes.
cheaper though. I can't understand why. Um
There's so many series. I don't think it's just worth the time or the effort for them to do it. I don't think they would
I would
make the
actually
money
buy
back.
that, but I'm not interested in buying the Blu-ray Dragon Ball.
I
I've
would
owned
say
it once already.
it makes more sense with the newer stuff, but not the older stuff.
I think it makes more sense for that because there's more restoration that can be done there. A lot more
Yeah, but
restoration.
they're also pushing the industry towards streaming because
Well, I know
that's where
that's the
everything wants to
problem,
go.
right? But I think
Yeah.
like it wouldn't work with things like probably Tenchi Muyo. Probably wouldn't work.
It's too small, too niche.
But Dragon Ball, for God's sakes, I think that would work. I think that would
That probably
absolutely
would.
work because all of the media sold. I mean, they just reprinted. Well, they didn't reprint because they're new sets in 2022 of Dragon Ball on Blu-ray. So, and I mean, I had the orange boxes growing up, and like I had the VHSs, and I had a ton of the uncut VHS tapes. It was the first time I ever saw Dragon Ball with all the blood and wieners and all that stuff in there.
Well, I think there is Dragon Ball that's Blu-ray, but I think it's probably just the
There's
movies.
Dragon Ball Blu-ray. Yeah, there's 4K Dragon Ball there's 4K Blu-ray movies, yes.
Yeah.
But none of the series, which is what matters. Like yeah, there's
Well, I guess I
just
don't know, but when you're dealing with several hours, multiple discs, whether it becomes an issue like
you could fit
with storage and stuff like that.
way more on a single. It should be cheaper actually. It should be cheaper. And the cost from Blu-ray to a 4K Blu-ray disc, you can actually look it up right now. You can look up cost difference. So, you can see the exact manufacturing cost of 4K Blu-ray manufacturer. But it is not much. It is not much. 4K Blu-ray is essentially like 4 additional layers of a Blu-ray. Basically, is what it is. So it's reading from, I think it's 8 layers, but I could be wrong. They cost a bit less than 4K. This is telling me the prices if you're buying them. Blu-ray discs are established format that's been around. Blah 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 blah. The price range is usually 15. This is not giving me the price of like the disc, just how much
Yeah,
it
because
like normally runs.
I was even looking at like the in Japanese Amazon, and it looks like a lot of the other series like Dragon Ball. The only 4K is the movies. Everything else is just regular
Yeah, all
Blu-ray.
the movies are on,
So
especially at least the recent movies.
even Japan doesn't get who usually gets the better stuff like that.
They do,
Doesn't
and
seem like they have it.
what's
At
weird
least
is that
not what I'm seeing.
what's weird is yeah, like they do get that. Like we saw a Godzilla set that's so far only announced for Japan. Well, the weird thing is that the Japanese market is typically not on the physical media train. Like they don't collect like
I always see them getting physical media advertised first, or if
I
there's something
know,
a
but they
special limited edition, it's usually like Japan only market for their
right,
media.
and like I mean, like you'll see some of the niche crowd that collect like manga, but they usually don't collect like physical media like that. Like you can look up Japanese game room tours and things like that. Like their spaces are so small they just can't. So like
But to be
manga
fair,
you can't replicate in like
I'll
a feel good way. Like
no. But I'll say this: as far as that goes, it means the secondhand market for older games and stuff like that, it's really cheap.
cheap, very cheap
And
there.
when I was
Yes.
there, it's like old like Super Famicom games and stuff like that. Stuff that would be fairly expensive in the U.S. was just common at stores, and they had a bunch
There
of
you go.
stuff, well known stuff, and it was not expensive.
What's that big game store? I think there's like 3 of them, but everybody goes when they visit Japan. YouTubers like they
Probably
always.
probably an Akibara.
I'm trying to think of what the name of it is, but they've got like everything there. Like literally everything. They're like the craziest stores I've ever seen. Um, but yeah, like the market for physical media is just so small there. It's smaller than way smaller than it is here.
To be fair, if you see
They
like
are
the
fine with
advertisement,
emulation. They don't care about
it's
playing
all
on
about
original.
handheld mobile. But if you seem
Yeah,
like a standard Japanese apartment, it makes a lot of sense. You don't have a lot
they're
of room in those
super.
apartments.
They're tiny. They're tiny. Like a standard Japanese apartment is like a studio apartment here, where you've got like one room.
Yeah, because I think the two bedroom that I had there is not as small as the two bedroom that I have now. But it
Yeah.
was a nicer apartment, so
Well, you better move back
it
then.
also cost me like over $2,000 a month. But
Jesus.
that's what they charged me. I'm sure the locals got a lot cheaper, but
Well, all right. I was going to end off with this interesting article that I found because you don't hear this sort of discussion on these two systems very much. But this is the best open world games on the DS and 3DS. Um, DS and 3DS are home to some impressive open world games. I agree. Like Fantasy Life and Monster Hunter Stories. By the way, Mark, this is your chance because you like Pokemon, you like JRPGs. Monster Hunter Stories is getting a double pack of 1 and 2 for the Switch. So they're remastering 1 and two's already on the Switch. There's a double pack that you can get. However, well, this depends on whether you care about it or not. However, Monster Hunter Stories 2 is a digital code, but it's a double pack. So you could like buy Monster Hunter Stories remastered separate and then buy the other one that have both of them physical. Like I've got it physical, so I wouldn't buy the 2 pack. I need to get the new Monster Hunter Stories remaster. You haven't played those, correct?
I haven't. No,
Okay, you don't have to be a Monster Hunter fan whatsoever. It's a Pokemon
I mean
formula, JRPG. They're very fun, like really fun. But anyway, I digress. Um, so they also mentions Retro City Rampage DX. Offers a fun exploration of a retro open world. Also, another excellent game. I played that one on the Vita. Ocarina of Time 3D on the 3DS remains an iconic classic. 10 games still trapped exclusively on the DS. Wait, hold on. That's not the article. When players try to think of their favorite open world games, chances are they will choose something from the Xbox 360 era, uh, and including PS3. Is this when this genre truly opened up on a whole new level? However, what most people may discount here are that the Nintendo DS and 3DS, two consoles that boast an impressive library of games despite their limited hardware capabilities. Um, so yeah, I mean that really only mentioned a few things. It says 10-minute read. I'm confused. Oh, okay, I see the other ones. So here's the ones mentioned. These are the ones trapped on exclusively on DS. So Nintendo DS games were bestsellers for a long time, but not all games were released for future consoles. Here are 10 that are still trapped on the DS. We got Grand Theft Auto, which is with China City Warriors. The Elder Scrolls were two series that were bigger than they had ever been in the past and only beginning. So the games listed: Fantasy Life got a Metacritic score of 73. Fantasy Life is a lot of fun, by the way. We're getting a new one. Shakedown Hawaii, which I own 3 times over because they keep doing these special prints for like consoles they don't make games for anymore. Very fun game, very very fun. It's on the Wii U, 3DS now. It just came out on 3DS. It's on Vita, PS4, Nintendo Switch. Like it's on everything. Um, Monster Hunter Stories, which you just mentioned. We also got Dragon Quest 8 on DS. Or oh no, this one's 3DS. Sorry. Bravely Default, which on 3DS, open world JRPG. Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, which is actually a good version of the game. I played through that. I played through the game 3 times. I played through it on the 3DS, on the Wii, and on the Nintendo Switch. And it's a good version of the game. However, it's a new Nintendo 3DS title only. You can't play it on the regular 3DS, so it takes advantage of that extra hardware and the thumbstick.
I say, luckily, that's the version of the 3DS that I have.
Yeah, you're lucky because I'm pissed off that I don't have a new 3DS XL because I can't do the new Virtual Boy emulator with Pretendo. Pretendo, you do that with Pretendo as well, and it's like apparently very good. You can do it in like 10 minutes. You should set that up. That's you've never played one, and apparently, based on what I saw, because he was doing a comparison, the 3D on the 3DS handles it really well, and you'll get why I like the Virtual Boy. Okay. And then we've also got Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks, underrated Zelda game, very underrated. Pokemon X and Y, Phantom Hourglass, also underrated, but not as much as Spirit Tracks. I would say personally, Spirit Tracks I like better, though the Metacritic score says otherwise. A Link Between Worlds, another amazing game. Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars, which is a DS game and is probably, I gotta say, the most underrated GTA game ever released. Most people don't even know it exists, but it's very fun.
Yeah.
It's a very fun
To be
open
fair,
world game.
I only know it exists because of South Park.
Ocarina of Time 3D, and that is the list. So those are those underrated ones that you can check out. Is there anything else you saw that you want to mention?
No, I don't think so. I think you hit everything.
All right. Any closing thoughts?
Tip your waitress. Video games are awesome. And I'm sorry, Godzilla's the best kaiju out there. So I'm gonna offend some people when I say that.
Well, we appreciate everybody watching live today, and if you're listening to the audio later, oh, we did have a final question. I'm sorry I didn't see that. Mark, thanks.
Oh my god.
Do you guys talk about you or figure? I think they meant to put toy about toy or figure collecting. I'd love to hear more discussion. I see toys behind you, Mark.
Uh, they're more like figures and models than I would say actual toys, but I guess I'm not heavy on the toys, but I periodically will pick up like figures or like something that's like a display model. And then I guess I want to get back into, I think we talked about it last week, like the Gunpla type
Gunpla.
stuff is kind of where my interest in stuff like that lie, though I'm not like super like actively interested into it, but the straight toys themselves is just not my niche.
Yeah, I mean, like, what? How many of the statues do you think you have, or the models?
Maybe 5 or 6 total. If I looked around, I got most of them out, but they're not all visible.
What are the ones that are on the shelf now that I like visible? What are those from?
I guess it depends. So I've got top one up here. You can't really see. It's Rias Grimory. I'm not gonna bring it any closer because it's not appropriate.
Oh,
You
I
catch
see.
my
Yeah,
drift? You
yeah.
just can't see too far away. The one down is Rei Ayanami. It's just a PVC figure. That's the most expensive one. I spent like $250 on it. That
Jeez.
one that one is the it's from Ava. I think it's not Ray and it's not Shinji's. It's the other. It's Child 2. I think I can't remember her name now. But that's her the mobile suit, not the mobile suit, but the mech that she uses. But it's just like a figure that I bought for like $80 at GameStop on a little stand. And then I've got two. I technically have got two amiibos. It's the Breath of the Wild one for Link and Zelda, but they're still in the package, and it's the ones that's the Japanese packaging ones.
That's
A little
cool.
banged up.
That's pretty cool.
I got the Goku one, and then all the way up at the top, I've got two
You have a
plastic
Goku one?
figures. Yeah, I showed it to you last week.
When Kurgle was comparing his.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
just small little crap old one, and then I got two.
Yeah.
I've got for sure two other figures, from ESO. When I bought the expansions, it came with like a little statue, and then technically I got one more. I've been meaning to actually open this up and put it together. I just haven't gotten around to it. It's not really a toy; it's just another like figure. But this one's from Girls und Panzer.
Is that the tank one? When did you get that?
It's the tank show. About 2 months ago or something like that. Essentially, it's got all the main girls that drive the main tank.
Are they like attached to the tank, or are they like the tank a part of them, or are they just they control the tanks?
They're not in the tank, but this is what the actual model kind of looks like. I can't remember what I think it's Panzer 4 is what it is. Model version D, or roughly what it's supposed to be, because that's what they drive in the show.
That's pretty cool. I need to check that one out, because you've talked that show up so much that I feel like I need to at least like watch an episode. Can you like get by just watching an episode? Like, do you know what I mean? Or is it one where like you feel like you gotta kind of stick with it? Or
it depends. It makes sense if you watch everything in order, but the original series is only 12 episodes long.
Oh, okay. You could so watch. It's pretty short.
You can't go in between. It's got a continuous show. There's a movie or an individual movie which you could probably watch on its own, and for the most part, you could find enjoyment. A few things wouldn't make a lot of sense, but it wouldn't take away from the enjoyment at most. And then there's 4 of 6 movies out now, or like short movies, because they're like 50-minute long ones. 50 minutes to like an hour long. That's supposed to like finish out the arc that they're on. That comes out like every 2 years. But I mean, you don't really watch it for the story, because it's like any other sports anime story. It's not why you watch. You watch it for the tanks and the action and stuff like that. And
it's one of those.
There's a lot of hidden. You might catch, but there's a lot of references, whether they're hidden or not. There's a lot of like history, like mainly World War II, but there's a lot of random history references throughout the show as well.
I like that though. It reminds me of Iron Maiden.
Yeah, but I really liked it. I get around to buying it. It's one of those things you had to like buy and import, because it's
how much how much
only gets sold
in
Japan. This one, it's not super big. Maybe $60.
Gotcha. I would love to.
I don't know if that's the price because of the import stuff, or that's just expensive just because of what it's more niche or something like that. But
I would love to import some like Ultraman stuff or Godzilla stuff, or like some other of the more obscure kaiju, like Gamera, because we don't like get Gamera stuff here. I see a lot of monster arts, which is a like I guess statue / figure line. It's called SH Monster Arts. And they're the ones that did all those forms of the Shin Godzilla I was telling you about. They did all the forms.
Yeah.
They could buy that were like $200, $300 a piece, and like I'm trying to think of Kotobukiya. Do you know them?
I don't.
What's so funny?
That one I don't specifically. I may have seen it, just the name doesn't sound familiar.
Why are you laughing at me?
Because it sounded like something else, something like poop related, and I just started laughing because I got a
Kotobukiya.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right.
I thought of something. I don't know. I was just I just processed it kind of weird.
Do we have any more comments?
Yeah, like another 20 comments popped up in like the last 4 minutes.
Okay. We'll go through them. Hit whatever's important.
Will you guys talk about the game news from today, next week? I think he hit some of the game news. I don't know if he hit it earlier.
Yeah, we might. Today. We could have missed some stuff today. There was new. It just kept rolling with news.
Yeah.
I definitely tried to grab what I could, but yeah, I missed stuff.
Yeah.
Mark's got to start adding to the notes. So
This week was a weird week. I didn't get around to it. You guys should really do an anime manga podcast. It's my favorite discussion. Kind of becomes like almost the back half of
It
this
kind of
podcast half
does,
the time.
yeah. I do, yeah. It kind of does. That's a good point.
Or it always, I don't know. It's like it seems like last 4 weeks we always end up at least 20 minutes start talking about Godzilla for some reason.
We have for like the last 3 or 4 in a row. Yeah,
I'm not even
I
an
kind of
expert,
love it.
but
I'm not.
It's a series that I like, but I need to watch more of.
Yeah, well, you got to get on it because it sounds like it's something we're going to be talking about a lot. Godzilla Kong comes out. I'm ready for discussion.
Oh yeah, we're talking about this before podcast after it comes out. You better watch it.
No,
I might watch it without watching the other ones to be able to talk about it.
No, yeah, no, we really should. If you can before then watch the other ones, but if you could watch it like so we could talk about it, that'd be great because I think that would be good. Like, yeah, that would be great. Actually, I'll go see it the first day that I can, maybe day of if possible. We'll see. So
yeah, so those were all from Escalated Fiend. Johnny was saying, I think tomorrow I'm gonna continue with Super Mario Maker RPG remake. I'm in the in game in Bowser's Keep. I'm sorry. I haven't played that game. Get some more from Escalated friend. You guys like 80s anime?
I do.
There's a lot from the 80s. It's just kind of hard to narrow it down, but I like the old animation hand-drawn
Initial
style.
D.
It's 90s.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is, isn't it? What's the other car one I'm thinking of? It's the movie. Akira.
Not a car movie though, but it's from like the 80s.
No, wait, no,
Akira.
I'm thinking yeah. Akira is a movie. That's not the car one I'm thinking of though. There's a racing one that I really like. Anyway, yeah, I mean I even like Speed Racer, so that's technically an anime.
Is that what you're thinking of, Speed Racer?
That's from like the 60s though.
Yeah.
But no, there's definitely 80s anime. I can't think off the top of my head. I'm trying to think what the heck from the 80s because there's
Bubblegum Crisis is one I definitely like, and it just bleeds 80s. If you ever watch it.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. Years ago. It's been a long time.
He's a big fan of anime, so it's his favorite discussion. Really like Tenchi Muyo. It's my favorite anime of all time. Preferably the OVA series. As controversial as it gets with OVA 3 onwards, I don't have problems with it, but that's a whole other discussion you can spend.
It depends on if things bother you a lot or not.
It's just it's a niche community, but there's a lot that goes in with that.
It's a very niche community.
Really do love anime. Mark, I collect toys and figures. Yeah, all of it's good and fun. Got some comments from Typhoon Hector. Good evening. I saw the first top of the podcast. You guys doing any new videos together?
I think
as it stands right now, it's just the podcast.
Yeah, we've talked about some stuff. We'll have to see. Maybe.
It's just my schedule is just kind of it's difficult right now to do a whole lot more than the podcast, but
yeah,
would like to do more stuff regardless of kind of how that comes about.
We'll see what time brings. So
yeah, I've been wanting to hear a GBA and DS video. I mean, it's a good topic to talk about.
Yeah,
whether it's a video or even on the podcast.
Yeah,
definitely appreciate it. Relax the show, you guys entertain me. I mean, that's always the goal, to entertain somebody. Johnny was saying I have Amoeba and Amoeba or Amiibo. I think it's Amiibo.
I have Amoeba. The Amoeba. Do you remember the Amoeba brothers or whatever from Powerpuff Girls? They were like all.
I haven't watched that show in years.
Oh god, I still remember all the Cartoon Network stuff well.
I only have 2 Amiibo, and that's because I saw it because I got the Japanese version of Link and Zelda. I really liked them, like the costumes.
Wait, what?
But I didn't.
Say it again.
Link and Zelda. The only Amiibo that I have are the Breath of the Wild Link and Zelda.
Oh
ones.
Yeah. I wish I had those. I do wish I had those.
But I haven't used them. I just left them in the box. Like I just like it more for just how they look. I don't care to actually use them.
Here's the solution. $10. You get your Amiibo cards.
Oh yeah.
I have to buy new ones because this doesn't have any of the Tears of the Kingdom cards, which stuff is locked behind. So I got to order those. Actually, I might do that tonight. So
I thought about those, but then I was like, I don't really care about the Amiibo stuff in these games. I just don't care enough, so I'll just play it.
I scan it every time I play. Like, it makes me enjoy the game that much more. So Now, other games, I can't think of a single other game where I've cared about amiibos, but these are all just straight Zelda. So, I got
Yeah.
them for Breath of the Wild, but now I use them in Tears of the Kingdom. It also works in Link's Awakening for stuff too. So, yeah.
Weird, but I bought them more as kind of like new figures. I just like them how they look. They were like, I don't know, like $15 or something like that, relatively cheap. So, or how much amiibos cost. So I was like, I'll just buy them. I'll leave them in the box for
I mean, if I
decoration. I mean, the
yeah,
boxes are kind of beat up, but they're still in the plastic. So
yeah,
I
I
don't
would
know. Who
buy
knows?
'em. I'd buy them for
Maybe in 40 years that might be worth something. Who knows? I
yeah.
doubt it, but
I would buy them to set up if they're cheap. Yeah,
yeah.
especially Zelda. I still need a Mega Man one. Um, there's 2 Mega Mans. I don't have either. I need both of them. Keep an eye out.
Yeah. I do like having the show be on Fridays, and I think that if you're going later, it gives to make the discussion or being able to kind of like go later and stuff like that. Yeah. Friday kind of works because you don't have to worry about getting up early the next morning
Well,
type
I do.
thing. I
I
don't.
do.
It just means that some days, some
I'm
Fridays,
doing it so you don't have to worry about it. That's why I switch.
it just might means I come to the podcast late if I end up having to work late on a Friday, which periodically.
If that
does end up
happens again,
happening.
Mark, I'm gonna have to talk to your supervisor.
I'm sorry, the job that actually pays my bills has to take priority.
I'm gonna have to speak with your supervisor. They're gonna have to pay you for the time, and you need to.
I could tell you exactly what he's gonna tell you, and it's gonna hurt your feelings.
Okay. Well. All right.
I like Yu Yu Hakusho. Typhoon was saying as well. That's a really good show. I think it's like an epitome of like a really good '90s anime. What is gaming pod? This cast came in. Hey guys, 93 views. Whoa, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, we're doing good. Actually,
That's really good.
I just noticed that too.
Oh, John I meant to say amiibos, and I've been collecting Animal Crossing amiibo cards. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think we knew what you meant, but having fun with amoebas or whatever autocorrect likes to turn it into.
I've got 2 packs of the Animal Crossing cards I've never opened up. I meant to buy all the series just to have one of, and yeah,
but
I don't know.
The actual amiibo, yeah, amiibos. I think amiibos.
Oh, I don't have any of the amiibos.
It's just the cards. So like,
just the cards. Yeah, I don't make any sense sometimes.
Mark got a new haircut. What is gaming?
Did you?
I get the same haircut all the time. I just get it like once a month.
Oh,
I've been getting the same haircut for almost a decade at this point, for almost 10 years. So I guess you can tell. I don't know. It gets long on the sides sometimes, but I get it cut like every 2-3 weeks.
I don't know. I don't even notice any problems.
To me, it looks the same constantly. If it gets too long, especially for one, because I have to. If my hair starts touching my ears, I have to get it cut anyways for work. But I'm so used to short hair, like long hair kind of bugs me anyways.
I got you. That makes sense. So you're used to it. You've had it that way for a long time.
I've been getting the same haircut for 8-9 years at this point.
Yeah,
so I'm just so used to it. What is game is also saying? I like amiibos. What do y'all have? I think we kind of just talked about it. I just have the 2, and then you've got mainly the bunch of cards and stuff like that.
I've got cards and a couple collector's editions that have the amiibo inside it. That's it.
Favorite movies, TV shows, and stuff like that. And then we kind of said it before. TV show, like outright for me, would probably be like Stargate SG-1. Movies kind of a little bit hard. I don't know about you, Brandon.
As far as favorite TV show, yeah, that is a tough one. Favorite TV show.
For me, it's fairly easy.
I really like Firefly. I got
a favorite TV show and I got a favorite anime, but I'm outright TV show. Mine's kind of like set in stone.
What's yours? Stargate
SG-1.
Favorite TV show.
Plus, I kind of grew up watching it with my dad growing up when I was younger, so there's also other kind of memories tied with that show.
Do you remember the show? Oh gosh, I really liked it, and I watched it with my dad. We would watch Stargate too, but I think it was called Time Leap. But they used to play it on Sci-Fi too, where he
That sounds familiar.
He traveled, like he would leap through time to like solve fix something.
I never watched it, but I think I know what you're talking about. There's another similar one that I watched called Sliders that I remember watching, but that was more. There's like 4 people who would slide through different dimensions.
I don't remember that one. I feel like this one's called. I feel like it was called. I'm gonna have to look it up. But favorite anime. My favorite anime is Rurouni Kenshin, and tied with Yu Yu Hakusho. So
But if I'm thinking of the right show, it's the same dude who was played Archer in Enterprise.
I'm trying to.
If it's the
figure
same
out.
guy, if it's the show I'm thinking about, I just can't remember the name.
Oh, and another show, Outlander. I really liked Outlander as well. I'm trying to find Quantum Leap. Quantum Leap. That's the show.
Yeah, I think it is the
Quantum
same dude in
Leap.
Quantum Leap.
Yeah. But yeah, I also love Outlander.
Yeah, because the dude who that actor in Quantum Leap got Bakula. I think I first saw him when he did the played Archer in Enterprise. The Star Trek that's like most hated, but it's the one I like the most. Oddly enough.
I liked it, but I mean, I'm not like a Trekkie, so.
No, I'm not. Most
I-
Star Trek.
My favorite
like
Star
Next
Trek
Generation.
is the original series. Legitimately, I love it. I
can't
love
stand
it. Dude, I love it. I
I-
used to wake up early for school to catch the hour of 2 episodes before we had to leave. Like, so I'd wake up at like
Yeah.
5 in the morning. I'm serious.
Super early.
Yeah, I'd wake up early because it was watching that, and then I forget what else came on in the morning. Something else anime related that I really liked came on in the morning. So
Yeah, I never liked it. I like the Next Generation. The problem is a lot of those episodes are really slow and are, to be fair, kind of hard to
see,
watch.
I'm not a
It's
big
just
Next
dialogue heavy
Generation
sometimes.
guy. I'm not a big.
But I
It's
really like those
okay.
movies. As much as people
Oh, the
rag on them, I
Wrath
like
of
the
Khan
movies.
is amazing. Like a 10 out of 10.
I liked all the original and the Next Generation movies.
Oh, the Next
liked all of 'em.
Generation movies.
I like the original movies as well. I don't know. I thought they got too much hate.
Wrath of Khan is an amazing movie, though. Have
I
you
think
seen?
it's like the most iconic Star Trek movie that's out there.
It's for sure my favorite. We're almost about to hit on our reviews before the stream ends. Wow.
Johnny was asking my favorite amiibo, Wolf Link from Twilight Princess HD. I haven't played that game, but I know what you're talking about. I know that amiibo.
Yeah, God, I wish I had it. I wish I had that box set. The one I want the most is the Wind Waker one because it came with the Ganondorf in it, but it was a Ganondorf figure before they started doing amiibos. So instead of what they would normally put an amiibo in, it's a figure of Ganondorf, and that figure by itself goes for like $50. It's just a little like PVC figure.
That's crazy.
But yeah.
It could be more expensive. It's expensive, but it's not like outrageous.
Oh, if you buy the box set, it's almost $300. So I would say,
yeah, at that point, then yeah.
yeah, I want the box set, not just the figure. You could buy a
Fair
figure
enough.
like
Okay,
that cheap
okay.
enough.
Now,
Yeah,
now that I know what you're talking about, now like no, that's expensive.
yeah,
But,
no thanks.
What his game was saying, I don't think I'd have a good time with 2020's anime. It's kind of hit or miss.
I couldn't tell you anything.
But still, they came out. There's a lot
I
of
mean,
stuff that
I
came out in,
like-
2008 that I didn't like.
I know it's not 2020, but I think like 2018. I like Demon Slayer, and that's that's like the newest thing I think I've actually really watched. Which
Yeah.
I think came out in like 2018. Does that sound about right?
Yeah,
It really like kind of caught fire in like 2020 during like COVID. It really caught fire, like got popular.
Yeah.
But there's one I really want to watch, which is it's supposed to be like really brutal. Oh, I think it's called Chainsaw Man. I think it's
I know
called.
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's a really kind of weird one, but yeah, it got really popular. But I mean, like,
So-
hey, you can still watch. One Piece is still airing, and it's both a new and an old anime.
Oh my god, yeah. I'll never catch up to that. Instead, I'll just play Odyssey. That's another one I
the
still gotta
manga-
finish. I'm like 4 hours away from beating it, and I haven't finished it yet.
The manga's only a few years away from being done. Like it's coming to the end, so the anime is not too
Look,
far behind.
I really like One Piece, but I cannot. I
So,
just
what,
know
you'll
that I
have,
can't.
like, 13
I'll
to
play it-
1500 episodes to watch at the end of when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I just can't do it. I'll play the game. I'll play any new other media that comes out. If there's like a spinoff series, I'll watch that because I don't have to worry about catching up 1,000 episodes. Like I played the Odyssey game, amazing. I raved all about it. I said it's a solid 8 out of 10. I'll play any new games or other mediums that come out, but I am not going through that whole series. I
To be fair,
refuse.
it'd probably be faster just to read the manga then.
I I don't know, man. I don't know. Like
Well, because there are
I like the series a lot. Legitimately, I think it's a great
yeah.
shonen. I mean, like you're a big fan, right? You're trying to catch up through it.
It's been like a year and a half since I watched it.
Oh
But I mean,
Jesus! So you don't
watch
like it?
chunks here, watch chunks there. I'll catch up eventually.
You don't like it then? You're
I
obviously
do
not.
like it. It's just one of those things where like I'll binge watch it for like 200 episodes, and then I'm like I need to take a break.
No, I get Jesus.
There's also there's other shows I want to watch too.
200 episodes, dude. I haven't watched a show. I can't even tell you the last time I watched TV.
I think I binged about 200 episodes in about a month and a half.
Jesus.
That's just all I did on my free time was watch it.
Oh, so that's what you've been doing. I gotcha.
That was back in like 2022.
I'm just kidding.
It's a while
I'm
ago.
just kidding with you.
But Lionheart game. A decade needs a new hairdo. I don't remember. I don't know what that's in reference to, unless we gotta miss something.
I've been some.
You guys asking, do you guys collect manga? I do a little bit. I got some of it on the shelf that you can see.
I don't.
Some manga, some light novel. Not a whole lot though.
I'm trying to think of how much I have. Not much. Unfortunately, like I'm parting with a lot of stuff right now to go towards things that are more important, upgrading and all that.
Yeah.
But I think I probably have like a good maybe like 12 volumes, kind of random stuff. I've got like 6 or 7 Dragon Ball Z Dragon Ball volumes. I've got like a Sailor Moon volume or 2. Card Captors, I got like 4. So just like random
Yeah,
stuff.
like probably about half the manga I have. I'm probably gonna get rid of because it's just stuff I don't care for. But there's other stuff like Ghost in the Shell or Gunsmith Cats type stuff. Like I do like those and want those, but there's other ones kind of like the Dragon Ball or the what is it? Bleach. I got the first 3 volumes. I probably will just get rid of that because it's just there's some series I care more about than others and stuff like that. So
And you could put it towards getting a good camera or something as
it
well.
works fine for now. You complain too much. I was asking.
Hey, I want to ask you.
The
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to ask you a question. I did a
Yeah.
test recording, and to me, it sounded like a worlds of difference. But have you noticed the difference with the pop filter for you? Because I did a recording twice, once with Lee and once with just me, and I was shocked at how a $10 pop filter on Amazon made that much of a difference.
I mean, you sound well, but I don't think I paid enough attention early on to really notice.
Well, like I'll really see in the post editing
the-
later, but I
The problem is, when I'm so used to gaming, doing a headset, like good or bad mic, I'm just not. I don't really pay attention. I kind of blurt it all out.
well, yeah, but see, like for me, I edit the audio. It's not even just me.
You get more
What
of an
they're
ear for it
hearing,
than I do.
well, they do
Yeah.
too. But like when the audio side, we're coming from my recording right now. You're hearing the streaming. You don't hear the high quality recording, which makes
Yeah,
bad
it's a little
sound
different.
worse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll
But it's
see.
just I've just never, or rather at the very least recently, I've just not had an ear to pay
I
attention to
gotcha.
it.
Well, I will tell you with the editing, if it made like a significant difference, I'll send you the one I got. It's $10. Like you can
It's
get
also
a nice one if you want, but this clips on and works with like literally every mic, HyperX, Yeti, Shure, all of them. It has a double
Yeah.
clip, so 2 ways to put it on. So
it's just one of those things where it's like I know what's getting uploaded between the stream back and forth and what you're like hard recording to your hard drive is going to be different from what I hear.
Well,
So
if you listen, I mean, I don't know if you ever do, because like you could set them to download. I mean, it helps the show, but if you ever go on to like listen after on one of the podcast services, then you know you'll hear that's what gets output and what's edited, and
yeah,
I do the best with what I can only work with what I have, as far as like what I can't control your guys's. I can control y'all on one level, but I can't control you individually. So we got to we got to tell everybody, we got to tell everyone on the show, we got to get together to tune in the audio. So I'm not spending 7 or 8 hours of time I don't have editing.
Yeah, fair enough.
1 hour of everybody's time.
But yeah, I really he said he really also does the weekly manga chapters and stuff like that. Like if we had
Oh,
like the weekly Shonen Jump type thing, I think it makes it a lot easier if you're trying to read a bunch of stuff all at once. You can just get a magazine, read everything, and move on to the next
yeah.
volume.
I love manga. I think manga's great. Like I got into manga. There was a period of time when me and you were like going to the conventions, stuff like that, and we're going to stores and buying. Like at that point in time, I was more into manga than I was anime. I was still watching
Yeah.
anime, but like I remember picking up a Sword Art Online light novel. I picked up I want to say it was a Death Note light novel. Um, I know you don't like Death Note, but I had never. There's four
I still
light
have
novels
Sword
on.
Art,
Oh,
the
go ahead.
SAO light novel. I think I got all those years
Ooh,
ago. I still
let me
have like the
see.
volume one.
Show me.
I don't know if this is one I got all those years ago, but it's the first volume of it.
Oh, wait,
It
is
is the
that
light
the
novel
one?
version.
I don't know if
I
that's
don't know
the
if
one
this
I
is the same
had or
one, but
not.
I've had it for a while. I just don't know when. It's somewhat beaten up, so I know I've had it. I've never actually fully read the whole thing, but
You haven't read any of it?
not since I bought it.
Oh,
Half,
gee.
half of the manga and the light novel that I bought are still on like my to do read one. Like I've got all six volumes of Battle Angel Alita. I've got the first thing for Berserk, the omnibus black thing they have. I got a bunch of other ones. I got a lot of stuff that's piling up.
But do you
I have
have?
the Spice and Wolf light novel that
Ooh,
I'm
yeah.
slowly reading.
Do you?
Actually, I got the collector all in one, which is the big brown thing, but I didn't want to open it up and read it and damage it, so I started buying the individual like light the softback volumes and reading those, and just have the other one as like a collection type thing.
Oh, the hardcover one, you mean?
Yeah, because when that first came out, I think it was 2016. Like I jumped on it and bought it immediately because I loved Spice and
Those
Wolf,
have
loved the anime.
held
It's a
in
really good
value.
series.
Those.
Yeah.
So I like I said, I was going through things, and this one I semi debated on, but I really don't have any interest in keeping any DVDs. I've got a few things in my for sale totes of stuff I got posted on Macari, and somebody made an offer. I had it up for I think 96, and somebody made an offer for 89 for my uh high school DxD, one of the I forget which one it even is. I don't remember if it's the OVA or whatever DVD, but it's worth a lot of money. I even put it at a lower price, but it was going for like 110. So I put it up at 98. He made an
bad.
offer for 89, I think. So I denied it and said
Yeah.
96. We'll see.
Yeah, but I got the hard one.
That would
I think
help
it
out a
cost-
lot if I sold that.
Yeah, I looked at it. It cost me like $150 when I bought it, and
Yeah,
then it's numbered. I think it's 692 was the number copy version that I got.
How many are? Oh my God, we're one view
I
away
have no
from
idea.
100. Still in the live show.
Yeah, as I'm pulling up random books, yeah, it's the big one. It's the you can't really see it without me like bending, but it's like
How many?
numbered 692 version copy.
Oh
of
my
these
God,
when
that's
these special run
massive.
came out.
Holy crap.
I got pre-ordered when it came out. I think the back's a little damaged.
You
just from
should, just
being
out of
moved around all these years,
curiosity,
but
look up how much those are going for, because I guarantee that's going for more than MSRP.
I don't know how many copies they made.
I would,
They
I would
made
look
quite
like
a few, but
what's it? What's the actual full title of that edition?
no, there's a hard. It's the I think it's the anniversary collector's edition. That's what the front says.
That's Spice and Wolf, right?
Yeah, but it's got like all the volumes in this big bulky thing. Hardback. And it's it's really big like
That's the
I
full.
can show it.
That's not the
The
full series,
words-
right? That's just volume 1.
It's all of them. The words are relatively small. Like
Ooh.
it's a big read. There's what? It's almost 1,000 page book. And it's not
Jeez.
the words are relatively small, so there's a lot.
How would you actually
a
read
lot
that?
of volumes in there. I don't. That's why I started buying the light covers. I just wanted this one. I didn't want
Oh my God. Oh my God. You are sitting on a gold mine.
Well, I don't know. The back of it has got scratched a little, not scratched, but there's like
Well,
a crease mark, I think, from other books. But
Holy The first one I pull up, $1,210.
I don't know how long they ran it for. I think
There's-
the print was only it was I think it was limited in 20.
Well,
It was
there's
2016.
31 watchers on this one. Wait till you hear this. Well, this one's signed, but Spice and Wolf Anniversary Collector's Edition, First Edition, number 209, signed $13,000.
Mine's not signed.
Well, I mean, the signed can only take it so far. There's one that is listed at, let's see what's wrong with it or if it's different because it's at 624 or best offer. But the $13,000 one has 31 watchers. Oh my God,
I mean,
Mark.
I would absolutely never sell this thing. I don't know what version it is though. I gotta look. I thought it was the first print, but I don't remember. I just know I got it in, I think, 2016.
I'm trying to see this publication year 2016. Because there's one on here for $630. I'm trying to see if there's a difference between that and the $1,200.
So this looks like it's it says first yen on edition October 2016. So whatever version came out in 2016.
It says maybe very minimal identifying marks on the inside cover, very minimal wear and tear. This is for the $624 one.
I've never actually really read the book, so it's not. I haven't really opened it up hardly ever. I mean, there's like some damage on the back on the corners just because I've moved a few times since I've had this.
I don't know on desktop to see sold listing.
I prefer the actual paper to be protected, which is why you get the hardback. Because I didn't care, but I never had any intention of ever selling this. So if it gets nicked and dinged, I don't care how much it's worth. You could offer me $10,000 for this. I'm not selling it.
Okay, you are a nutcase.
I bought it because I like the series.
Yeah, that's me. Don't you have copies to read? That's like being a sealed collector.
To read, like I bought that because I love the series. I wanted to support it, and I like the thing. It's a collection.
Oh, sold items. I'm curious. Okay,
I mean, it's probably not worth that much because it's not not signed, so it's going to drop in value.
The last sold, and I don't know the full condition. It just says other, $625. Last sold.
I mean, regardless, I could probably, because there's only so many, and I think it's a first edition. I could probably get more than I paid for it, more than the 150.
Well,
but
a second edition sold for $600. So,
when did the second edition get printed?
I can try to find out, but it sold on December 23rd. Let's see if it says when it got printed. 2021, the second edition. 2021.
So then it has to be the first. If it was the print October 2016, it has to be the first edition one.
Yeah, right? It is. It says
which is
first
600. Because I know I think I saw it on like Facebook or something like that, and I was like, oh, absolutely, I need to buy this right now. I absolutely love this series.
$625 plus $9 shipping for the last sold, which was on.
Oh, okay, because it said the Spice and Wolf, the originally published October 4th, 2016. So yeah, it would be the original print. So some minor damage on the back end, but it's not signed. Like, if I really wanted to, I could probably sell it for. I don't know how much I could sell it for.
It looks like this is in the range.
I don't keep it in mint condition. It's on a shelf. I like to display it. I don't care to uber protect it.
Damn, that's a.
So I mean, there's some minor damages to the actual cover itself, but the pages are fine. Because I think I opened it once. And I was like, I'm not reading through it like this. I don't want to damage it.
Am I covering your estate?
No.
Oh. I thought I was. Dang.
I think it's probably lost some value with the damage to the back of the.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at other ones
and
like
nicks and dings.
Here's one that says pre-owned. The other ones say new other, but like the one had minor. The $625 one had minor wear, but this one says for it just says pre-owned $500.
I think that's a realistic asking price. Some of those higher ones, it's like, hey, maybe it's signed or it's like a high numbered one or something like that.
That's the last one. I'm curious what number it is if it says the number on it, but the last sold is $625.
I have no interest in selling it, but I could very easily make my money back off of it. So, but no, I'm not. It's not for sale, but it's interesting. I would go down this whole route.
No, I just like to see. I think it's in case I ever see it or something. But. Yeah, do we got any more comments?
I knew it was limited. Oh, I think we got a bunch more. We just randomly let's.
Oh, that's good. We're almost at 100 comments. That'd be awesome. Oh, 101 views. Woo! on a live show.
Congratulations.
That's our usual post show, so that's great.
Uh,
We got John. Yeah, I see Johnny. I'm not able to read him.
Lionheart was. I think I'm in the right area. He preferred the manga over anime. I don't know. I've kind of bounced back and forth.
Yeah,
I
that's how
prefer the anime though. Really wish I could find new manga. I mean, there's a lot of manga out there. It's just kind of hard to find it. I guess it depends on what comes over to the West.
Yeah.
What gets translated, or if you want to risk fan translations, which
it looks like
it's always up in the air. So I have the Wind Waker collection as well.
Oh, nice.
I think that's the manga one he was talking about. Johnny was saying, well, my girlfriend at the time got me into Inuyasha, but now she's my ex-girlfriend. Yeah, it happens. And then he, a little bit later, I think I saw we were talking about the book. He had to end up going. He said good night. So, but no, definitely appreciate him watching and commenting. We were just in the middle of something. And I was like, I didn't want to. Kind of hard to like immediately break the discussion type thing. I think Lion was saying also like Naruto and Dragon Ball GT. There's a controversy right there.
Yeah.
I didn't hate GT, but it does something. There's things I like about it and things I hate about it. It was the best way I could say it. I liked Pan as a character. She's like the only character. The only good thing I think came out of that show was Pan. I thought she was a good character. But I thought it was kind of weird. Goku became a kid again, and then just family, wife, I'm a child. I'm gonna do whatever I want.
I like aspects of GT. Like there's a bunch of aspects I like, but in general, like
the villains,
Super Saiyan 4 is one of my favorite designs.
But you're like stuck there. I didn't like that concept, but it had an interesting design. The villains are kind of weird, if you ask me.
It's the
kind of
Frieza, not Frieza.
I thought it had something to do with like the Dragon Balls and the dragons and something like that.
Yeah, like in general, I don't like necessarily love it, but there are aspects I really do like, and I think it looks good. Like I think it's pretty. Like it's a good looking anime. But yeah, again, I mean it's like not my favorite, but Super Saiyan 4 still remains to be my favorite. Like look,
it's the most unique look, which is like I said. Then they went back to we're just gonna change the new color scheme, which is really lazy.
Because now it's just like the hair color changing and like with the blue aura.
I'm not ripping on Toriyama, rest in peace. It's just I had this opinion like years ago. I was like, why blue? And stuff like that. Do something unique and stuff like
Super Saiyan God mode. Yep.
I don't know, that show has a scaling issue at this point.
It does.
I haven't watched Super in so long.
It's been a while for me too. It looks like Lionheart said I like Naruto. We read that. Do you guys like any anime games? I mean, there's quite a few. Like I have enjoyed one of the Attack on Titan games I played. The other one not so much. I've enjoyed a couple of the Sword Art Online games. Digimon is I guess it was a game first, right? I think.
I guess it depends. Is it an anime style game or a game based off like an actual?
There's an anime style. There's too many to list.
Because I like those. But I've never actually played a game based on an anime that I liked.
The last JoJo game I liked a good bit.
I didn't play it, so I can't say. Well, I take that back. I guess I like Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. I like that one. It's been a while since I have the Dragon Ball Z game.
I have the PS5 version, but that's the one I've yet to play for some reason. I don't know why. I also didn't play the Breakers. Like, does not interest me at all.
I guess I do remember there was a Dragon Ball game on the GBA that I really liked.
Legacy of Goku.
Brutally difficult, but I definitely enjoyed playing. I played a lot as a kid.
I played 1, 2, played 1, 2, and the Kid Buu, whatever. Boo's Fury was the third one.
Yeah.
So all are good, but
like I mean, as far as anime style goes, I mean, like the Nier games. There was another one here.
Persona.
The Trails Persona games. Scarlet Nexus. Ni no Kuni. There's another one I can't remember.
Ni no Kuni is really good.
Both of them, I like both of them.
I mean, I like the anime aesthetic of Unicorn Overlord, even though I haven't played it. I think it looks beautiful. Dragon's Crown would be another one. There's a lot. I mean, Fantasy Star, Dragon, literally all those are, in that style. So, yeah, that for me.
Oh, Tales of Arise was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah,
That's a really good game if you haven't played it. I
that
absolutely
one's
love that
awesome.
game.
I love it.
Long game, but it was one of the games that I played a few years ago that was the first game in a long time that the story absolutely captivated me.
Yeah,
I
I love
absolutely
it.
loved it.
I loved it
I
too.
played it. I played it a second time a few months ago, and I loved it just as much then. Wish I could not know what was going on with the story because I like
Yeah,
getting versed into a story and just finding out about it. But it's still a really good game.
I'm with it. I also got Gigi said I loved Alice and Wolf. Back in the day, those are mostly collect. I think they meant Spice and Wolf. Johnny, we read that. Gigi said I would sell that big dog. Range a lot of money. All right. Well, I think that wraps up the show. I appreciate everybody watching. Mark, any closing words?
I feel like it's the second time I'm doing this.
Sorry, we.
Don't forget to tip your waitress. I don't know. Feed your dogs. Don't drown your goldfish.
All right. Well,
Have a good weekend.
we will be
Stay
back,
safe.
of course, next Friday, live. If you watch live at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're an audio listener, please consider joining our Patreon. We have the links in the comments, as well as the opportunity to become a channel member. We have got 13 channel members so far, and it helps support the show, helps us support the channel, and you get a bunch of exclusive stuff. There's all kinds of perks set up there. And then, yeah, if there's anybody that's looking to sponsor anyone, we're looking for sponsors. If you have any suggestions of anybody to reach out to or anything like that, let us know. If you're interested in sponsoring the show, just contact us on one of the social medias. And yeah, we'll be back again next week, of course. And have a great night, everyone. Or if you're not watching this at night, just have a fantastic day and stay cool.